massive lineup, but the Cheskit team is insanely strong. Pro Chess League stars Alice Lee, Brewington Hardaway, Tani Adewami, and Omega Paraguay. This is going to be a thrilling match. Mark your calendars now and don't miss the Cheskit Stars versus Streamers rematch. It's all happening on Sunday, May 14th at 1 p.m. Pacific time. And right now, it is about these two incredible stars, Ding Liren and Jan Nepomniachtchi, playing the most important classical game, perhaps of their entire life, as they go into an endgame and we see decisions have been made. It is the line that we were looking at. Jan decides to fall back with the bishop to e8, all the way back, and Ding doesn't waste time on the board, picks up the b7 pawn, leveling the material, keeping the material balance. And now, once again, the clock is on Jan. He needs to decide. Well, he's not on the board currently. And if you, Robert, had to break down Jan's thought process, his mindset, the way the game has gone, with Ding taking these ambitious decisions in the opening, and then boiling down to what we see right now, this endgame with sort of a broken pawn structure for white. What would be your guess of what's going on in Jan's mind?
I think what he wants to do is find a way to make a draw. That doesn't mean he'll play that continuation, but you always want to have a draw in your back pocket in a position of this nature. We see the evaluation bar saying black is slightly better. I think that both players would agree that it should be a draw, but black is the side that with best play will keep an edge. But with imprecise play, suddenly white is the one who could be better. And we were talking about dynamics where this knight ends up on d6, or this rook slams down on c7, or you play rook c3 to g3, and this g7 pawn is in trouble. So I think that Jan, he's looking at this with broad strokes. He wants to play for an advantage, but he recognizes that if he just tunnels and thinks that, okay, I'm going to try to win this game, it could really backfire, and he could see himself in harm's way. So I do think that ultimately Jan is going to play the moves that make sense, like rook to d4. You could start with rook to d7 instead and go for this rook d7, rook c7 line. But long story short, I do think that he wants to find a way out before he decides to play for more.
Yeah, I think Jan is not worried about being worse here, but it's still difficult to prove an advantage. I mean, we've been struggling right after rook d4, rook c4, and I don't know how ambitious Jan is feeling in this position. I'm sure that if he sees a chance, he'll try to take it. But it's also, chess is a game that by nature, with correct play, tends to lead to a peaceful result. And even though White has done some questionable things in this game, for sure, probably some overambitious things, and this pawn sack with knight to c5, a little bit reckless, in my view. Still, it does feel like the position is closer to draw than anything else. After rook d4, rook c4, I really think that we should try to find some idea for black here. I mean, is it connected with the trade of rooks? Because then white's knight will come to d6, but maybe black gets knight g6 in time. So here, knight to g6 could be a good moment to do this. But it's still knight. White can try to sack that pawn on h4, maybe knight to d6 here. I don't know if you care about the h4 pawn so much.
What's the reason that you want to sack the pawn, Fabi? What's wrong with just going h5 and hitting that knight? And then saying you go knight e5, fall back with the bishop to e2, just taking control of f3?
No, nothing necessarily wrong with it. I just thought maybe the activity was a more important factor in this position, but probably h5 is the right move. And if knight to f4... Oh, sorry, Robert.
I was just going to say, your pawn sacrifice idea inspired me, but I also am reflecting on something you said earlier. Can you play king e2, rook a1, and go for b6?
Yeah. Yeah, maybe this is a better way. Knight d6 might be a bit premature, but this was generally what I was thinking, that the important thing is to target the a pawn and to do that in some way. So maybe king e2 or h5, followed by moving the king at some point is a way to do so. But yeah, it looks like white has enough activity here to compensate for the clear structural deficiencies in the position.
I could see white winning a game like this. This type of position that we have on the analysis board, it's one of these where you just take a pawn on h4, you see the eval bar starting to go up, this rook swings over to a1, trying to go b6. This looks scary for black. So this is what I meant for Jan, is he wants to be sure that he has a way to make a draw when the moment calls for it, and the position remains quite double-edged. In fact, when we saw this initially, I was like, oh, "What is going on?" Knight c5 gives Black all the chances, but if Black plays too ambitiously, if you get a bit reckless, then all of a sudden White is the one who can maybe play for more.
Yeah,
And that's
here Black was super greedy, taking that pawn on the edge of the board. It's a good pawn to take, but not when it costs so much time, and when White has very concrete threats with b6. So let's see after knight b7 if maybe we missed some ideas that Black could potentially have, because Jan is thinking in this position, not at the board, but he is thinking about it. And now he's back to the board. So we discussed rook d to b8 and rook to d4. Rook d to b8, we said rook c7. And if e5 here, yeah, that's a nasty move. That's really annoying. You don't get knight e6.
You don't get knight g6 either. I just take it. So it's like you're sort of stuck in place.
Yeah, you don't get anything. And so this is bad. This is not what Black wants. So, you know what? I feel like rook d4 is just the move. I mean, it has to be the right move. And rook d7 should be the right move here. Knight c5. Maybe here rook to d6 is the moment.
rook d4 on the board.
Curious how quick. Wow, Ding just played rook c4 instantly. I mean, the guy doesn't take a second to think. He knows what he wants from the position. So maybe knight c5, even though it's not brilliant from the objective evaluation, maybe it was his way of saying, I'm not going to lose this game. And I feel very good about my position in this one, where Black has an extra pawn. If we cut the board in half, let's cut the board here. Black has an extra pawn, 4-on-3 on the king side. White has a 2-on-1, but as Tanya was indicating before, they're doubled, so it's hard to create a passed pawn. But if this rook can get over to a1, then we're talking. We can use this active pawn to try to break through on the queen side. So Ding is playing this confidently.
And that's the key, right? That you've got to make sure that White doesn't manage to get the rook from g1 to a1, which would explain the rook retreat. You don't want to trade on c4, giving that e2 square for the king. The bishop needs to remain there. You need to cut off the d file. Rook d7 has been played. The most accurate move by Jan. Jan also realizes the dangers of allowing the rook to transfer to the a line, and then a potential creation of the b pawn becoming a passer. We've been talking about how difficult it is for double pawns to become passer. With this one, the b5 pawn, if it actually does, because of how advanced it is, it will be a huge advantage for Ding Liren. So nice accuracy there by Jan, not playing for the move rook c4, even though we saw in the eval bar that practically it was fine for Black. But this decision makes so much more sense, because now it's that much more difficult for White to actually manage to get the rook to the a file. And while I say that, I find another path, which is rook g3 to rook a3. But right now, that knight on b7 is attacked. So there is a direct threat. And while rook g3, rook a3 ideas can appear later on the board, the most direct question needs to be answered. And knight c5 feels like a natural response.
Yeah, knight c5. Knight to a5 didn't look so great when we were looking at it. It's also a very logical, natural move, but it felt like there Black is in time to get knight g6 and get that knight active before, White can start some play on the queen side. So knight c5, and
Played.
he does indeed play it. And we saw rook c7 was looking decent for White after.
Oh, he didn't play it. He grabbed the knight, brought it to c5, and then placed it back on its way. He didn't let the piece go, because then he would have to leave it there. But there's some uncertainty, some hesitation from Ding.
Yeah, a little bit. Maybe. Okay, now he's starting to think. So he saw something which bothered him after knight c5. So is it rook d6 that's bothering him? Does White have a clear path forward there, or maybe that's quite an interesting way for Black to play? Because after knight c5, rook d6, I'm thinking e5 is a critical move, but then I think Black can get away with rook d5. At first it looks like bishop to f3, but then there's rook takes e5 with check, and that's the important point. So you can't do that. So you have to find a way to deal with two threats, rook takes e5 and bishop takes b5. Again, you have this rook g4, but after g6, do you have a way forward? Now again, you're dealing with knight c5, the pawn e5. Things are a bit hangy now. I mean, either you have some sort of very concrete way to deal with the problems, or you just lose a pawn and potentially looking at a very bad position.
You know why he did that? He grabbed the knight and then put it back. That way he couldn't possibly blunder, because if he tries to make another move now, like rook g3, he's like, nope, touch move, got to move the knight. So at least he's did a blunder-proof decision. But in all seriousness, it was a little weird to see that, because he clearly wanted to play knight c5, but is he now going to go to a5 because he's decided to put the piece back on b7? It's hard to explain.
So this
He
is an
reached out
interesting.
so confidently for knight c5, and this just shows a little sign of, well, self-doubt, second guessing, and the fact that he's now really slowed down. So he's got two options on the board, right? Knight c5, knight a5, the only two moves possible. So it's clear that he did not like something about knight c5 just as he was about to make the move. And we might actually see the move knight a5, which, as we were looking at the different lines, gives Yan more to play for. Fabi, what are the chances of Ding deciding to play a completely different move right now from what he intended first?
It could be knight a5. Yeah, I still think he will probably go for knight c5, because usually people, after they make their first intention, they don't change it unless it's due to some kind of time scramble, when they just like panic at the last moment and change their mind last minute. But I think he saw something, so he's making sure that knight c5 is a move he wants to play. And I think we probably did guess what he was worried about, which is this rook d6 followed by rook d5. It's a bit of a surprising decision that you can put your rook seemingly in harm's way, but tactically speaking, there's no easy way to exploit it. And this is all about calculation, which thankfully for Dink, he's extremely proficient at. So if he has a way to equality, then he will probably be able to find it. But on the other hand, I mean, yeah, we could talk about how this whole knight c5 transition, all this stuff that Ding went for, it might still be okay for white. But the position was okay for white before, so it's you went from a position which was definitely okay to a position where suddenly we're arguing or discussing some long variations about is it okay or not, and for sure it's impossible to foresee all of the potential ramifications of knight c5 when you play it. So he was going a little bit with his gut. It was definitely a risky decision. I don't know if it was a good one.
Great call, Fabi. He does stick to the intended knight c5, sorted out those doubts in his mind. Took a little while to do that, but knight c5, the best move on the board, has been played by Ding. And now, once again, Yan is immediately back. Undoubtedly, he was thinking about what would be his response. Where would he move the rook? And we've been seeing different ideas. Rook c7 looks very logical here, while not only putting pressure on the c line, but asking questions with that bishop b5 coming in. So are we expecting a quick move by Yan here, or do you think he's going to slow down one more time? The
Well,
clocks are level now.
Yeah, but he has the options. You mentioned rook c7. We've been talking about rook d6. But rook d6, there is this e5. You have to look out for this rook swinging over here. So Jan's decisions aren't that easy, but I'm still wondering. I hope they ask him. I'm sure they will after the game. Why he paused there, why he put the move back and then played it once more. But I like rook d6. I like keeping the rook on the open file. And I also like, in the line that Fabi had mentioned, rook d6, e5, rook d5. If you think about it, our rook started on d8, then it went to d4, then to d7, and then it stopped on d6, and now it's finally on d5. I've run out of colors, but I had fun drawing them while I had the opportunity. So this rook just went on every available square on the d file, but this is looking quite annoying for white. You have to find some move that defends two pawns that are under attack at the same time. I feel like these positions are very, very tricky. And so for Yan, I like rook d6 just to force the question back to Ding Liren.
Yeah, I'm looking at this position, not really seeing the move here for white. It wasn't rook g4, that was bad for white. It wasn't bishop f3, that's clearly bad. So, what is the move? How do you defend your pawns? It must be something very deep, because I'm just not seeing it at all. Is it knight to e4?
Oh, that's so nice. You're trying to get this check in the g-pawn's pit. He did go rook c7, so Tanya's move hasn't played. Oh my goodness, Ding. Rook d7, and then rook c3 instantly. He won't slow down for nobody.
It's hard to
Yeah, but I
predict
think this is a
anything.
really
It's
natural move.
impossible to predict their moves. It's impossible to predict that time consumption. And Rook C3, your mentioning was quite accurate. I like Rook C7 simply because it keeps the option of fighting for the C file alive as well. Rook D6 would have been different set of questions for Ding, but the path chosen by Yan was Rook C7. Instantly played Rook C3, defending that B5 pawn and also eyeing a transfer of the queenside rook towards the kingside. Rook G3 ideas doubling down on the G7 pawn.
Yeah, and if you try to play rook to b8 here, trying to attack that b5 pawn, I like the move knight to a6. And I think that's forcing a trade on c3, which is very good news for white, because that double b pawn becomes instead a passed c pawn. And c4 next deals with the weakness of the b5 pawn. White has some very dangerous queenside pawns here. So that's why rook to b8 is not looking amazing. I think knight g6 is such a natural move here, and we may see a move like that. But here white has some options. For example, white can play h5, which is some sort of... Although I don't like that. Knight f4 comes. So that one I don't like.
Fabi, quickly.
I actually think...
You know I like to do this. What happens if I sack an exchange? Oh, it didn't go down that much.
Wait, so what's the big plan after?
Rabbit?
I was just going to
Just like this?
Sometimes
Is this really okay for white?
I didn't expect it to be. I was just going to ask the question, but the engine says you're not so silly after all.
This isn't going to happen. There's no way that voluntarily Ding in the final game of the World Championship match, even if objectively it's fine for white, will just give up the exchange at this moment, Robert. I don't see this happening in any reality.
Yeah, just let a boy have fun. That's all I'm saying. This I expected it to be completely refuted, but the fact that it's only 0.4 in black's favor, I think just by feel, by the aesthetic, there's no universe where Ding would ever play this. But it's curious that it's keeping essentially the same evaluation.
Yeah, I guess white has a lot of activity, and the trade of rooks will correct white's pawn structure. And if rook to e7, then maybe you have knight c7. And rook c8 loses to knight d5.
Right.
And if you go to another square, let's say rook to d8, maybe white is not so upset with taking on e8. I don't know if you have to. You could also play f3, but maybe taking on e8 in general, because your bishop will be a pretty powerful piece, and it might be close to a draw, but again, black is the one pressing. But yeah, I'm surprised that rook g6 is a pretty viable option.
I suggested, and I'm surprised as well. So it's just not going to happen. There's no way. So after knight g6, do we think h5 is more likely?
Hmm.
But h5, knight f4, I don't really like how this looks for white.
It doesn't matter because knight g6 is not on the board. So no sacrifices, no h5. He simply doubles up on the c line. Rook c8 played. That move also makes a lot of sense. You're putting pressure on the c5 knight. I don't see a good way for the knight to move. You end up losing the c3 rook. Does that mean that it's time for white to start pushing the b pawn? Is b4 the move for Ding here?
Possibly, but b4 knight d7 is the idea, for sure. Otherwise, it didn't make any sense to play rook c8.
And now your idea of rook g3?
Yeah, you
No,
take on
rook
c5, rook g7, king f8. The king happily escapes to center, and black now has some sort of advantage just because the white's pawns are so weak. The king on e1 is actually quite vulnerable. At least black plays completely without risk in this position. So b4 knight d7, 100% is what he wants.
Are there alternatives besides b4? Because knight a4 looks like a step in the wrong direction.
Rook g3. Rook g3 is very logical. I don't know if it's good, but it's definitely a... Because rook g3, g6 is going to be the answer, I'm pretty sure. And then after b4, knight to d7 anyway. And maybe you gained absolutely nothing with this whole rook g3. Which actually means that also, by transposition, we could have seen it from the other move order. b4, knight d7, rook g3, g6 there as well was good.
Mm-hmm.
So...
That's such a cool resource, rook g3. And Robert, because we don't get enough chances to point that mate in twos, I think we have to show it. We have shown it in a different position. With rook g3, you think you're losing that knight on c5, but watch out, you can pick up the knight, but you lose your king. Rook g7 comes in with a check, another check on g8, and then that rook from the first rank, moves up all the way and delivers checkmate. So that's a really cool resource in white's position to get out of the fire on the c file.
Yeah, really nice. Always need to look out for king safety. That's paramount. And here the black king would be in danger. But the eval bar is at zeros, so we're not expecting to see Jan walk into a checkmate in 2 over here. So how is this zeros? Because the moves we played have led to advantage for black with knight d7 coming. This knight can drop back to a4, but that looks wrong. Knight on the rim. I don't think it's looking particularly good in this position.
Yeah, it's not an easy
Yeah, knight
not an easy problem for white to solve here. After b4 knight d7, you can try to bail, but I don't actually see how it works. So, because if you ever sack that c5 pawn, the problem is, let's say king d2, take everything on c5, and rook to a1, bishop takes b5, bishop b5, rook b5, rook a7. If the h4 pawn was on g3, this is, or if let's say the e4 pawn was on g3, that's a good example. Then, yeah, we kind of make a draw. But here, rook to h5, the h4 pawn is a serious weakness. So, but you saw the bar was not like saying it's a big deal. So I actually think white in that position will probably just play rook to b1, and maybe it's just an equal position there.
I have an idea. Bear with me, Fabi. So here, where was it? In this position, so you say king to d2, but not here. Here, king d2, takes. Can I just go here? I know I'm down a pawn, but if we take everything, my king just sprints up the a file and wins this one, right?
Yeah, probably black doesn't want to trade the I mean, one set of rooks will be traded. Maybe you can.
But I just want to show this for the see. Oh, it still says black is better, but white's king is so active.
Because you probably sack the bishop at some point. Like maybe you play g5 here, but it's probably going to be a draw. Like super likely that it's draw here.
Right.
Yeah, now you kind of run the king forward, king g7, and then you sack your bishop at some opportune moment.
Yep. Makes sense.
But still, draw in all these variations was super likely. Because I can probably play f3 here, not to lose the e-pawn. Oh, f3 loses.
Yeah, because now I'll take this one and take the f pawn.
Oh yeah, you just take on b5 and take that. That's right. So maybe white would have to bite the bullet, like king takes a7 there. It's actually a dangerous looking endgame for white.
Very.
But I guess somehow it's a draw.
But Ding he made a move. He went b4. So we might see something like this, even if it's unlikely. It is possible.
So I had a similar idea after king d2, because I think king d2 is his idea. And after we trade everything on c5, can I just play rook to b1?
Just to put this on the board, takes, and just rook b1.
Yeah, and just play this position where I'm a pawn down, but the margin for a draw is super high. And your bishop is still a bit passive. You can't attack the h-pawn. White continue with f4 here, maybe. But yeah, it's a safe edge for black.
What black really wants is to trade off these pawns. Leave yourself with an outside pass pawn. It's super dangerous in the endgame, but it's really difficult to make that work exactly with these pieces on the board. But Tanya, I saw you raise your eyebrows, so I'm guessing you saw the same featured chat message as I did.
I think we both saw the same thing at the same time. Well, b4 has been the move of choice, but Fabi chat was showing us the way. And apparently, instead of b4, there's a move knight b7 that keeps the balance. And I have to say, guys, I don't know about grandmasters and super grandmasters, but this is not a move that was on my radar. Knight b7, the more I see it, once it's played on the board, it's one of those moves that does make sense. That perhaps after taking on c3, your king comes to d2. You're putting your rook on a1, the knight is jumping to d6. But knight b7 on its own, for me, it's impossible to understand. How can a human find this move?
Well, our members in chat, they're just very gifted, and they easily spot ideas like this. I mean, I'm sure that everyone saw this without any sort of struggle at all. But yeah, we
Bobby,
saw.
you're such a troll. Has anyone told you that?
No, we saw the more, let's say, the more expected approach, and king d2 is probably going to be be seen next. Yeah, or he's thinking so maybe there's some other option, but I feel like king d2 is just such a natural move.
Yeah,
Maybe
he
he's
shouldn't. He should not play rook g3, which is tempting though.
yeah, because you really don't want to give up control of the c file. Black's two rooks would really be dangerous if they are both allowed to live on and potentially invade on the c file. So trading off one of those rooks, potentially both, is in white's favor.
Chat seeing things in their sleep, and it's not just nightmares. It's knight b7. Wild move. Should we? I mean, that's such a crazy move to think about because you're.
Crazy stuff.
Let's just show this one more time. Putting your knight on b7, the rook can capture it, but the rook behind it is hanging, so that would lose material. But you're also giving up a pawn here, and the point that Chad is making is that white gets a ton of activity, and black can just sit back and stay up a pawn. But somehow this position is just about level, even though it looks quite dangerous in the long term. White's down a pawn. You could see this pawn being in trouble as well with this knight hopping forward. So amazing stuff, honestly.
Yeah, I think
Yeah, amazing stuff. And also, let's just point out that the knight actually came to c5 from b7 just 2 moves ago. So, from a human perspective, the move knight b7, where it was attacked and you had to step back, is not on your radar. Yes, once you see it, you understand the points, but it's exactly what it is. It's an engine move, and it's kind of easier to understand once someone points it out. But you can't blame Ding for playing b4. The most natural response. But the big question now, Fabi, for Ding is to find a way to stabilize the position in which, well, big chances that he will end up down a pawn.
Yeah, he'll be down a pawn. That's absolutely guaranteed. The amount of rooks that will be on the board is still a question. We saw a line where there was no rooks on the board. We saw a line where there was still a pair of rooks, but he plays rook g3, and that's not a good move for 2 reasons, right? We said both knight c5 and g6 are, and Jan looks surprised. We're surprised. Chat is surprised, I'm sure, even though I can't.
We're all surprised. Robert's super surprised.
Yeah, but I actually, now that I'm thinking about it, I'm taking a step back, trying to ignore the evaluation bar for a moment. It does sort of make sense. I know it's listed as a mistake. It has made White's position objectively worse. But Ding has tried to defend actively. He has not been interested in passive defense. So thinking about what he's done, where he brought his knight to c5 to give the g2 pawn, and a lot of his decisions have been revolving around active pieces. So bringing his rook over to g3 to go after the black king side, it does make sense. But black has very easy moves to make. You can take on c5 and get an advantage, even if you give up g7 with check. You run your king to the center. Black is the side for choice, thanks to this rook's activity in the c file. But the simple g6, I mean, that move seems to give black the advantage with 0 risk whatsoever. Your king side is going to be very safe. So I'm starting to get worried for Ding. It's not time trouble. He only has to make 10 moves, and he has 27 minutes, and the position doesn't have too many pieces remaining. But I think just the nature of the position is starting to get uncomfortable for him. And Jan Nepomniachtchi, he should be perking up right now. He has chances to win this 14th and final game with the black pieces. And Ding Liren, he's the one who mentioned Vishyanan taking down Topalov with black in the final game. Well, maybe he was speaking a bit about his own history. He just didn't know he was making it. And that would be really bad for the Chinese superstar.
I don't understand this move. First of all, g6, yeah, I don't see the follow-up, but also, after knight c5, all this activity, what did it bring you? Let's say take, king f8, take on c5, take. What does your activity bring you? Like, I'm threatening rook c1, I'm threatening just some slow moves like king to e7, and I don't see why you want your rook on g7. It actually looks like it would be better if it was on b3, for example. So I see this as a pretty unpleasant looking position just on first sight, and that's only part of the question. I mean, g6 is a much more ambitious move. Here, black is saying, okay, I have some advantage, for sure, but maybe it's simplifying a bit. He does go for it. Yeah, it was really natural, but I wonder what g6 the idea was. What did he want after g6?
If I had to predict at that moment, I would think that Jan would have gone for g6 because it keeps all these really nasty threats on the board, not giving the g7 pawn. And Ding, well, before he puts in the check, he takes on c5, it doesn't change anything because black will not have time to defend that g pawn. White would have advanced with the c pawn. So picks up the c5 pawn, g7 pawn picked up, king moved to f8. Would have been very interesting to see if Yan would have kept all the threats with the activity of the rook, with that other idea of g6. It looked so tempting to go for that, especially with Ding's time running low as well. There's still a bunch of moves to be made to meet time control, and the position does demand accuracy from Ding. Still a very pleasant position for Yan. King f8 played. You're putting pressure on that rook on g7. You're putting pressure on that pawn on b5. There are ideas of rook c1 check, the rook coming to the 7th rank, the 2nd rank in this case, on c2. With all these threats on the board, it's still looking advantage Yan in this position. Does Ding start with the check? Do you include rook g8 check in these lines just to make sure that the king and the rook on g7 are not in contact?
I think black wants to play king e7, so I don't think you should provoke it. Like, I was thinking a move like f3, for example. I don't see what black will do next besides play king e7. I think that's... Or f4, I was thinking is like a logical move. I think black plays king e7 there, because you can't take on b5 immediately. And rook c1 check doesn't seem to lead anywhere. Yeah, this just loses.
I just want to show everybody why Fabi's saying you can't take this pawn on b5.
So you play king e7, first you secure the king, then you think about bishop takes b5 next move. And king f2, maybe you start to play rook c2. You can also take on b5. But the thing I think is more important than material is the king safety. White's king, if it could get to g3, I think it would be relatively safe, but it's kind of just getting harassed continuously. If the trade of bishops happened, it would actually help White deal with this, but the bishop on e2 is a really vulnerable piece. And for example, rook to a1 here, bishop, maybe first you throw in king f6. I don't know, that looks logical. And then bishop takes b5 next move, so you didn't allow the check on a7, and then the e2 bishop, again, is the main issue for White. It's not the losing a pawn or anything, because losing a pawn usually, endgames are drawish, and you can sometimes survive them, but bishop on e2. So I think that maybe g6 was better, but Jan just saw a good option, which was simple, and he was like, okay, I don't need to look for anything else. But maybe this was a moment where he had a good option, but g6 might have been an even better one. And for Ding, I just don't understand why he went for this. I mean, like, between king d2 and this position, I would take king d2 100 out of 100 times. I mean, that one looked very close to draw. This one looks like White's king it's also practically difficult because your king is always weak and you don't have a concrete approach here. You kind of just have to move by move defend the position, right? With your king always being weak, the pawn on b5 very often dropping off. Super not fun to defend this position.
We saw chat ask, like, what about rook h7? So I feel like it's worth looking at it because rook h7 tries to go after this pawn on h6, but it does backfire. We see the engine say, not so fast. This rook can come down to c1 with check. That would force the bishop back here. So at the very least, I think that we have a problem for White. Is rook d8 just the knockout blow?
Yeah, rook d8 resigns. King e2, bishop takes b5. King safety, even in the endgame, ends up being extremely important.
So chat asks, we know that not all the chat is using an engine, and we appreciate your questions. So keep them coming. We really do enjoy trying to help you learn about positions just like this that are very complicated. We see the advantage for black, even material though, so it might be confusing why black is better, but it's the activity. The C file is more valuable than the G file, and the reason why is the black king will sit on E7 and not worry about a thing. And after the rook comes to C1, well, that white king is in some danger. So I think that Ding, he understands how big, how critical this specific moment is. He's already played 32 moves. His 33rd one is going to have to be accurate. Otherwise, he will find himself much worse.
I think that Ding may be worried about at least a few things in this position. I don't know if him and Richard are listening to any Bob Marley in their spare time. We know that they like some, I think, was it 80s rock? Was that what they're jamming to usually? But yeah, I would be so concerned. Although he does look ready to move, or at least he did a second ago.
I can't take that much time, right? He's almost hitting the 20-minute mark. 8 moves are still to be made. The position is far from equality for white. He still has to find a way to neutralize the pressure. Once more, Ding reaches out, and this time he does make the move. He brings the bishop forward to d3. This is not a move that we looked at. He plays it, he leaves the board, and I see the eval bar slightly dip towards black now after bishop d3. Well, the b5 pawn, once again, not hanging. We've pointed that out because of the tactics along with rook g8, rook c8. But also in those lines, Robert, at the very end, black will also have a check on b1, picking up the rook on g1. So the line does go on, but white with the rook activity would manage to neutralize the pressure. The pawns will be traded off. So don't see that happen. Don't expect that to happen with bishop b5. And it all comes down to how the players are feeling right now. They've had these 13 grueling games. We've seen the World Championship take such a big toll on the players. Well, chess wise, emotionally, physically, is so much that they're dealing with. And we did we did ask chat that after such a long tournament and such a difficult tournament with so much back and forth, is there a feeling of relief? What are the players more relieved about? Is it about getting a result, becoming world champion, or is a part of you just wants the classical games to be done with? There's a part of you just want this whole ordeal to be over. Are those thoughts that you do have? Does that affect the amount of gas that the players have left going into this game 14? And Fabi, because you've been in this situation, you've played a 12-game world championship match which went into the playoff. Is there a sense of relief when it's about to reach the conclusion?
I I wouldn't say so because the conclusion might be really nice, but it might be a really big disappointment, and then I don't think you're happy to have it over with. In fact, Ding said something earlier when he was still down in the match. He was -1, and they asked someone in the press conference asked, "What would you change?" He said, "I would add a few more games." So I think if these guys are down the match or they're trailing, then they're not happy to see it over. They still want to have their chance. They would even be willing to play 100 more games. Okay, maybe I'm exaggerating a bit, but we did actually see that in 1984 between Kasparov and Karpov. Karpov was world champion. Kasparov had qualified to play him in a match, and the match format was first to 6 wins. And the match never technically ended. I mean, okay, I guess it ended in the sense that it was terminated, but um, Karpov started with going very early in the match with 4 wins. Then around like game 20 something, he won the fifth game. So Karpov was 5-0 after like, I don't know, 22 games or something like that. And at that point, he just needed one more win. They played 48 games, was it 49, in the match. Karpov never won another game. Near the end of it, Kasparov managed to win two after 48 games, and I think it was probably like a 3-month long match. It was terminated. They just said, okay, these guys, we don't want to see them, die playing chess during this match. So they terminated it, and both players, both Kasparov and Karpov, said that they wanted to continue. Even to this day, I think if you ask them, they would both say, "I wish that the match had gone on." But
How is
so these guys are ready to go as long as it takes. Thankfully, this time there's actually a set amount of games, and they can't play forever, and we don't have to be here talking about chess for the next 3 months.
That was an insane moment in history when actually that match was stopped. I had the fortune of actually interviewing Anatoly Karpov in Gibraltar, and he mentioned, and that actually also reflects the kind of toll that the World Championship match takes on players, that throughout those months, over 3 months, 48 games played, the players lost close to 10 kgs in weight. It just took so much of a big physical and a mental toll on them, and the match was indeed stopped. And the next year, Garry Kasparov became world champion once they had the rematch. Well, in this position, Black is still trying to push. We see some decisions have happened on the board, and Fabi Chat completely agrees with you. Nothing bigger than becoming world champion, not the fatigue, not the relief. None of that matters in front of the big prize of being the best player in the world, becoming the world champion. Well, Rook D8 was the move of choice by Yan to bishop d3. So there are some ideas. We've been talking about king safety. One can see those dynamics being played out. A bishop move, if you were to come back to bishop e2, rook c1 would be game over. Just to point out that that king on e1 still in this endgame with such few pieces remaining is not completely safe. The bishop is attacked. You perhaps don't want to make the move bishop b1. The b5 pawn hangs with a check. Rook c1, bishop b5 coming in with a check.
White has one move here, I think. I mean, White loses if not for because king d2 and king e2 I think both lose. King e2, rook c3. I don't see the next move, so rook 7 to g3. I mean, you can include a check on g8, but I think that's.
Why does king d2 lose, Fabi? Sorry.
Rook c3. How do you continue?
No, king d2. Sorry.
Oh, king d2 maybe, but it allows rook takes b5 at. Oh, it doesn't allow rook b5. You can play rook g8, rook takes e8. Ah, so king d2 is actually
This
a good move.
Deserves
Yeah.
like 3 exclamation points.
Yeah, this is really nice spot there. King d2. I was thinking rook 7 g3 was forced, but king d2 and
He goes for
oh,
another
king
king
e2.
move. King e2, and the bar really dips.
Rook
Ding Liren
c3.
is in big trouble. Rook c3 coming in. The bishop has got no good squares. You've got to keep the b5 pawn defended. And if you come back with your rook, black can actually sacrifice on d3 and pick up the b5 pawn after rook g3. And rook c3 immediately played by Yan.
Okay, I understand not seeing king d2, but White did still have that rook g3. Rook 7 g3 was still an option.
Oh my
And
goodness.
king e2, rook c3. What are you doing next? Because rook takes d3 is coming. Like,
Regardless of
rook,
what you play, whether
Yeah,
you go
that's
rook
why
g3.
that's why I said this was losing. Rook 7 g3, rook 8 takes d3, and we go to king and pawn ending. Black wins. So wait,
Oh
what's the
my
move here?
gosh.
Oh wait, he still has rook g8 first. Okay, I think he could still hold on with rook g8, king e7, and rook 1 to g3. And if rook takes d3, rook takes e8. I think he's still holding on like this.
Okay, well, this is an extremely important line, so we will show it. Check and rook g3. And the point that we were all getting excited about was that the rook takes d3. If you take back, this bishop takes b5, and you see the bar drop because black wins. That rook is pinned, black steals the pawn and the rook. It's too much material. But white has the saving move. Rook takes e8, check. The king takes back. Then you take this rook, and if you trade rooks here, white is not losing this position. And with the rooks on the board still, white is not in danger. So that actually is a very, very important line to be able to sacrifice this rook on e8. It's another variation where that's the saving idea.
Okay, that's very good for Ding. He probably did see this. I guess it was his plan, but still looks really risky after rook g8, king e7, rook g3 because black can even make a move like rook to b3 or something. White is completely tied up. What's White's next move here? You know,
You stop targeting the h6 pawn. You need some counterplay for bishop b5.
Yeah, but you can't take it because rook takes d3. So.
I was hoping after rook h8, if you take on b5, then I can pick it up after.
Oh yeah, yeah. But black could again make some sort of like. Yeah, white is not threatening rook h6, so black's hand is kind of free to basically do what he wants. Which
is white threatening this move perhaps? So just to show what that looks like, if you make rook a3, I play rook g8. I'm just trying to say you take on d3, I do the same thing, but now I force more rooks off the board on the e8 square.
Yeah, that could be. Maybe rook to d6 after rook h8.
Okay, rook h8, rook d6, and
if rook g8, then bishop d7. I thought this was some sort of maybe clever prophylaxis.
Yep, definitely. You see the eval bar saying now it's toast because this bishop is so loose over here.
Or you know what?
It's still hanging.
Let's put it on d4 instead because it's just better on d4. Why put it on d6 when you could put it more actively?
This looks bad for white. Looks really, really bad.
I mean, you're completely tied. You can't move any pieces.
And it's a bit worrying that Ding is taking his time. It looks like this is the only defensive resource that he has. One that he perhaps had to look at when he went king e2. Because king e2, rook c3 was the most natural response. Well, he's taken about 3 minutes. He's down to 17 minutes on the clock. He needs to find this resource of rook g8. Is that the only defense that Ding has in this position?
Yeah, you resign if not for rook g8, rook g3. You just resign. I mean, you go to king and pawn endgame, and that's it.
Yeah, and look at Ding's face. I think he missed rook c3 completely, and I kind of understand why, because that pawn on b5 was under attack. That rook was lined up against it. The bishop could have taken. Black would have been up a pawn, but that's likely what Ding was relying on, that he could make a draw in the ensuing king, rook, and pawn endgame. But now we see the number 3 rated player in the world. He's on the clock and he's on the back foot because rook c3 saying, I don't want material, I want activity. That is the sign of a great champion of the game. The best players in the world, they are not materialistic. They do not get greedy. Instead, they pile up the pressure. And here, Ding, he might succumb because, I mean, this is a really tough moment where he has to bring his rook up to g3 just to defend, but then he doesn't have any moves after that, and this is going to be a struggle.
He can play rook g3 first, but then king e7, rook g8 will transpose. Because, as you mentioned, Robert, white is completely, like, white doesn't really have ideas. So basically, black can take it pretty slowly, so just trying to improve the position a bit. So if rook 1 g3, I think black again shouldn't be tempted to take on d3 because of that rook g8, rook takes e8 tactic. And black can play king to e7. And after king to e7, if white makes a move besides rook g8, the only move I can see is king to d2. But if the rook goes to a3, I don't see how this helped you. Now bishop takes b5 as a threat. It goes to c2. Yeah, you just take on f2. That's simple enough.
Extra pawn. And this is a very valuable pawn to get because now white's pawns are all split and loose. This is really not good for Ding Liren. He was defending pretty tenaciously. And then if we just go back one move here, I mean, this king e2 move gets a question mark, and I normally argue against it. I think basing it on the evaluation bar is harsh, but here I'm in complete agreement. I think king e2 was really a huge mistake at this stage of the game. He could have started with rook g3 with these rook g8 check ideas available to him. If his whole idea was that in the event of bishop b5, just to show what this looks like, we see a series of trades where he believed that if the rook g8 check, the king comes up here, and rook a8, white is not losing this game because black is going to be tied down to some kind of more passive defense. We see the evaluation bar saying white is holding on because likely at best you win this h4 pawn for this a5 pawn. That's a theoretical draw. And we have seen Ding make a move after rook c3. It's rook g8 check. It's out of necessity, but you have to be worried for his chances in this 14th and final classical game.
You can feel the pressure on Ding right now. He has made the move rook g8. He doesn't leave the board. He keeps sitting while Nepo is definitely going to come back, move that king instantly to e7, and then we're expecting the defense that we were looking at, rook g3. So much online in this game, this very end game that we've reached. Though the queens are traded, very few pieces left. The tension is maximum right now, and you can really feel it. And Robert, the whole world is watching Yan and Ding fight it out in this game 14. I want to thank over 175,000 viewers between our YouTube and Twitch channels for tuning in to our coverage of this final game of the FIDE World Championship match. Potentially, we could have a world champion today. If a draw, we will have exciting playoffs. Either ways, chess wins. We've got the move rook g3, and can Yan try to push for more? His piece activity, a lot more than Ding. The weaknesses in Ding's pawn structure. You've got b5 as a weakness. He's got h4 to deal with in certain positions. Certain lines, the f2 pawn falls as well. Well, right now, you cannot go for the immediate tactic as we were looking at first. That got us excited, the option to take on d3, but then white does have the move rook to e8. What are you expecting from Yan? Robert, is he feeling the ability to put pressure in this endgame, and are we going to see a grind by him?
Yeah, because he has zero to worry about in his own position, and he can play moves like rook b3, a multi-purpose move, going after the b5 pawn directly, but also giving yourself access to this second rank. And just because queens are off the board does not mean that the king is safe. This king on e2 is in harm's way in various tactical motifs. If I can take on d3 and you couldn't steal my bishop, if you had to take back with your rook, then this bishop takes on b5, pinning and winning this rook on d3. So I feel like for Ding Liren, he's down to 13 minutes left. We are closing in on move 40. That was his 36th move. but he could make a mistake in the next few turns. He's already made one pretty substantial error by bringing the king up to e2, but I could see this game getting completely out of hand in the next 4 turns because he's just living on the edge right now. He's barely surviving, and you could see it on his face. I mean, he is really upset about what's happened because he was fighting well to hold on. He was worse, but holding the balance. Now, his world championship aspirations, they may be a thing of the past because look at Jan, but he plays quickly e5 instead, and maybe I just jinx Jan a little bit because the EVA bar swings back down towards equality.
I mean, I think I have to say it. I mean, these guys, they really don't think. I mean, like it's the same story, isn't it? They're just kind of blitzing, right, in complicated positions. I think that Jan would have benefited a lot if someone is there during the game to tell him this is a world championship game. You might win this game and end the match here and now. And like, I don't know if it was objectively winning or not, but it was pretty close, right? It's the same story, isn't it? And okay, this move they're just kind of blitzing. Seem natural. It seems like a natural move. Positions. You want to fix. I think that, but it might have been a position where some very concrete action was called for. And so
one more explanation, Fabi, of this move e5 could be we've been looking at lines for white to target that h6 pawn. And perhaps Jan just wants to put his own rook to d6, get out of that 8th rank bishop rook setup, and just keep everything under control. You defend your pawn on h6, and then you're slowly looking at the moves that you were suggesting. Rook b3, start targeting the white weaknesses. So e5, even though stamped as a question mark, from a human perspective, once you see it on the board, it does make some sense. Rook d6 keeps things under control.
Well, okay, so I just want, first of all, rook h6 was never a threat because of rook takes d3 ideas. So that's the first thing. I don't think it was ever an idea. And for example, rook to h8 here, I'm not sure rook h8 is a good idea for white. But after rook h8, I think rook d6 allows a tactic with b6.
Oh my... Wow. Are you serious?
I think so, because there's rook takes e8 followed by bishop to e5 check, and you simplify the rooks. So this is, I don't know if rook d6 is the answer, in fact. I think maybe black anyway needs to play rook to b3 there.
Yeah, but this is why we have you on. b6? I just had to go back and show that again, because Fabi is putting a pawn on a square that's completely defended by black's pieces, but it's called a clearance tactic. He's clearing the b5 square for a discovery. I mean, so many different ideas in one. That is sick stuff, Fabi.
And also, after, let's say rook to h8, if rook to b3, like instead of rook takes rook to b3, now I'm thinking like bishop c4 maybe is an option. Oof, that's a bad move. Is it just rook b2 and rook d2, or I guess
no.
Or rook to b4 is probably crushing. Yeah, actually.
Can you go bishop b? No, you can't go bishop b5.
Wait, you can't definitely go bishop
b5.
b5.
Yeah. Bishop b5. Yeah, that's.
Whoa, because rook b3, that's bishop c4. It's insane, right, Robert? The amount of tactics with such few pieces on the board.
And everything is hanging. These rooks are staring at each other, and that's why many of these tactical ideas work. Is because if we just go to the back to the live board for a moment, we see that between these rooks is this bishop. Between these is this bishop on e8. So at some point, these rooks can be loose. And you point out this b6 idea, because if this rook were not on d8, once the rook captures e8, the king goes back, and there's bishop b5. So to show Fabi's idea one more time, because it just is brilliant, that if you take with the pawn, and now I take on e8, and you take back, I give you this check, you're lucky you survive, because your rook is hanging, and you have this move, rook to c6, but a move has just been played. It is rook h8, and I really wonder if Ding has spotted this b6 idea.
Yeah, 100%. He's seen it. And the other thing I think he's seen, which I just realized, is rook to b3. It was actually your idea. I forgot about it for a second, but then I remembered. Rook to b3, rook 3 to g8. And that's the whole point. That's why the tempo is important. Black needs to have the rook not on d8 to be able to play bishop d7. So if we go back to, instead of e5, if black had played, for example, rook to b3 here, rook to h8, now black can move that rook to d4, and rook g8 allows bishop d7. And white is not able to trade the rooks off. Black's rook needs to be off the d8 square. And that's why rook to b3 was probably the right move. Rook, and now after rook h8, if rook b3, rook g8, it feels like white is out of the woods. And if rook d6, e6, it feels like, okay, white will have to play pawn down rook ending, but this was a huge miss.
Whoa.
Really huge.
But I think we can understand missing b6 from a distance, right? That's not an easy move to see in advance, to see it in your mind's eye. But I think your point still holds that Jan should have slowed down there. He still has 18 and a half minutes left to make just a few moves. He has the advantage. He knows that. And so he could have found this exact continuation with rook to b6. I mean, that's such a brilliant shot that Ding has. It's kind of fortunate in many ways, but it's just because the tactics, the rooks staring at each other through pieces. But I think that Jan could have found this, just like I felt in game 8, Ding could have made his way through those complications with his king running up to e5 when he could have taken that rook on d8. Just sometimes they're not spending time at those critical moments. They're rushing. And I think, Fabi, would you say it's fair that Jan, he just was maybe too happy, too excited, and he didn't settle down? He was hasty.
Yeah, this is exactly right. For sure, he was excited at the prospect of. He felt like the position is very close to winning. I think that he definitely had this very strong feeling that, tactically speaking, white is very close to collapsing. And when he had this feeling, the right thing to do would have been um, to figure out every detail of the position. But instead, he decided to try to blitz him. It's just not a strategy that really works unless you're down to seconds. But Ding is not down to seconds. Neither is Jan. So it was the wrong strategy. Not just saying that because of the evaluation of the position, but even if e5 had been the right move, I still think it would have been wise to at least spend 5 minutes to calculate like the first move that comes to mind, rook to h8, and the consequences of that a little bit. But yeah, I don't think Ding is going to drop the ball. I mean, he's going to make a draw at this point. He stared defeat right in the eyes. I'm sure he realized that it was very close. He probably missed the rook c3 move. Somehow he blundered that, and he saw that a million losing lines. So that already kind of puts you in like high alert mode. That I can lose this game with one small mistake. He realized that he was facing defeat, and now that a draw will be within grasp, I don't think he'll miss the chance. And yeah, very. I'm sure Ding is like feeling so fortunate um, to be in this position that he has b6 here.
He's fully focused. He sees this as his chance to neutralize. Well, it's crazy how his position is tactically just hanging by a thread because of all these motives that we've been looking at. A potential discover check picking up the rook on h8, a potential sack on d3, picking up that pawn on b5. And precision is required. Now, while Jan rushed with the move e5, and Fabi, you were critical of that decision. We saw the eval bar also say not the most accurate move. You mentioned that Jan should have just slowed down at that point because he really managed to create something with the black pieces. Well, one thing's for sure, that it all comes down to this b6 resource that you pointed out. Jan perhaps did not see it when he made the move e5. Now he definitely does. He's gone into a really big think after rook h8. It's clear the idea is not immediately to pick up the h6 pawn, but white wants to jump in with the other rook to g8 and always eyeing the h6 pawn. So with the rook on g3 coming into g8, putting pressure on that e8 bishop, the pawn on h6 hanging. This is not the move that Jan missed. But after rook d6, this brilliant resource of sacrificing the pawn from b5 to b6, it's a very creative way to neutralize the pressure. And guys, I just want to ask you, is that the only move that Ding would have after rook d6? Because if you don't do something immediately, Jan can continue building the pressure, right? He simply sidesteps with the bishop first, brings it to d7, slowly builds an attack on the b5 pawn. Meanwhile, it's hard to see how Ding is moving. Where is he moving the pieces? How critical is it for Ding to make the move b6 after rook d6? Because that's a hard find.
I mean, can he also take and play b6? It's the same exact idea, but just out of curiosity, can you do it both ways? I was just like, it's completely unnecessary to calculate this, but after rook d6, rook e8, king e8, b6, I was kind of calculating for a second, and it felt like it still also draws.
So what's that continuation, Fabi? Say it again, please.
So after rook d6, rook takes e8. I mean, it's the same idea, right? King e8, b6. Why does the computer not like this one?
Because is there a capture on d3?
Yeah, but I thought rook g8 followed by b takes a7 makes a draw there.
Aha, you sneaky, sneaky lad.
No, this is what I was like looking at a little bit. So rook cd3, there first you give a check on g8. And now king e7, b takes a7, we make an even simpler draw than the other one, because now white is not even down a pawn. So after b6, oh, king to f8. Maybe king to f8.
Ah, get the king out of the
We do
bishop's
have a move.
diagonal.
Update, rook d6 on the board. We might be seeing, this is the moment. If Ding decides to go b6, he's been super accurate in this defense. That would solve all his problems. With counter tactics on Yan, it would mean an equality has been achieved by Ding. If not, the pressure will continue. It is a big moment for Ding, this one. And Robert, knowing Ding, how good he is with this stuff, his calculation ability, it is a hard find. But if anyone can, it's Ding. B6 coming on the board. Would you predict that?
Yes, Ding sees b6, and he's just double checking right now. He has 9 minutes remaining for just 3 moves. So he has 3 minutes per move, if my math still holds up, and this could give him the draw that he needs to make it to tomorrow's tiebreak. So it is a clearance tactic. Fabi, you spotted this from a distance. I mean, it's such a sick idea with rook takes e8 to follow, and this rook on c3 is loose when the bishop gives a check on b5. So I think for everybody who's watching, if you want to learn how to get better, you should always be thinking about things like there are 2 rooks on the same rank. What happens if the piece in between moves out the way? Well, this rook on c3 is undefended, which means if I could move this piece away with check, I would win this rook. So that's just how you can put these things together. It's not going to be easy, but chess sometimes is a bit difficult. And just to work on those tactical ideas, to get that pattern recognition, muscle memory. And I am waiting, Tanya, to answer your question, I'm waiting for Ding to play b6. And I can't really see, but it feels like he's looking in that direction. And yeah, b6 is just such a nice find.
Did you see him? It actually looks like he feels the tactics. It felt as if he was sensing this b6 option. He's definitely very aware of all these points that you're talking about, moving that middle piece out of the way so that these tactics can appear on the board. And looking at Ding, Robert, he's definitely looking at b6, but it is also a pawn sacrifice, at least a temporary one. So he needs to make sure that all those lines work out. Will Ding find b6? Fabi, what's your take on this?
Oh yeah, no, I mean, he will find b6. I think he's already found it, probably before, I mean, when he played rook h8. So I just wanted to, because it does lead to a pawn down rook endgame. I think that white is holding it, but we should consider how difficult it might be for white to hold that position. After b6, for example, rook takes b6, rook takes e8, king takes e8, bishop to b5. Let's say rook takes b5, rook takes c3. I think if white's rook gets to c7, c6, these squares probably draw. But if king d7, I think white, maybe it's not super important, but I think it's kind of important that white plays rook to f3, and if the king goes back, then rook to c3. And that shuffle keeps black from being able to contain the activity of white's rook.
Okay, so Ding, 3-minute think, still hasn't made the move b6. It is what we're expecting. And after all those trades, all he has to do is evaluate and be confident in holding that pawn down rook endgame. He knows he's really close. Robert, we can sense the shift. He's moving around a little bit. Any moment we're going to have a move. And I think for Ding fans, they're all hoping that it's b6. Otherwise, it can end up still being a draw, but it will be one that will require a longer defense from Ding. Yan will be the one grinding it down. So this is really a big moment right now.
Yeah, the good news for Ding is that b6 isn't required to draw this game. And one of the reasons why is in those variations, this second rook was in the way of the first rook, and then when bishop d7 happened, you had to come back and defend this bishop, which wasn't possible. But now, if you move this bishop out the way, this rook can go over to b8 and defend this b5 pawn. So I actually think that Ding has a couple ways to hold on here, but b6 does seem to get rid of the pressure as much of it as possible, and with that tactic available, it is going to allow him to make this draw. But if he just slides his rook to e3, I actually don't think that he's in grave danger because if the bishop slides up, as I was mentioning, this rook can slide to b8, which is a very, very important move to defend this pawn.
He can play rook e3, but then he'll have to find a couple more moves in a very short amount of time. He's already down to 5 minutes. He's got 3 moves to make. If he plays b6, the follow-up is pretty forced. You've got these 4 sequence of moves, and you end up in a rook pawn endgame. You're down a pawn, but you hold it. And of course, Ding will be doing that. He will be able to hold that position. But he needs to make a decision, and he needs to do it fast. The time is running out. I'm getting a bit nervous here. Come on, Ding. You've got to make a move.
I don't understand why rook e3, rook b3 is not much better for black. I mean, maybe there's a draw there, but I'm not seeing it. How do you play after rook e3, rook b3? I mean, I think this is his chance. Play b6 or yeah, you maybe it's still a draw, but I mean, it looks super unpleasant because
Yeah,
I don't see
exactly.
the concrete way there after rook b3.
Yeah, no, I think that you're going to lose a pawn, but I guess you can lose the pawn on b5, but you're not at least tactically vulnerable in the way that he has been with an exchange sacrifice on d3. So Ding
Down
is
to 4
really
minutes.
taking his time. Done
Wow.
4 minutes.
4 minutes on the clock. Rook e3 is possible. It might still keep the balance, but the position isn't completely equal. It isn't a neutralized position. And Yan there, he's not even leaving the playing hall anymore. He's putting the pressure. He's putting the pressure on the clock. He's putting the psychological pressure. It's so much of the mental game right now. And Ding, he cannot afford to freeze at this moment. 3 minutes, 49 seconds. He still has 3 moves to make for time control. Make a move.
Yeah, I'm not worried. I mean, I know people are thinking game 7 all over again. Ding, make your move, don't freeze. He only has 3 moves to make. And if he plays b6, the next 3 moves will be obvious. He'll take this bishop, he'll play bishop b5 check. He can essentially pre-move those decisions. So if he plays b6, he's out of it. But he played
on the board.
E6.
It has happened. B6 played. Ding Liren keeps it precise, keeps it accurate. And Fabi, one has the feeling playoffs are going to happen. Playoffs incoming.
Yeah, this was a big miss by Jan. Of course, it's not like 100% a draw yet because he still has to defend pawn down rook endgame, but it seemed like that rook endgame is pretty drawable. And also the time is just not a factor. I mean, if he had played b6 with even 10 seconds, I would still be confident that he would get the remaining moves off in time. It would be pretty scary, but white's moves are forced. Rook e8 absolutely forced, or you resign probably. King e8, bishop to b5 check. That's the whole point of this entire idea with b6. The discovery of the rook on g3, check, rook takes b5. Black can also play rook c6, but I don't really see why it changes much. So he takes, rook c3, probably king d7 will be played here. And then I think white, if black gets time to play a5, a4, then yeah, you're starting to think that maybe black could win this rook endgame. And I think Ding was just, when he was calculating b6, he was just thinking about, is this position a draw or not? Because it's not 100% obvious at first. But after king to d7, like let's say white starts wasting time, I think you might lose this. For example, f3, I'm already wondering if white is still in the drawing margin. King d7 or a4. I would, yeah, king d7, just keep control, and we already see that white is no longer in the drawing margin. So it's actually important that after king to d7, that white doesn't make a move like f3 because then a5 would be probably winning, but instead makes a move like rook to f3. f7 is attacked, king to e6 to defend it, and now rook to c3 back. You don't want to go behind, you don't want to go in front of the a pawn, because then rook in front of pawns, usually not too good. Rook behind pawns, that's really good. Here you also win the h6 pawn, so that's just an immediate draw. So after rook c3, black can, for example, cover with rook to b6. And here, probably white has a few ways of doing it. I think rook c7 is usually a good way. Yeah, and keep the rook on a7 because black's king cannot approach due to f7 pawn, and if f6, white could maybe the easiest way is just king, I don't know, maybe even h5 and just bring the king slowly to the king side, invade on the f5 square. But you also have rook to h7 potentially, so that would be a question for Ding to calculate. You also have f4 ideas, like white maybe it just has a million ways to draw there already. So rook to f3, I think he'll play very, very quickly. Although he can also give a check on d3, it might have the same effect.
Yeah, he has
'Cause rook
options.
yeah, he has a bunch of options here. I just realized rook f3 does allow the rook to b2 intermediate check, which is a bit annoying.
But
It
why
probably
does it?
changes.
Why does it change anything, right? Because rook b2, you bring the king even back to f1. You have to defend this
Yeah,
pawn, and then I go back to a3, right?
but yeah, now you just draw by force because you actually win a pawn. Rook b7, rook a6 wins a pawn by force. There was once, I don't know if you remember this endgame, but it was Carlsen Nakamura from the Singfield Cup in 2018, where White had the rook on a6 against the pawn on a7 and had an extra pawn on the king side. So it was 4 against 4, and everyone was calling for a draw. But because the rook on a6 was pretty dominant, and because Hikaru just psychologically did not want to give away his a pawn, he eventually lost the game, even though it was a 4 against 4, and everyone was shocked. But I remember discussing the endgame with Rustam at the time, and Rustam was like the professional approach is you just give away the a pawn and play 4 against 3. Psychologically, you kind of don't want to do it. You want to keep your extra pawn, but the rook activity is more important. It's not relevant towards this position, but just the pattern of the rook on a6 against the pawn on a7 did remind me of that game a little bit.
We see Jan has made the move king d7. He's not on the board. Ding now, he's done what he had to do. He found the line, he found the move d6, the most critical one, and then we saw him blitz out to meet time control. The players are playing their 42nd move now. Well, clock is not a factor anymore. Ding going for the most direct way, and really, it's amazing to see him and Jan fight this out. King d7. Black does have the extra pawn. We were looking at lines where white can start targeting the f pawn and then the a pawn, and also keep in mind the h6 pawn. But Kai, what do you expect? How much is Jan going to try to push this?
Yeah, he might as well. It's a safe position. You might as well make a few moves here. Like you're not losing your pawn on the spot, but you saw how he threw his jacket down in the rest area. I mean, he's not happy. I think he realizes that he missed a pretty important chance, pretty big chance potentially, and now it's a draw. That much objectively, it's a draw is clear. So king e6 or e7. But yeah, this king e7, like let's just say after king e7, rook to c3, then black makes the move rook to b7. Just as sub rook c7 checks. Yeah, I think that here white puts the rook on a3 on a6, and that was kind of the domination theme that I was mentioning a bit. That the rook on a6 is completely dominant, and black won't be able to make progress, even if he doesn't lose the pawn right away.
Makes
Well,
sense to
Ding
me.
has gone for the idea of attacking the f7 pawn, rook f3 on the board, expecting Jan Nepomniachtchi to come back and shuffle with the king towards that f pawn. But he does have an endgame where only two results are possible. Either black wins or black draws. It's most likely a draw. And Ding still has work to do, but with the way he's played, he's sure of the confident hold. And while we wait for the players to return, we see Jan has just walked in. This one is going to be a long grind. We will take this moment to go into a short break. We'll be right back.
I do recommend Meetup to a lot of my friends that are looking for different things. Wine tasting, movies, book club, meet a lot of new people, a lot of new friends, and it will make you more social.
the final classical game of the 2023 FIDE World Championship match, and we see a rook pawn ending has been reached. Jan Nepomniachtchi and Ding Liren fighting for the ultimate crown. Now, the score so far is level. It looks like this one's most likely to head to a draw. It's been an incredible fight by these two challengers, and well, no one's going to complain if this goes into a playoff. In fact, it will be an exciting day of chess if that was to happen. But right now, the game does continue, and Ding Liren has offered a repetition. We saw him slide with the rook to f3, target that f7 pawn. Jan guarded that pawn with the king moving to e7, and now Ding comes back, taking control of the c file, threatening a check on c7. King d7, rook f3, king e7, rook c3. What are the chances of that happening?
I think Jan might as well play a few more moves, and he has the symbolic advantage, but he probably won't try too long because I guess they still want to preserve a bit of energy for the final day, just day that, unless something crazy happens here, the day that will decide absolutely everything. It's like that another classic movie, Alien versus Predator. You remember the tagline from that movie?
I just can't believe that you went Final Destination and then Alien versus Predator.
Yeah, no, but this one actually makes sense, I promise. So the tagline was, whoever wins, we lose. But in this case, it's whoever draws, we win. Because we'll see a fun tiebreak tomorrow. So even if it's a draw, we're still going to have some fireworks. And someone will lose in this case, inevitably.
Well, if not today, tomorrow we will have a world champion. You brought up Alien versus Predator. Given their style of play, just stylistically, who would be the alien and who would be the predator in this match, Fabi?
I don't know if I say something that it'll be construed as like an insult or a compliment if I compare one of them to an alien, or I mean I guess they're both aliens. But
they have played out of world chess here. I mean, they've played the kind of chess which has kept us on the edge of our seats. It's been sort of a chess from another planet, the kind of excitement that we've experienced in this world championship match. So no insult at all there, Fabi. And they've also played like predators, going for the punches. Robert.
No, I'm just glad that I didn't have to answer that question, and I was gonna throw you completely under the bus, Fabi. I was say, oh, and let's go Freddy versus Jason next. Who are you picking? Come on, tell me who's who. But no, both these players, I mean, they must be so stressed, so nervous because the World Championship could have been decided today. For Jan Nepomniachtchi, I mean, he was the recipient of some iffy play from his opponent, Ding Liren, with his knight g5, h4, and then when it looked like the queens came off, so it should just be a draw, he brought his knight to c5, and there were other issues for him. So Ding was very shaky in this game. Jan, quite sturdy. But for Jan, I think the way this game has gone should be beneficial for him. He was never in danger. It's really stressful, and it takes a lot of endurance to fend off a bad position for many hours. That's what Ding had to do today, but Ding had the white pieces. So all in all, today has been a disappointment for Ding Liren. The result will be fine, but the way the game has gone will leave him with a lot to think about and dwell on, and it won't be fun thinking.
I'm going to disagree with you slightly on this one, Robert, because I think the last thing you remember is the one that really sticks in your head. So it's not about I have the white pieces or that ambition going into the game. The last thing that Ding will remember is I was nearly losing this and I drew, and that's also the last thing that Jan will remember, that I had a huge chance to win. I mean, white was never better in this game. A slight advantage in the opening, we could argue, not really even that, but Jan actually had objectively decent chances to win this game. Maybe some advantage throughout the endgame, but especially that moment before he played e5. I mean, we'd have to analyze after to see if this was indeed winning for black objectively or just very, very good chances. But in either case, Ding would have been under enormous pressure to survive that position, while he basically, after e5, he just had to calculate two moves, and he did that absolutely correctly. He looked relieved. I'm sure that his feeling after today will be one of relief. But that being said, it doesn't necessarily mean that he'll be, the stronger player going into tomorrow. Both of these guys have had to deal with a lot of disappointments throughout the match.
And Yan taking his time. Now, if he doesn't want to repeat this position, White has got a simple threat, rook to c7. Does he look at the option of starting to push the a pawn? Is a5 the idea that he's perhaps thinking about? Well, of course, we might just see a repetition at this point and an end to the classical games of the World Championship match. But if Yan wants to push for more, you can't go with your king forward because then White continues to put pressure with either rook a3 coming on to a6 or the move rook to f3. a5, how is White keeping the balance?
Just the same old, same old. Bring that rook behind that pawn. You could also at some point bring a rook to c6 to go after the h pawn as well. But as long as this a pawn doesn't reach a4, we saw some variations where the pawn got up to a4 pretty quickly and the king was on d7, and that was really a difficult situation for White. But you're not going to allow that. So a5 will definitely be met by this rook getting behind the pawn. And Fabi gave a great example of when Fabiano, when Magnus played against Hikaru back in that Sinkfield Cup, it was even 4-on-4s, even material. But when one side is passive, it just won't allow you to win a game like this. So if this rook has to sit on b7 or has to stay put on b5, then you can't make progress from there because White's rook on a7 will stop the a pawn and put pressure across to f7. This is just a position where Ding has done everything right after getting a bad position, and now he knows it's a draw. Jan knows it's a draw. I don't know. Sometimes I feel like they should play on with such intense match play tomorrow in Rapid. We have 4 games of Rapid to start, and then if that's tied, we get into splits. I feel like Jan should take it easy at some point soon, just call it a day, go to the press conference, and then get ready for tomorrow.
Well, that point isn't now. He declines the repetition. He puts the pawn on a5. So there's still work to be done. Might not be that hard for Ding, but he still needs to play on to earn that draw. And Fabi, you made a really nice point about the memory of this last game. Well, for Ding, it is about the fact that he survived a very difficult position. For Yan, with the black pieces, the confidence of knowing that he was able to create the chances. And also just his comeback story from what happened in game 12. Impressive stuff. How do you see that being played out in the dynamics if this were, most likely, which it will, were to reach the playoffs? And also, what is one supposed to do? How much time do you give to preparation? How much time do you give to rest? You have to face this completely different time control, a different time format. You know that no matter what, there's no delaying it. From tomorrow, the World Championship will be decided. How do you come to terms with all these factors?
I think it's still, in terms of prep, it's business as usual. You need to search for some sort of ideas. It's a bit easier to search in rapid chess for ideas because you know that your opponent has less time during the game to react to something which is a little bit tricky. While in classical chess, it's much harder to find something that could lead someone astray because they just have more time to think about it over the board. So, but the thing is, you have to prepare more than one idea because you'll have 4 games of rapid most likely, and potentially even more than that. But in Blitz, you kind of think, okay, I could play something. Uh, Blitz, it usually turns into a random mess anyway, regardless of the opening result. But in Rapid, 25 minutes is also quite a long Rapid. So you want to prepare 2 openings with White, and your Black openings you kind of have set because the last few games these guys haven't had any problems with Black. There's nothing really to solve in terms of their Black repertoire. But you need to prepare 2 ideas with the White pieces. And it's not easy. I mean, we've seen they've been struggling in the last few games to the Cole system. I think Magnus gave an interview and he mentioned the London as a surprise that not only a surprise that it was played, but also a surprise that it worked out. That Jan didn't know the resulting position too well of the line that he chose. So a lot of these systems are not huge theoretical tries. For Rapid, it's possible to play something like this, but also you don't want to make it too random. Like you play the Cole and we saw it kind of got into a random fight where both sides had chances. It was actually it kind of worked out because Jan played this very surprising move, Bishop d7 in the opening. So as an opening, it kind of was a success, but you can't count on your opponent playing dubious moves for right from move 5. So I don't know what they'll think of, what sort of openings they'll prepare. Especially, I think for Jan it's easier because he'll play e4 and you have a very good direction. Ding has been jumping around too much for him to have one direction to focus on. For Jan, it's okay. Anti-Marshall, find some ideas there. That's his task at least.
Robert, what do you think? What are the chances of us seeing another London in the World Championship match if it does go into the rapid playoffs?
Chance of a
What?
London?
Yes,
I don't think so.
a London in Astana.
I think if Ding has a lead, then we might see a London because it's a very safe opening. But I don't think that he's going to play the London again, and he has played Rook C7 check. He's going to bring his Rook behind that passed A pawn. But yeah, I don't see the chance very high for the London. And it's something I wanted to ask, and Fabi, you have more insight than Tanya and I do. But we have heard a lot about Richard Report being Ding second. Now Jan has a team of seconds. He's got, I think off the top of my head, Vityugov, Tomaszewski has been mentioned. Who else is on team Jan? Matlikov, is that right?
Hyrulin is, I think, at least during the candidates, Hyrulin was working with Jan. I don't know. I would assume they're still working together since he won the candidates with that team. Probably he's still working with Vityugov and Hyrulin. Those were the two guys I saw in Madrid. And yeah, guys like
Maybe Peter
Tomaszewski.
Leko, but we don't know.
Yeah, it could also be Leko. They have worked together for the 2021 match, right?
Yeah.
I don't know if that's still the case.
And I
Guys
think
like
the candidates
Tomaszewski.
as well.
Was that also the case? I don't know. I only know who was there with him, so I don't know who was working with him behind the scenes. But yeah, it could be. For Ding, we don't really know, but we assume that he's been working with more than a few people, not just Richard. Although Richard is the only one who is uh, only chess player that we spotted with him in Astana, right?
Right. And the reason I bring all this up is because so much has been said about Richard Report, how creative he is, and we know he's a mastermind, and he will have some tricks up his sleeve in terms of preparation, at least you would hope if you're a Ding Liren fan, for the Rapid. But that is an army of great players that are on Jan Nepomniachtchi's side. Tomaszewski, he's the professor. Vityugov, the Iceman, right? You have like these really great players, all these super grandmasters lining up to help Jan Nepomniachtchi. So I guess we talk a lot about what we expect from Ding. I mean, what can we expect from Jan and his team of helpers?
Well, no matter how strong you are, it's still a challenge to break down an opening like the Marshall. It's all these guys that you mentioned, Vityugov, Tomaszewski, Leko, if he's on the team as well. They're all 27. They have been 2750 plus players. Leko as well has played a World Championship match in 2004. But also guys who are maybe not as known to everyone who's watching this right now, but Tomaszewski has been 2750 plus. Vityugov has been 2750 plus. They've been legit top players. So his team is super strong. But you can also be stockfish. You're not going to refute the Marshall. It's just it's just not possible. So I don't know if their strength will necessarily lead to like some special opening ideas. I think that nevertheless, it's been a struggle to break down the openings for both of these guys. We've seen very different approaches. Jan with a very principled approach, constantly trying E4 and the reload pose, not even switching to an Italian, for example. And Ding, every game is different with the white pieces. I mean, London, Cole, English, reverse Sicilian, H3 early on in the Queen's Gambit declined. We've seen every single thing under the sun pretty much in the opening, except for E4. As we know, Ding is not much of an E4 player himself. So I like the clash of approaches. It makes for an interesting debate. Let's say which is a better approach to be constantly jumping around the opening, or to keep a more classical approach where you kind of try to hit your opponent in one area again and again.
That's been one of the key factors why this World Championship match has been so exciting. The different opening approaches by both Jan and Ding, also the styles that they've played with, the different personalities that they bring to the board. It's been truly a spectacular match. And what you were mentioning, Robert, what about Team Jan? Well, he's definitely been the one with the more stable opening choices and approaches. As we've seen him go for the anti-martial. We've seen him with the black pieces. He's been happy to take on Ding's D4 and C4 with his usual setups. So I think once again, we just feel that especially with Richie being in Kazakhstan, that we can perhaps expect more of these novel opening, fresh ideas, a little bit here, a little bit there, which is what we saw today as well with the Bishop D2 setup that Ding took in the Nimzo Indian, and then choosing the move A3 instead of the standard Knight F3. So it's going to be interesting to see how that plays out in the rapid. Well, currently, how this rook pawn ending is being played out is with a check on b2. And we've been talking about this being, well, at least for somebody, a player of Ding standard, to be an elementary hold. But I have to ask you guys, because for me, it's not that easy or that simple to understand. How does white actually keep things in control? And how does white hold this endgame down a pawn? I just want to go rook a2 with black and start pushing the a pawn. Simple idea.
I think one relatively straightforward way for white is to put the king on f3 to start with. As you said, black will probably play rook to a2. That's what the point of his maneuver, rook b2, was to play rook a2. And I like to play h5 right away to fix the h6 pawn as a weakness. Let's say you push your a pawn a4. I just wait, king g2, a3, or king g3, yeah, it doesn't change much. King g3 here, or king to f3, rook a1, king to g2. And the issue for black is after a2, we kind of just wait. I think we can play f3 here. And
Oh,
he
Whoa.
loses.
What's going on?
wow. I wonder if because there's a rook f. Okay, this is going to be pretty deep here, but I think I get what's going on. So just to show everybody just something that is important in endgames. If you start bringing your king over thinking you're going to run and help and win this pawn, there's this rook h1 idea. It clears the square, so the pawn's about to promote. And if you take it, there is this skewer with rook h2 check. It's a very instructive endgame technique when you have your rook in front of your passed pawn. So that wouldn't happen. But after king h7, let's really go the other way because we want to bring our king closer. But if we start bringing our king this way,
Yeah, king f8.
at some point you'll have to make this move king h2. And I'm wondering if this rook f1 move, I guess it's not winning, but first we bring our king forward, and you're going to have to keep going back and forth, and I'm going to try to make these moves as quickly as possible so we don't miss any game action. You can never take this pawn because I remove my rook again and then get a queen. I can even move it one square and not give it up. So you're not taking the pawn, but at some point you have to go backwards and my king starts moving forwards, and my king will continue to move into the position and maybe even venture around to win this pawn.
Yeah, I think that's the plan. The king goes to e3 to f4 to g5 and picks up h5. So yeah, I probably f3 is, you don't move that f pawn, you just keep playing king f3, king g2. So probably you just never touch that f pawn.
Let's go
We're
back
seeing
and forth.
something like this happen. Will he play h5? It's not forced to play h5. You can also keep the pawn in h4. Just felt to me like it was very natural to play h5.
So Jan put his rook on a2, and Ding is, I think he's being wise here. He's being deliberate. He does not want to rush a decision because some moves just seem natural, seem easy, and then they end up being a blunder. So I actually like the fact that he is spending his time, but he will, in all likelihood, retreat the king, go back and forth between these squares. The black king can't move forward. And if you ever push the pawn to f6, hoping to bring the king up the board, well, then you've created more weaknesses for yourself, and the king will not have an easy time venturing over to the queen side because more pawns will be in the rook's line, and this king eventually can think about walking forward, and that will be a bit precarious for black. So I think Ding is smart to slow down.
Maybe it's a good idea not to play h5, to play king g2. Because if we look at that line without the pawn on h5, where black's pawn runs down to a2 again, then the h4 pawn can't really be targeted by black's king as easily as the h5 pawn. So this could be, let's say, yeah, we can try f6 here, or king to f8, king to f8. Now is f3 a draw, if we just play f3 here?
Still not.
Anyway, so is it because black plays king g7, f6, king g6 now?
And tries to force the pawn to h5 and do the same thing.
And then go around again?
Yeah, so if you just go back and forth f6, I'm trying to get my king up to win this pawn. And if the only way to stop the king up is to play h5, we've seen this dance before. We're going to bring our king over, kick your rook away, then bring it up. And it looks ridiculous, all these arrows I'm drawing, but that is what would be the winning path. I mean, it's just a walk in the park for this king, and eventually this pawn will fall.
Yeah. So never play f3. Who is would Ben Feingold be really happy to hear this, or is it never play f6 for him?
No, it's both. Never play f3, never play f6. Okay. So you did it well, Bobby.
I played f3. I proved the point.
So don't touch the F pawn because once again pawns don't move backwards. But Fabi, that just shows that it's still treacherous here, and Ding can't just make hand moves. He has to still be careful about the committal decisions that he takes, whether to go h5 and perhaps not to go f3 at some point. Shuffle around with the king, but is it as simple as that? Does he simply keep moving with the king, king g2, king f3, king g2, king f3, and says, yes, you can get the a pawn all the way down to a2, but to make any more progress after that, you have to give up, trade that a pawn for a king side pawn, and that just gets white closer to the draw.
But can black get the e pawn? Because if black can get the e pawn, then you can play this position. If you can only get the h pawn, then I don't think that there's really much there for black. But taking the e pawn maybe is rather unpleasant because the h4 pawn is a bit too far advanced, a bit vulnerable. So black will play rook a1, put the pawn on a2, and if, let's say, white's king is on f3, and it goes to g2, then rook to e1. But maybe white can wait. But you can't wait so super easily, can you? Because then black's king would advance. So the rook kind of stays on a6. And yeah, it's not super simple. I don't want to lose the e pawn. I really prefer to keep the e4 pawn with white.
It's a great chat by Hikaru. And people wonder why Magnus wins so many, quote, drawn endgames. First of all, shout out to Hikaru, the biggest chess streamer. And, just I don't even know how many millions of followers he has at this point. And a phenomenal player, duh. He wins everything. But he's saying that it's a good illustration of this, that Magnus wins positions just like this. When it looks unwinnable, it should be a draw. The engine is screaming, it's zeros, nothing here. But it's more difficult than people would assume. And I think, Fabi, what we're looking at with the pawn going up to a2, this white king can also slide to e2. So we will put this on the board just because what Fabi is saying is really an important point when it comes to an endgame like this. Which pawns you can afford to trade off, which you can afford to lose. And so just to kind of show that is, let's say we go back and forth between f3 and g2. We get here, and after a2. Fabi's point is that if you could play rook e1 and take on a2, take on e4, there's still going to be work left to be done as black has these connected pawns. This pawn is weak as well. White should still draw the game. But I was wondering all of a sudden if the white king could slide to e2 instead, and the answer is no. I thought because there's a shield, there's no rook h1, rook h2, you'd be able to do this. Oh my gosh, is it f5? No, it's not, but I was trying to play like this, and this would be winning with e3 just to finish the variation. If you take with the king, I get rook e1 check, and then I promote. If you take with the pawn, I get that skewer, and you can't take on a2 because I win your rook.
After f5 is white going back, king f3, running back to g2, we're desperately.
Wow.
Chess is so ridiculous. I mean...
Yeah, it's really unfair that
f5
is not winning.
Oh my god, we got to show that. And after f5, the defensive resource could potentially be just giving up that e4 pawn. You don't pick up the e4 pawn, but this doesn't work either. After, why does it not work, Robert?
I have zero idea.
This is interesting.
Is it just checking or something like that? Just like keep checking?
But why does it benefit you to chase the king?
Don't ask me. You're the one who I'm supposed to ask for help, so I have no clue.
This is
Let's give a check.
Really not.
Let's give a check on a7. Okay, so this is correct.
Oh, wait, if you keep checking, where's this king? At some point, I'll take on f5 if your king's very far away.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Aha, figured it out. Whew. Like here, check.
Still, so king d6, you give another check.
Can I just take it now?
Oh, and now e4, f6, you're completely in time.
Exactly.
Yeah, the king can't come back.
You no longer have this e3 stuff because after f7, your king is cut off. So this is hanging on by a thread if I've ever seen it. But these ideas are still very instructive at e3, just to try to just either bring the king up so you get a check, or for this pawn to move out the way, because that pawn were gone, you would have rook h1, and that motif is, going to be important in this endgame. And Ding, he's still thinking. He's trying to make sure he doesn't make mistakes down in those endgames.
And we still didn't find out why king e2 loses. Because
it
wasn't f5. Was it f6, h5, f5, and then the king can run to g5? It should be kind of funny.
It's that same idea. So we've learned a lot from just a trial and error here. The pawn should remain on h4 in many of these positions because as soon as it goes up to h5, it can be attacked.
I think after f6, white really needs to play h5 because otherwise king g6, h5 comes, and
Yes.
and once the king escapes, right now it's in a. I mean, it can't advance further because the rook on a6. But after f6, if black gets king g6, king h5, then the h1 is likely to fall. So can we put that on the analysis board? Just out of curiosity because it is kind of relevant.
So what move? So white plays king g2 or something?
Yeah, all this stuff up to king e2. Or no,
Okay.
not f6, but yeah, let's say rook to a1 to start king to f3, a4, king f3. Well, yeah, a2 and king e2. And so f6. Yeah, and if h5, then f5. And now if checks, then the king escapes to g5.
Oh, brilliant, brilliant, brilliant. So instead, he goes king g3, but that was a question. See, this is where the question mark feels harsh because the eval bar went from 0.1 to 0.9, which means theoretically this position should still be a draw, but it must allow black some option. Actually, the question mark went away. So bye-bye question mark. Seems like white is still holding on here.
Isn't the computer just just low depth and then it starts to adjust?
It could be part of it, but still says 0.9.
Maybe it's seen this position where black takes pawn e4 in the long run and views it as 0.9. I guess it depends a lot on the strength of the engine. Also, if the engine has table bases integrated. And
Can I just say all these lines that you guys have been looking at and what looks like an easy hold and what we've been saying, we've been talking about this, right? B6, and that's it. The game ends in a draw. I am just gobsmacked and quite amazed with actually how much accuracy still might be required in those critical moments from Ding. Not right now. He can shuffle around with the king. We're not making that wrong pawn push, and the difference between f3, difference between having that h pawn on the 4th rank or the 5th rank. And to me, it still looks like there's work to be done by Ding. It's not as simple at all as it meets the eye. Black still has got these trumps, these ideas of attacking the e4 pawn, the trade at the right time between the a and the e pawn, this f5 tactic that you were mentioning, opening up if white's king is the wrong place, black's king perhaps advancing up the board or all the way around, targeting white's rook on the queen side. We might see a king march, but this is far from over right now.
yeah, I think we were pretty hasty in our judgment to label this as a draw. It's still a lot of work to be done. I'm wondering, did the engine want to play h5 instead of king g3? I think that's probably the only explanation for why it didn't like king g3. Maybe it thinks that black benefits from playing h5 here. Could be the case.
He goes for it.
Jan seems
h5
to
on the
agree.
board.
But
Right?
I think
a committal decision.
Yeah, but I
Robert?
think Dink feels confident that he can hold this. Like, he's just going to move his rook back for now. I think he's going to play like rook b6. At some point, he can throw in rook b5 if he wants to aim at this e5 pawn. So if black does play a4, this rook comes to a5, and you're going to force a move like f6 at some point or another. And we talked about variations just like this. It's actually good that the white pawn remains on h4 if this pawn does in fact get to a2. It was losing with the pawn on h5. It was still a draw with the pawn on h4. So maybe Ding has seen all the way through. He spent a lot of time calculating the last couple moves. So if he sees the end of the line, he visualizes it that he needs to keep his pawn on h4. I don't think king g3 was a problematic choice. He's just going to continue shuffling, and now Jan has to prove that he can create some difficulties for Ding.
And Ding has to continue
certainly.
to be accurate in this endgame. The difference is massive. One inaccuracy could lead to big trouble. And Fabi, you were going to say something, and I just want to finish by saying that after h5, the points that you were making, that if black was to trade the a pawn, he should go for the e4 pawn and not the h pawn in certain positions. And that came so naturally to you, which pawn to be traded for. And that is if you visualize black's pawn come all the way down to a2, if all of that happens, black decides to move the rook away. Do you pick up the e4 pawn? Do you pick up the h4 pawn? And you immediately said the e pawn. For a lot of us, that might not be so obvious. Can you explain that a little bit?
Well, it's not obvious to me either, but it just feels like the central pawns have some possibility to advance and to create some problems. And 2 against 1, like E against E pawns, again, E and F pawns against F pawn is a pretty simple draw. But with the presence of H pawns and White's H pawn being a little bit weak, it gives some chances, some practical chances, because I think that it is most likely a draw. But um, I mean, you kind of assume that it's a draw with the black pieces, and you look for like some way to cause some problems, and maybe one day, eventually, you get some chances. It's a slow process to try to win positions like this. But yeah, this was not. It wasn't obvious to us, yeah, if it was a better chance with the pawn h6 or h5 for black. Jan decided better chances with the pawn h5, which is certainly possible. But okay, he can't get the king active yet, right? Because he'll lose his h pawn. So he's probably going to push the pawn. I mean, you might as well play a4 immediately. What's the downside?
Maybe that it gives the a5 square to the rook.
Is that a downside though? After f6, rook a7, king g6, the king. Yeah, maybe that's why the king gets stuck on g6.
Oh, that's actually definitely worth showing, because Fabi's making this point that after f6, rook check, king g6, there's no room for the king. So the white king can just go back and forth, and this should be a draw.
And Jan starts with rook a1.
We would see that moment where black plays a2, and then I think white could play f3 in that specific situation. So this f3 is sometimes a draw, but with the pawn on h6, it was losing for white. This was kind of an interesting distinction. Not at all clear cut, I think, that that black was winning just because you provoked the pawn to h5 and then you go all the way around, Robert, as you showed in the analysis earlier. Black's king takes that like 12 move route around the board to get to g5. So yeah. Rook a1 he plays first. Okay, that makes sense. King g2 looks logical to stop any potential checks on g1.
Can we start also with rook e8 and force you to play f6? Because if king f6, we have rook h8. So we're just trying to go after your pawns.
Would you be able to take that pawn?
Which
you would, right? You're back in time. No, I was just thinking rook e8, king f6, rook h8, a4, but you can take on h5 and you do get back just in time.
Yeah, just to show that you can take, because after a3, you have this check, and you bring your rook behind the pass pawn where it needs to be. That's essential, because if you start to play rook h8, you'll see the eval bar go all the way down, because a2, rook 8, it looks like we're behind the pawn. The rook, unfortunately, can successfully move with check, and the pawn promotes. That's why this king was needed on g2. There would be no rook g1 if that king were back there. So that's why throwing in this check to get that tempo-saving idea, that is essential in this kind of position. So,
does that mean that rook e8 is already trying to force a draw? Because rook e8, f6, rook e7, if you put your king on g6, it looked like that was sort of, you can't even get you can't even get 3 against 2, because your king is cut off there, and you can play f3 at some moment. So after rook e8, does black have a way to try to get 3 against 2?
Great question. So what Fabi's saying is, can black essentially give up this a pawn and win this e pawn? So these 2 pawns come off the board, or these 2 pawns come off the board. But that's what the scenario at this point, that's what's going to be best for black. Because if you put this pawn down a2 and Ding's king sits on g2, yes, you may win this e pawn, but that's essentially what we're getting at. It's the best that you can get.
And if Jan wants to continue in that position, if Ding was to go for this attack on e5, well, f6 makes a lot of sense if you don't want an immediate repetition, because king f6, as you were pointing out, white has got the option to start pursuing the h5 pawn. After f6 in those positions, you give a check, and we've been looking at lines where black gets the king cut off on with moving the king to g6. Where can black start chasing white's rook? Go king f8. It's an ugly move, but I don't know if you have the time to now pick up the h5 pawn with rook h7 and then just try to continue with the a pawn, king f8. Would that be an option to keep the game going?
I think so, because you can't take the pawn because the rook gets kind of temporarily trapped. King to g7 there. So
that's a nice point.
In that position, you can't take the pawn. And yes, let's say rook to e8, f6, rook e7, king to f8, rook to h7, a4. Now if you take, I think it's over. King g7, rook f. You can kind of try to get back, rook f5, a3, rook f3, a2, but you're one tempo too slow. Rook to a3, and now there's a check on g1. The king needed to get either back to g2, to h2, or to f3, but on g3 it's exposed. So you can't take the pawn. Not the end of the world, of course, for white, but at least it's... Yeah, you can put the rook on a7. And after a4, king g2, I think it's a good time to get that king back away from where it was vulnerable. Oh, and this is a draw, yeah. And f3 now. F3 now is safe because the king can't access the h4 pawn.
Right. And this king at some point will have to go this way, kick the rook, go up the board. But even when it goes up the board, you just keep checking it from behind, and it's just not going to allow the king to come in contact with this pawn on a2. And I'm just going to go all the way down here just because it makes sense. The rook can never take this pawn on f6 because then you move the rook and get a queen. So we give it, we go here, check, here. Okay, just quickly.
But it's most accurate at some point to play f3 because to avoid that scenario where black plays rook e1 and gets 3 against 2. So like, I would, if I were playing with white pieces, I would try to play f3, or I think I would.
That makes perfect sense. I think it's funny. It's not even necessary. And the major point is that as soon as the king comes in contact with the pawn, you have to. There's no other choice. If you try to wait, this rook moves out the way, and then I'm trying to promote, and my king protects the pawn. So I have to check your king away from the pawn. And as soon as it goes away, I go right back. If your rook moves, thank you very much. If your king starts coming here, I can play f3, as Fabi mentioned. I can also give a check over here, and white's king can just start going back and forth.
And it's also very important that they don't play rook 3 against rook 2, because then we're talking about this endgame for another 3 hours.
That's just selfish.
Well, look, I love to talk about chess, but rook 3 against rook 2 is not the most enthralling type of position to talk about.
Well, there are still a lot of subtleties in this position and a lot of things that Ding needs to be careful about. So it's good that he is taking his time. He has slowed down, and definitely these are the dangers that he's looking at different ideas in which black can try to create something with that a passer. And it's a big moment as well, either today or tomorrow, most likely tomorrow, with the way that we're seeing. We are headed towards a playoff if Ding does hold this position. We will have the first champion not named Magnus in 10 years tomorrow if this goes into playoffs. And that would mean so much to these players being either Jan Nepomniachtchi or Ding Liren as world champion. For Ding, the first from China. He is such a superstar. He'll be the first player from China to ever become the classical full world champion. And Fabi, I want to ask you a little bit about that because we see here, in fact, you in 2018 played the match against Magnus. He's been reigning since 2013, winning the match. It was in India, in Chennai, against Oishi Anand, and then winning again in 2014. And he has been dominating the chess world since then. Fabi, when you played that match in 2018, you were the second American after Bobby Fischer to fight for the World Championship crown. In this one, the first Chinese player ever to fight for the World Championship crown. What does that mean as a player to bring your country to that point? How much responsibility comes with great power?
In the 90s, Gadakamsky did play a match against Karpov, and I think sometimes it's omitted from these things because it's at the time when the chess world was the World Championship cycle was fractured in some ways, and there was 2 different cycles, but still, I guess it was technically a World Championship, and yeah, I guess I played the only unified World Championship since '72, since Fischer abdicated in '75. I mean, for me, like, of course, I wanted very much to bring the title to the U.S., but it's still more of a personal struggle. And, you know, it was, yeah, the way I see it is still chess is is very much an individual sport. And although the country is definitely there um, to be kind of bolstered up if you win, if you lose, then it's not quite the same, right? So yeah, it's I don't know how other people feel. Like maybe for Ding, it's also very much a matter of nationalistic pride. But for me, it's still more of like an individual thing.
Hmm. Wow. That was an amazing World Championship match. This is an amazing World Championship match. And I know, Robert, we touched upon this briefly. Of course, that Magnus decided to not defend his title. And it's given the chance to Yan and to Ding to fight for the crown. I want to ask you, and Fabio, you as well. I have a feeling that we will see Magnus back in the cycle. We will perhaps see him fight one more time for the World Championship match when he feels more motivated, when he finds it a bit more challenging for himself. Robert, what do you think? What are the chances of Magnus actually uh, coming back and fighting for the World Championship one more time? And I would like Fabi as well to answer this.
My answer is that even after this match concludes and Jan or Ding wins, Magnus already is a world champion. He's won the World Rapid Championship. He's the reigning World Blitz champion. And I think for Magnus, that's enough, clearly, because he didn't play in this. And yeah, that's really my take on it.
I tend to agree. Yeah, that um, unless we see a very dramatic format change, that Magnus will have no interest in playing 14 rounds of candidates to potentially qualify for 14 rounds of a match that he already said no to, uh, with one of the players that he would have said no to anyway. So unless something very drastic changes, and the other thing is that it's not a guarantee for Magnus to win the candidates. I don't know what his odds would be to win the candidates. I'm sure the bookmakers would put him at like 65% or somewhere around there. But considering it's a tournament of 8 players and every player has a certain statistical possibility of winning the candidates, then even if you're the best player, that doesn't mean that you're guaranteed to win a single tournament. And certainly, it wouldn't be very pleasant for him to bow out of a match, try to qualify again, and then it doesn't work out. But I think for him, he would definitely give it a good shot if there was like a very drastic change, like if it was some sort of format change which included classical, rapid, and blitz, and wasn't as maybe as long. I don't know exactly what his requests were when he had this meeting with FIDE to discuss changes in format, but I think it's something around that, right, where he wanted some more faster time controls and a mix of different types of chess, not just classical. If that happened, then maybe he would try to qualify again. And if it doesn't happen, then I'm sure he'll be content to play all the other tournaments in the world. I mean, there's a lot of chess. It's not just the World Championship cycle, although the World Championship cycle is very important and a huge goal for pretty much everyone in the world, right? To potentially become world champion, to go through this long, grueling process, which involves not just the candidates, but also the World Cup, the Grand Swiss, the all the other potential avenues to qualification. But from Magnus's point of view, yeah, I agree with Robert. I don't see him playing the old traditional format anymore.
Or whether the classical World Championship format will change or not. Hard to say anything right now, but one thing's for sure that not for sure, but most likely, we will see a faster time control in this format as these two players look like they're heading for a draw, but it's not over. Ding Liren still has some problems to be solved, and one can feel it that he himself is also figuring all these subtleties out. He's been in a 12-minute think already, and not as easy as it appeared in the beginning after that brilliant move b6. There's still work left to be done for Ding. And what we were just talking about Magnus perhaps coming back and fighting for the World Championship match, I was trying to think that we've had 16 world champions, FIDE World Champions so far. This will be the 17th world champion. And I'm looking back, and the only player who comes to my mind as someone who has, well, lost out on a world championship and then come back and become a world champion again, there's only one name that comes to my mind. And that is way back. That is Mikhail Botvinnik. It just shows how difficult it is to actually come back, relinquish a title, come back and win it. And for Botvinnik as well, he was seeded into the rematch for the World Championship. And what you're mentioning, Fabi, the whole cycle of making it to the candidates, of winning the candidates, of firstly booking that spot to fight for this match is an extremely difficult journey. And for both these players, they're fully aware of it. They've been doing it for such a greater part of their life that this is their one chance. And whether they'll be here again or not, they don't know. Nobody knows. Well, at least they won't be here for a long time.
Well, that you ended that on a pretty morbid note. I was like, oh no, they won't be. But it's true. I mean, the opportunity to make even at the candidates tournament itself. Think about how many people did not take part in Madrid 2022. You can name some of the best players in the world, like Levon Aronian and Wesley So, and the list goes on. They were not playing in the candidates, Anish Giri. So I think that it's really difficult to make it there. And so the players just who get to the candidates, that's a tremendous achievement. And if you make it once, you still may never make it again. And if you make a world championship, it is unlikely, just because only 2 people play in a world championship, that you'll make it again. And you mentioned Botvinnik. There, of course, was Alexander Alyekin as well, who lost to Max Ewa and then won the rematch. But it doesn't happen very often. So I think the rematch is part of it. In those older days, you'd lose a title and you'd immediately get the rematch opportunity if you had been the world champion before. So that's not happening this time around. And Jan Nepomniachtchi, he has a new opponent in Ding Liren. Jan was amazing in the candidates, in both the 2020/2021 candidates and in the 2022 candidates. Unbelievable stuff from him. I mean, his performance was just unreal. He started out for the blistering pace and he didn't let go. He just kept on playing his great chess. And I think we are going to see rapid time controls tomorrow. I think that the players at this point, Ding is making sure he won't make a mistake, but it's very likely he will not make a mistake and make it to the tie breaks, the rapid tomorrow. And yeah, just the conversation about Magnus, I think it's tough because it really is impossible to ignore that the world champion didn't want to play. The best player in the world isn't going to be the world champion. Fabi mentioned there's history, there's precedent that other people have done this before, but it does feel different this time, especially for the reasons that he's not playing, where it's just like, I'm kind of bored and fed up of this. Let's make it quicker, because engines and preparation, it's just a totally different landscape than it was when Kasparov decided to break away from FIDE, for example.
Yeah. And as you were mentioning, for Magnus, Robert, that he is still the rapid world champion, the blitz world champion. And for him, as long as the format remains as it is, there is little incentive to fight again for the world championship match. And I know we spoke about this earlier, but there's such a big conversation about the classical world championship being decided in a rapid playoff. And you got Hikaru in chat with us, and he brings this up one more time, that the big question here, though, with another match being decided by rapid chess and not classical, looking back, we saw that happen in 2018. We saw that happen in 2016, in 2012, and the 2006 match, I want to say.
2006, yeah.
2006 match. So it's, in recent history, 5 matches that have gone into playoffs. And is it more also about the fact that, well, if you're the classical world champion, you have to be ready to be the best in all formats? Is that an argument for this, for the playoff deciding a classical world champion, for rapid deciding a classical world champion? If you want to be crowned the king of chess, you have to be ready to be the best in all time controls.
Yeah, I think so, definitely. We already have so many different types of world championships, though. We have the Rapid and Blitz World Championships. We have the Chess 960 Fisher Random World Championship. I don't think there's another good way to resolve a classical world championship besides with a rapid playoff. The old system, which I think the last time it was ever used was in 2004, was that the champion has the privilege that if it's a tie, then the world champion retains their title. I don't know how that would work in this instance when neither of the players is currently world champion playing the match. I saw a funny tweet where they said that Magnus would retain his title if that was the case, which would be kind of ridiculous. But in 2004, Kramnik and Leko were playing. Leko was a challenger, Kramnik was the world champion, and and the match was tied after 14 rounds, and Kramnik remained world champion, which to me also feels like it doesn't feel like the best way to decide a contest, right? A tie, there's no winner, but there's a winner. It doesn't really make logical sense to me. I've seen like a suggestion that the challenger has an extra white, but the champion keeps the kind of match tie odds. But still, it's too much privilege because an extra white is not as valuable as the extra point of the match. So deciding it in rapid makes sense, or potentially in blitz. Uh, I mean, that doesn't change the fact that classical chess still holds a major part of the match, right? It's still um, mostly a classical match. And if it doesn't get decided in classical, what other solution do you have? And yeah, it's best to have the world champion as the best player in who shows their dominance in most formats. Maybe not in all, but in most formats. So I think a valid system would be to have some sort of like unified tour, and it encompasses all the results over the course of a year. So you can say the best player is the player over this year. So you don't have a situation where someone basically wins one event and they're declared champion, but it doesn't reflect all the other events throughout the course of the year, right? So you might have some sort of um, disparity between overall results and the results of the event that's given the most importance by the cycle. Which, I mean, I don't know if there's like any perfect solution or system, but that would make a lot of sense to me.
And I think one thing the chess world really needs is more open events, because I like the mix of time controls. I think it's a worthy discussion. But round robins, I don't like them. I think that they're bad for spectator value. I think they're bad because oftentimes it's just invites only. And there is a place for them. Like Tata Steel is an amazing event. They're private organizers who have been doing this for a long time. But when it comes to qualification for World Championship, we should definitely have an open system where anyone has a chance at that world title. I think that's definitely something that is good for the game, is giving everyone an opportunity to make it.
And the prerequisite for sports is to have a winner, right? That is what it's all about, to have one player who beats the other and emerges as champion. And very often in this conversation about different time formats of the Classical World Championship, often getting decided in these faster time controls, the importance of these faster time controls, I tend to equate it a lot with football, what we see in football, when there is a 90-minute game, a normal time format, and then we often have the extra time where of course the time for comeback is less, the pressure is higher, the tension's higher, and if the game remains undecided, well, to decide the winner on that day, we see penalty shootouts, which in my head I would equate to something like an Armageddon, that no matter what, that is the end, that is the end line. Or in this case it might be the blitz, where whoever wins, whoever gets that penalty kick in and the other one misses, you've got a winner. Because at the end of the day, that's what it's about. That's what sports is about. You have to have a winner. And it does make a lot of sense that once the players, and well, this match we saw that happen, have fought it out in the classical format in 14 games. It used to be 12 before the Jan Magnus match in 2021. It was a best of 12 for a long time. Once they fought it out in classical, the time is running out. You move on to another quicker format, and then you go on to shorter time controls. And if you have to be the world champion, then you have to beat your opponent in each of these formats, or at least be ready to play them and to win it in that case.
Ding is still thinking. I mean, I feel like we've had many different discussions. Hikaru's been joining the chat. We've been having a good time. Oh, and as soon as I say that, Ding, he makes his move. But he's being careful. One of the featured Hikaru chats, there were multiple, was that this type of position is exactly the type of position that Magnus wins so often. Positions that most people just chalk up. It's over. It's a draw. He continues playing. So Ding is trying to be careful here. He's not sure whether or not his F pawn can move forward. When's the right time for that? Especially with the pawn on A5 and not down on A2. There are differences. When this pawn is on A3, that if this king were able to get up here, then it could slide in front of the pawn. That's actually a very important distinction. So there's just all these nuances in these endgames that need to be taken into account. And Ding, he spent a lot of time. He's now down to 19 minutes. He's only, he's fine on the clock because the next time control will be reached. But yeah, Ding really was careful there.
That's a good point, Robert, that you make, because black has got these two plans, right? You can either march down the board with the A pawn all the way down to A2 and then trade it off for either the A pawn or the H pawn, lines that we were looking at. But the other thematic idea in these rook pawn endings is to actually just get the pawn up until A3 and keep that A2 square open for your own king to assist in the pawn promotion. Because once that pawn moves all the way down to A2, you can never really get the king all the way up because white starts checking from the 8th rank and you don't have a good hiding square. But while Yan will think about what way is best for black to proceed, one thing's for sure. White's king belonged on g2. All the lines that we were looking at, the king on g3 would allow a check on g1. It's not the safe square. One thing's certain, that the safe square for white's king is king on g2 and king on h2 in certain positions. Don't bring that too far up on the board, Fabi.
Yeah, I think that it's not a simple position at all. And although we see that it's a draw, it's not at all determined that it always stays easy. So we'll probably see a4 here. I mean, what other move is logical besides a4?
On the board, played by Yan.
And as you mentioned, Tanya, we'll see that pawn advance to a3 at some point, but likely it will not go to a2 because once it goes there, black's king will have nowhere to hide. So let's say if we put the pawn on a2, and black's king at some point tries to support that pawn by going to b2, then white's rook starts giving checks. But if it's on a3, the king can hide from checks by going to a2 square, and the pawn will cover. So the king needs the pawn's cover, and for that reason, the pawn should only advance to the a3 square. So is he going to play rook a7 here with check? And if king g6, black will have no way to remove that king. Well, the king won't be able to get active. So the king can go to f8, for example. And if rook to h7, trying to grab that pawn, and after a3, white cannot take the pawn because of king to g7. We mentioned this idea. Black doesn't play a2, because then white's rook is in time. Black plays king g7 first. The rook is trapped, and it gets back too slowly via f5, a2, rook f3, and black's rook moves and promotes the pawn next move. So white can't wait forever, because if black is given, I mean, it actually is like legitimately 12 moves or so that black needs, but if black is given all those moves, then the king eventually will be able to support the pawn, and it will lead to a promotion of the pawn. So white has to do something. One of the things you could do is black plays pawn to a3, white waits until black's king goes to e7, and white plays rook to a6. For example, rook a6 here. I mean, I think that it would be easier to demonstrate if black's pawn won't even get to a3, but okay, yeah, let's say king to e7, rook to a7, king d6, and you keep giving checks. And after king c5, rook f6, is this already losing for white?
Apparently.
After a3, rook to a6, it's already... And we see that it's not a simple endgame at all. But yeah, king, I guess, to b4, and rook to b6, and king goes to a2. And white has to chase the e-pawn, but like rook to b5, rook b1, rook e5. This is, and rook to b4, yeah? This is how you win?
Looks like it, because what white needs to do is play a move like f3, but then when the king comes out, if you play rook a5, black even has this move rook a4. So if you don't take on a2 right away, and let's say you make some kind of e5 move, I think rook a4 gets the job done in the cleanest fashion, because that way, if you take, I'm queening first before your pawn gets to the other side, and yeah, if you go check, I can just move my king over, and you cannot stop me from promoting. These endgames, I mean, there's so much to them, and I think initially our intuition collectively was like, yeah, it's just a draw. We know it should be. The eval bar is also making us think that way, but it is true that if white allows that black king all the way over here, it could be a problem. So I think the rook will like keep the king cut off until that pawn ventures all the way forward.
I think it can stay on a6, right? And white can wait king h2, king g2 with the rook on a6. And black's king, if it goes to d7, will lose the f6 pawn, but without, yeah, let's say rook a6, king e7, and now king to h2. Or king to f3, yeah. a3 and king to g2. And if the king goes to d7, now rook f6, the king is a few tempi behind schedule compared to when it's on c5. Yeah, here a2, rook a6 is immediate draw, and if king c7, black's king can try to get in regardless, but it's much slower. And for example, rook to e6 here, I think, and king to b7, we can take on e5. The king is no longer on b4 where it was super active. On b7, it takes way too much time to get into the game. So this looks... Black can get 3 against 2. Black can play rook e1 at some moment and get rid of that e4 pawn. I mean, you would have to first advance to a3 and then at some point play rook d1.
Right, and we were talking about this where black steals e4, white takes the a pawn. It's a 3-on-2 on the same side of the board. That should be a draw, and I think Jan is fully aware that that one is an easier defense for Ding. And Ding, he's just trying to be careful because we just went through a line where if you keep checking and invite that king forward, it could be a problem. And something to note is that when this rook is on a6, so just one last thing here, that simultaneously, black wants to keep the pawn on a3 so the king can sneak in, like we saw in a variation, but it also wants to be on a2 so that when you go king to d7, there's no rook takes f6. So it's like the Schrodinger's a pawn. Like, is it on a3? Is it on a2? We're playing quantum chess over here, and you want it on both squares depending on the situation. So it's just not possible. That's not how chess works. And I know Paul Rudd played that game, but not here, not today.
We're also playing quantum time control. Is time a factor? Is it not a factor? We do see Ding with just 13 minutes, 13 and a half minutes now on the clock. Still 9 moves to be made. And there are subtleties that he has to watch out for. Rook a6, a nice spot for the rook, making sure that Jan doesn't have the time, as you're pointing out, to march with the king towards white's rook and his own a pawn to assist it with queening. And it looks like it might be the only plan for white to make sure the troubles don't increase. Maybe you have to play rook a6 now. Maybe you can give a check and then go rook a6. But that's the right spot for Ding's rook. It has to be on a6 to create the counterplay. Otherwise, it's so much easier for Jan to continue blitzing out the moves. His idea is pretty clear. He wants to march down with the king. And we see, well, the first non-committal move, king to f3. So the rook is still on a5. King f3 played. Jan can either come with the king to f7 or make the move a3 before it advances anymore. Once the pawn gets to a3, we're not expecting it to go to a2 because that would just kill black's chances.
Yeah. White is waiting. I think Ding has probably decided on a setup, and it may be that rook a6 setup. So let's say we can include a3, king g2. At some point they'll be played. It might not be immediately, it might be king f7 first, but I don't see why black would benefit from waiting with this move. I don't see where else white's king will go besides g2. We already kind of saw what happens if the king goes to e2 in some cases. There's this f5 tactic, Robert, that you pointed out in not this position, but let's say a3, king e2, probably f5 already wins the game in a beautiful fashion. Nope.
Well, if you take...
Oh, no, the pawn has to be on a2, yeah. So, wait, but after a2, how is white... Oh, because a2 you can play king f3, yeah. But let's say we made a move here like rook to a6. Now, still a draw.
Yeah, it's a draw because of all those checks that we saw before. But just to quickly not give the check, the whole point, just to show once again, that we see the rook for Ding just sitting behind the pawn, and that black put the pawn forward, but Ding is going back and forth. That, yeah, there could be a time where this e3 idea would be devastating for white to see.
And
Yeah,
Ding
white gives those checks.
does put the rook on a6. So he's confident about his plan. He has found the right way. We've been talking about the Schrodinger's clock here for Ding. Is it a factor? Is it not a factor? We did ask our chat. Will Ding fall under 2 minutes before the next time control, which will be at move 60? There is no 30-second increment. The 30-second increment only happens after move 60. The chat believes 71% says yes, that Ding will fall under 2 minutes. But now that he's shown that he's found the path with rook a6, I am inclined to believe that the clock will not be a factor.
Yeah, I think he just had to decide on a setup, and 13 minutes. Does he still have 13 minutes? Is an ocean of time, uh, unless the position becomes extraordinarily complicated. But unless Black has a plan after King G2 here, it might not be super difficult for White to hold this. And also, I'm not sure how Black gets 3 against 2. I just realized, like, King G2, Rook E1, King F3, and you have nothing better than going back, right? So it's not even. Maybe Black would be happy to get 3 against 2.
So what you're saying, Fabi, is that the defense that Ding Liren has shown thus far is perfect because what the major point was is if you can take this pawn for this pawn, that would be the best case scenario for Black, but you won't even get that far because as soon as this rook goes to E1, the king can just go back to F3. In order to save your pawn, the rook has to go back into the corner, and we're just rinsing and repeating. So I feel like Ding is doing this really well, and I like the way he is spending his time. I know some may be worried that he's going to be in time trouble. He might lose on time, game 7 all over again. It's not like that. He's just trying to make sure that he does not slip because this is the final classical game of the match. If he makes a mistake and loses this, the match is over, and his chances at the World Championship title are gone, at least for now. So I think that he is doing the right thing, just verifying, triple checking, and 11 minutes to make, at this point, 7 moves. There's plenty of time in the position because most of his moves will be repeating.
Yeah, he can probably safely go back and forth, and I don't think the time is yet a huge factor. But that's not to say that at some point it won't be.
King F7, being a little shifty there. He did take a look at his score sheet, just checking the number of moves left to be made right now. We see him do that again. And we are currently on move number 54 for Ding. So still 7 moves to be played to meet time control to get that 30-second increment. But he has found the most important and the best defensive setup, putting his rook on A6, reaching out, then pulling back, still not making a move. Is Ding looking a little shaky right now, Robert?
I don't think so. I mean, he did that knight b7 to c5, and he put it back on b7, then ultimately made that move. I think he's just verifying, and he's making extra sure that he is going to hold this game. And he did just hover over his king. Then he's like, okay, let's sit on this a little bit more. But yeah, at some point soon, if he keeps thinking for too long, I may start getting worried about his clock. But look what he's done. He brought his king to the center. Fabi, we can get 3-on-2 with rook h1. He's giving up the h pawn, winning the a3 pawn, but this is not the pawn that you wanted. You'll remember, everyone, that Fabi's saying, I want to take off the e4 pawn, not the h4 pawn, if I'm giving up my own passer, because the h pawn, the lone rook pawn, is easy to stop.
I don't know why the king went to e3, but I guess there's no
Did you see Jan's reaction?
Jan why is it going to? Why is it going to e3?
Ask Ding. Don't ask me.
We were just talking about Ding finding the optimal setup, right? Rook a6, keep your king on g2, shuffle around between g2, f3, h2, depending on Black's moves. Simple. But Ding has a different approach. He places the king in the center. The point is clear that he wants to keep the e4 pawn and the king connected. He doesn't want to give that up. But it also feels like it's playing with fire. Now, the good news for White is that after rook h1, if you were to pick up the a3 pawn, rook h3 check would lose the rook if not for the move f3. So that still keeps things under control. King e3 played, and Jan thinking now after that surprise look on his face to see White's king march the other way. But we're expecting White to kind of just stay between f3, e3 because it looks like the d file will be too much to get the king on.
You don't want to go to d3. There's a point where the king goes too far, and usually it is the d file. For example, if Black played a2 here, which he won't do because it would. We already mentioned why the pawn shouldn't go there. Then White's king going to the d file would lose a rook.
Right.
Instead, the king goes to e8. So that king is going somewhere.
It's going somewhere, and White doesn't have the time to actually pick up the f6 pawn. And that's because of Ding's last move, king to e3. If White was to capture the well, the so-called free-looking pawn on f6, then black will indeed push that a pawn to a2. And then once you try to stop it, there will be a check on the e-file and the pawn will queen. So Jan taking advantage of this move by Ding, king to e3. He goes king e8. His idea is clear. He's just marching towards white's king, trying to destabilize it.
Yeah, but after a move like king to f3, white is threatening to take the pawn, so okay, I mean, they're going to make a bunch of moves that are more or less not changing the situation too much. So it's not like king e8 or king e7 changes much, king e3 or king g2. It's clear that Ding doesn't want to play that 3 against 2 with the e-pawn. I think that much is clear. But I'm not sure why the king went to e3. I don't know if there was like specific reason for this. Why not g2? And I don't know if he's going to play king f3 back, then king to e7, and we could see some shuffling around for a bit, which probably doesn't change the situation a whole lot.
Yeah, no, it's a lot of the moves here are going to be a repeat of ideas we've seen, but there was this moment, king e8 is setting up a trap. If you take this pawn on f6, you see the eval bar drop, because after a2, you need to stop the pawn, but there's rook e1 check. So that is why Jan went king to e8. He's not giving up his pawn on f6. And here, Ding should probably just put his king back on f3, because then he threatens to win this pawn on f6, because a2 would then be met by rook back, and there's no check on e1 because the king is on f3. So you want to hide behind your pawns. You see Ding playing king to f3. Oh, no, sorry, king to e2, excuse me. But either way, rook takes f6 has now become a threat.
It seems like they think that this king, like, he wants to play king e7, king f3. It seems to be like they think it's some sort of mutual zugzwang in some minor way. And if king to f7, he plays king to e3. So he didn't want to play king to f3 because king to e7. And then I'm not sure why white can't simply play king to g2 there. I wish I could tell you. I wish I knew the secret of why the kings are dancing around in this particular manner, but there is some reason why he played king to e2, so that after king to e7 he can play king to f3.
Yeah, no, it's they're all these moves have been thought out, and I think we're sort of splitting hairs to some extent. That many of these moves will result in a draw as long as you don't let that pawn promote, as long as you don't walk into a skewer, as long as you don't let this black king out running into the open. So I think that Ding, he has everything under control. 55 moves into the game, needs to reach move 60. But with 7 minutes and 42 seconds, he does have plenty of time to get to move 60. It's not a position where he has to frantically search for one way out. He has come up with the drawing mechanism. He knows what he needs to do and just shuffle the king back and forth, f3, e2, maybe even g2. And black's not making progress. So really nice defense from Ding. And you see Jan looking to the side. That's what chess players do. They think with their ear. They're listening to the call of the pieces. Hey, can you get me a win here? The answer is going to be a resounding no, and it means that tomorrow the players will have to return to the chessboard.
That's what it looks like. We are heading closer to that playoff as Ding Liren finds the optimal setup. Well, not the one that we were looking at, but keeps the king in the center. Similar ideas. You want to put that king on f3. You want to keep it defended from the checks so that you are constantly threatening that f6 pawn so that you can pick it up with your rook. And now this has been a marathon game 14, which most likely will head into a draw. Tavi, how do you see this affecting if this was to go into playoffs? The players, they've used so much of their energy, so much of their stamina for this game, and it could have very well had the same results about 2 hours ago when the b6 move was played, when we did enter this rook pawn ending. How do you see fatigue being a factor going into a format that requires so much energy? Rapid.
Yeah, I mean, we could have also ended the game 5 hours ago. There were, at some point, a lot of top players, they found out this secret to chess, that if you don't want to play, then there's like this great sequence of moves starting with the Berlin and ending with queen e4, d4, and queen e6, d6 in the center. And a lot of us have like used that wisdom to avoid these games where you don't want to play and you go to a tiebreak. Instead, the players decided to give themselves a lot of extra work and a lot more stress as well. Especially Ding. I mean, he was really on the precipice, and I'm sure he was. I mean, he still seems nervous, and I can understand why. He was really on the edge of defeat today. There wasn't really any upside because he didn't have an advantage in this game. He wasn't at any point really playing for a win. He was just kind of suffering throughout the game, kind of balancing between equality and a slight advantage for part of it, and then balancing between losing and a disadvantage between part of it. So I don't know if sometimes it like really frustrates your opponent. I remember I once had this. I played Vugar Gashimov in 2009, who passed away many years ago, but he was one of the best players in the world and one of the most talented players in the world. Um, and in 2009, I mean, he was a heavy favorite, but we drew the first game. And the second game, I was completely winning, but he held on in a very long struggle, and this like completely demoralized me for the tie breaks. This was played in the World Cup, and so the rapid chess the day after, I really felt like I missed a huge chance to win, and it really spoiled my um, my psychology and everything, and I got destroyed in the rapid playoff. So, of course, I mean these guys are much more experienced than that. I don't think that Jan will be like super disappointed or anything, but sometimes it frustrates your opponent when you give them that feeling that they're going to win and then snatch it away at the last moment.
Yan with
no.
the black pieces has been the one who's been putting the pressure on Ding. The Ding holding his own with the defense. It couldn't have been very pleasant starting with white and having to defend a very long game for the majority part of the game. When you kind of start with the whole aggressive ideas, the move that we saw knight g5, h4 feels like it happened in a different century right now. It feels like it was such a long time ago, but it did backfire, and Yan's the one who had the big edge through most, well, not a very big edge, but who did keep the pressure on for the most part of the game. And Ding still fighting, holding on for that draw to force a playoff. And we've been talking about how much of a factor fatigue will be for these two players after a marathon game having to play a rapid playoff. And Robert, I want to get your thoughts on what Fabi just said. That is it harder to play a long game when you've been on the defense? Will it be more difficult for Ding to go into the rapid, or for Yan the frustration of having that pull but it not being enough?
Well, I think the good thing for Yun is he hasn't really been thinking. He's just kind of been moving, and then Ding is the one who's really calculating, making sure that he's not going to blunder, not have an oversight that costs him the game. So Yun's moves have been it's pretty nonchalant. He just goes with it, and I think we should go back. We should revisit the 1984 World Championship that we were discussing earlier today. Is that in that match, yes, Karpov jumped out to a 5-0 lead. It was first a 6 win, so all the draws essentially didn't count. Then Kasparov had 3 wins of his own, and the match was stopped. But if I remember correctly, and reading my great predecessors and the history, that Kasparov wanted the match to continue. It was Karpov who lost something like 22 pounds or 10 kilos, and he's like, this is unhealthy. This is really just bad. So that's why just endurance, physical stamina, just you have to be in shape to go through these kind of matches because they last for a long time. It's not even just the 14 classical games we've seen, plus the tiebreaks tomorrow in Rapid and potentially in Blitz. There was all the preparation. It takes a lot of work to get to this stage. And when you're preparing, you need to be focused. When you're playing training games, you need to be focused. You're not taking time off. And so I think for these players, it may come down to who is that much left in the tank, because I'm sure they're both wiped out completely. After this event, they are playing actually like in 5 days where you're playing, Fabi, in the Grand Chess Tour. I wouldn't be surprised if one of them just happens to not play because they're the new world champion and want to take a break. That does happen. But I think that it comes down to who will be waking up tomorrow as fresh as can be and will have a chance to win in the Rapid, because it's not going to be easy. It's going to be at a lightning pace. It's going to be very nerve-wracking. And I don't know how you sleep after this game. It's going, it's been, 5+ hours? It may go on for a while longer. And I think for Jan, yeah, he'll be disappointed. He had some chances. But, yeah, I don't know. I don't feel like his chances, at least maybe from his feelings, that he should ever think that he was completely winning. He was just better. So I don't know if I answered your question or not. I went on a little bit of a ramble. It's been a long show thus far, but I think that these players are probably worn out, and whoever has a little bit more remaining tomorrow should have the upper hand.
It's going to count for a lot, having that little bit extra energy, especially after not just this game, but all the games, all the 14 games, the accumulative toll that the World Championship match has taken on these players, and not just the match itself, but the months leading, preceding the match, the prep that it's taken, the turmoil that they've felt while preparing, coming to decisions. And Fabi, you've been on this stage, so I want to ask you about this. Once you know that you're going to be fighting for the World Championship, once you know that you've made it to that stage, how much of your life starts revolving around this, that single tunnel vision, and what does it take from a player?
Yeah, it's most of the year when I qualified in 2018 was devoted to preparation for the match, and that's probably how these players have approached it as well. For Jan, right after he won candidates, for Ding a short while after when Magnus announced that he wouldn't be playing the match against Jan. So I'm sure that the last many months have been devoted to how can I beat my opponent. The opening preparation definitely a big. I mean, I don't know how much I can speculate into Ding's approach because obviously I don't know how like easy it's been for him to travel. We've talked about this in general, or the chess world has, about how he might have been struggling to travel, and we know that with his work with Richard, maybe some of it was virtual, right? Not all was in person. So I don't know how he arranged his camps, like if he was having camps with other people, or if a lot of it was online virtual work. But for Jan, it's probably been pretty standard, camps with the people he's worked with, and this is how Magnus prepared for his matches. This is how I prepared. I think that this is just like the very standard way of doing it. When you have a big event, you invite some people you've been working with, and you have sort of a big in-person training camps where you work on your general chess, your openings, and everything else to try to get in shape, as you mentioned, so you don't, or you can't avoid tiredness, but you mitigate the tiredness as much as you can when you come to these final games. I'm sure that these guys are super tired though, regardless. I mean, 14 games, it's longer than I had to play. We played 12, and longer than anyone has played since 2004. So it's been a while since we've had a 14-game match. Also, they haven't really had easy days, which is you expect in a World Championship match that you have a few quiet games, and they haven't really had any, have they? I mean, they had the one in round 3. Was there another one that was quiet?
And there's also been emotional drama, not just the strength and the difficulty on the board, but also having to deal with so many twists and turns. And we've seen the players express so much emotion about it, and that takes a toll as well.
Yeah, there's been a lot of emotions connected to wins and losses. I do think we had a few quiet games when Ding was wide in the English with e4 and Jan was well prepared, and that was a relatively quiet. So there's been a few, but for the most part, these guys have been working as hard as you possibly can. Even today, I really thought that Ding would take an easier approach to the game, but he also came like so much for a fight, right? Knight g5 and h4. That was unexpected, I think, that he would really go so directly for some sort of kind of attack rather than just play a quiet game with low risk as you can usually do with the white pieces. Yeah, these guys have certainly given it their all.
They deserve a
It
ton of
really
credit
felt
for
like it would be a quick draw or a long decisive game, Robert. But this one was hard to predict, that we will have Ding to go all out, but the tables to turn so quickly that Yan with black will have the edge and push out and try to grind down a pawn up, a rook pawn endgame. But it looks like Ding will be holding this one.
Yeah, he's definitely holding this one, and I echo what Fabi just said. These players deserve a ton of credit because we have seen in previous World Championship matches, I think back to 2016, where Magnus, he was like, I don't really want to play this final game of classical chess. Let's take it to the rapid, where he did beat Karyakin. So some players, they just kind of ship it. They call it a day and say, let's just go to the next day, the rapid tie breaks. But Ding didn't do that. He went knight g5 and h4, and Jan was stable. He wasn't scared just because a knight jumped into his position. He played excellent chess, and they prepared really hard for this match. Magnus did this interview that I saw some reporting on where he was saying how players are less afraid to take risks. Whereas when he was playing the World Championships, he felt like people were just shutting it down, playing as solidly as possible. These two have brought their all. They are willing to go all out, trying to score a victory, even if it means that their position is iffy at times. So I think that these players have played an amazing match. We've been extremely entertained. Jan, he's just trying to see if he has any winning chances remaining in this position. Doesn't look like it based on what we've analyzed, but he still hasn't sign the score sheets. He is still trying to find if there's life left, and that really deserves our praise.
I do somewhat disagree. I mean, not fully, but with like what Magnus said. I read it when that article came out. But I remember games. Okay, with the black pieces, of course, like the strategy is generally to shut it down. But I think that would be the general strategy against most top players, that you want to kind of limit the danger with black as much as possible. I I don't think that like Ding's repertoire in this match, the Marshall with the black pieces, or Jan's repertoire, probably connected to some very solid Queen's Gambit decline lines that we never even got a chance to see because Ding was avoiding it. It looks like players keep it very, very solid with black, try to shut it down, and then open up the play a lot with the white pieces. But when I think back to my match against Magnus, it was like 95 Sveshnikovs, basically the most double-edged lines that you can imagine, including some like very anti-positional stuff like b4 that I was playing early on in the opening. I mean, I don't think that this was shying away from. And also, I think back to like Sergei's match. At some point early on in the match with the white pieces, he got a losing position like on move 12 in an anti-martial. I'm like thinking back to the games with the white pieces against Magnus, and people were not shying away from complications. I don't think they were taking risks, but with the black pieces, it's super common. Yeah, you try to shut down the play a bit. That's just general match strategy, I think.
Makes sense. Yeah. No, I think spot on. Right. You try to win with white and try to hold with black. But then, what has made this match so much more decisive than we typically see in top level play? We see tons of draws, especially with players who are at the same level. Why were there so many victories, especially in the first 7 rounds?
Oh, well, mistakes. Just more mistakes. And that's what Magnus said when I think they were asked that during the last match with Jan. They asked both players, or actually, it's not what Magnus said. That's what Jan said. Last 2 years ago in 2021, a journalist asked both players, "Why are you drawing all your games?" This was before, obviously, Game 6 and the decisive, the bloodbath that we saw after that. But before that, they asked like, why are you drawing all the games, and why was the last match all draws as well? And Jan said, well, yeah, if players aren't making many mistakes, then you see draws. So Jan said it himself. I think that he would probably agree that the amount of decisive games in this match has been due to some serious mistakes at critical moments that both players have made.
Now is no more margin for any critical mistakes in this position. Accuracy is still required a little bit from Ding's end, but it looks like he's found the way. And despite just having about 6 minutes on the clock, it shouldn't be easy. It shouldn't be too hard for him to reach time control currently on move 57. He has made the move king to e3. And the main idea for white in this to hold is simply to make sure that Jan's king cannot march easily towards the queen side, where it starts hitting the white rook and then starts slowly advancing up the board to assist the a pawn for promotion. And how white does that? Simple. Keeps the pressure on f6. So once black's king gets one step away, white can grab that pawn, build his own counterplay. So the only important task for Ding is to make sure that the rook remains in contact with the f6 pawn. The white king is at the right spot when black starts marching with his own king, so that there are no ideas of black stepping one step ahead with that black pawn and giving a check to promote. He's been doing that to perfection, and it looks like what we called hours ago once Ding found that critical b6 we are seeing that being played out. Jan Nepomniachtchi took his chances, smelt that turnaround after the opening, and tried to create everything, but Ding was up to the task of defense. And we did have Ding mention in the press conference in game 13 about the Topalov Anand match, where he alluded to Topalov having the white pieces and losing the final game. So he mentioned having white is an advantage, but can also be a disadvantage. And we have a really interesting, insightful chat by Hikaru. Big shout out. Thanks so much, Hikaru, for joining us in chat. And Hikaru says this is similar to the Topalov Anand, in his opinion, where Ding, like Topalov, thinks he's an underdog in Rapid. And just to give some context for that, the final game of that match, Veselin Topalov was white. He was playing with the white pieces and he went all out. He went all out, all in, took too much risk. Anand beat him in that. The risk backfired and Anand was world champion. And now the reason, and Fabi, we were having this conversation earlier, the reason for that was perhaps that Topalov believed that if the match was to go into a playoff, was to go into Rapid, he would be a big underdog. He would be a big underdog, so he wanted to really count on his chances in the classical game, which is why he went completely all out and put all his eggs in one basket, which was the final game of that match against Anand with the white pieces. It didn't work out. Would you agree with what Hikaru is saying, that perhaps Ding took this extra risk in the opening, out of the opening, because in his mind, Yan might be the favorite in the Rapid?
Well, I think if we compare between the two matches, then Vichy definitely should have been considered a strong favorite in Rapid, and we can judge that based on their results and so on. Although, still, even if you're a strong favorite, that doesn't mean that, even if it's like a 64, 65-35, which is huge edge, I mean, still 35% is a pretty good shot, right? But I would actually be curious to hear what Hikaru has to say about this, because uh, what reason would Ding have to feel that he's an underdog against Jan? Like, which results, um, where did Jan perform better in Rapid than Ding, and what results, where did Ding suffer that he would be so unconfident in his Rapid abilities? I'm thinking back to when he beat Magnus in the playoff, when he won the Grand Chess Tour, beating Maxime and I think Levon in Rapid matches. I'm not seeing him as like a particularly unaccomplished Rapid player. Like, so I'm just curious why Hikaru thinks that Ding would consider himself an underdog.
Well, didn't Jan a couple years ago he tied for first with you, right? Weren't you in that tie?
And where?
In the World Rapid Championship?
Yeah, and he lost to
So
Abdusatarov. Yeah.
right, so Jan has been, I believe he's been a multi-time silver medalist at the World Rapid Championship. Ding is an amazing rapid player, but I can understand why you look at Jan Nepomniachtchi as a very dangerous opponent in rapid, but we are talking about and are up there with those guys, the best players in the world. So is there really much separation between them? I think the notion of Vichy Anand being well ahead of Topalov in rapid chess, that was well founded. I think that has been proven, as you said, throughout their history, and it was a scary proposition for Topalov, so he went all in the classical. But for Jan and Ding, I mean, Ding doesn't play that much over the board. As you said, he's had troubles traveling to events, and so we don't know what Ding Liren's capabilities are in rapid at this given moment.
Yeah, we don't know, but from what we've seen, and that's all we can really base it on. Of course, Jan has had. I mean, he got silver medal in 2021 Rapid World Championship. I'm sure that we can think also of other instances where he had phenomenal results, but Ding as well has plenty to look back on, to be confident about. So that's why I'm not sure. Like, when I think about who I would feel more confident against in a rapid match, I would not feel like Ding is an easier opponent. I certainly wouldn't be like saying, "Oh, between Jan and Ding, give me Ding because he's going to be a much easier player to face." I mean,
Guys, and I think
in
we're seeing a repetition happen on the board. The players have been juggling around with the king and the rook, Fabi, and I think we might have a result soon.
we might see a repetition indeed.
And
Sorry, go
looks
on,
like
Fabi. I was just thinking that
Oh
rook
no,
a2
it's
on the board.
yeah, it could be a result, which would be very big for for the match. It would mean that we have a playoff on our hands. But Jan is getting up from the board, so I don't think we're seeing a repetition just yet. Let's not get too excited about this. So yeah, it might be a repetition, but Jan getting up is definitely a sign that he's still intending to play on a little bit.
Yeah,
This will
energy
be the
doesn't seem to
60th
be a
move.
question for Jan, Robert.
No. He's the one who's ahead right now. He's a pawn to the good, and they're about to reach move 60. So Ding will spend a little bit of time, then get to his 60th move, gain more time on the clock and the increment. But yeah, the king did go to f7, so at least it won't be a repetition just yet. But both players know this will be a draw, and I am trying to wrap my head around. I know Tanya at some point is going to ask me, who's your favorite in the rapid? And I'm going to have to come up with an answer on the spot. I'm not sure. I mean, it's really...
You still got some time to think about that one, but it is coming. Robert, the question is coming.
Yeah, I'm just getting ready for it, so I need to breathe.
King e3, it looks like Ding's breathing just fine. He's making all the right moves. We see the setups being repeated. And now up to Jan Nepomniachtchi. How quickly does he play the rook move back to a1? Or will he want to continue for a bit longer? He can play this game forever. He's got nothing to lose. But there is only so much he can do. It looks like he's done all the possible improvements. Jan's found all the defenses. Fabi, how much longer do you expect this to go?
Well, he can always play a2 and take that h4 pawn. That's the thing. If he really wants to play 3 against 2, he can get the h pawn. There's no way for white to, like if he plays rook a1 and a2, white will keep the king on f3, and black can play rook h1, and white will have to capture, or black will be able to capture that h4 pawn. And we enter another endgame, which is a draw, and probably not a difficult one at all, but still one which is different from the one we currently have. So I don't know if we'll see that. I think when I got 3 against 2 versus Magnus, at some point I got 3 versus 2, and I just I didn't really play it. I just went straight for a draw because I felt like there was no real point in playing 3 against 2. But some people would try to torture their opponent a bit, possibly torture themselves as well, but try to torture their opponent too.
I look at Jan and I feel like he's done. He's done trying, he's done pushing, and he's going to just repeat. But then he makes the move king e7. So he steps out of the repetition. And we look at him on the board, it's kind of hard to imagine that he believes in any real chances in the position. And Ding comes back confidently and quickly makes the move king to f3. And the fact that they get a brand new score sheet, that's because only 60 moves per score sheet. The players have indeed reached time control. Move number 61, which is why we saw Jan reach out, change those score sheets. So it looks like it's going to be a long fight right now. Jan's ready to bring in some more moves.
Okay, so is he going to try king d7? I mean, you can play king d7, you sack the pawn, and you play rook to b2. That would make sense for why he put the rook on a2, because otherwise there's no reason. Okay, he goes for it. Rook f6, rook b2, rook a6, a2. New endgame. But this one is more exciting. At least something's happening here.
Yeah, no, this is giving up the f pawn, just trying to spring free the rook that's in front of the pawn. We've talked about you don't want your rook in front of the pawn, you'd rather it be behind. But in this case, it will likely be this to the side of the pawn. So Ding Liren has to take the pawn f6, so he will pretty much make his move quickly.
Can't white quickly just engineer f4? Let's say take on f6, rook to b2 will be played, rook to a6, a2 will be played, king g3, king c7, f4, and if rook b3 check, king to g2 back. And once white gets f4 and the king gets active, even if at some point you lose your rook, the active white king along with the pawn will make a draw. So I don't feel like this is a super difficult defensive task after rook a6 here. Maybe we could get that up on analysis board.
Yeah, Nepo leaves the board here, but you're saying that rook a6, just bring the rook behind the pawn, a2, and your idea is just to get this f pawn rolling?
I think because I don't think white can wait forever.
We did see this rook a6, so the start of what we're talking about.
And it's a decision for Jan, right? He could go a2 or he could give a check on b3 and still keep that a2 square for his king once the king starts advancing towards the a pawn. And he goes for it. So rook b3 check. So still keeping the option of coming up with that king to assist the a pawn. No a2 here. And how much of an idea is that once white falls back with the king c7, king b7, any dangers there, Fabi?
Yeah, definitely. It's actually a pretty interesting try, I think.
Hmm.
And yeah, rook b3 was important for sure. A2 was leading to an immediate draw with king g3, but rook b3, the king gets cut off. So where is the king going to go?
If I had no time
Is
on
that
the
a
clock in
rhetorical
this
question?
position, I would just automatically put it on g2. I don't know why. Instinctively,
Okay.
I would go for king g2.
Let's go king g2, king c7. Okay, I have a question which may be stupid, but I'm not afraid to look stupid, as we've seen from some of my suggestions today. After king g2, king c7, can I play f4? Take e5. And I just put the pawn on e6, and then I just wait with my king forever. Or I don't even have to wait with my king. I king f2 and rook to a4 at some moment. Like rook e3 maybe, or rook to... After rook e3, how are we... Do we wait with white? Just king g2 maybe?
Yep.
King to f6, can black go around?
To where?
King f2, king f5.
But even if
Yeah,
you
but this is not fun. You don't want to do this at the end of a long game. King g4. I mean,
I
okay,
never
white
said
draws
it
this.
was
Yeah,
fun.
but
Yeah, definitely not fun, but this is a theoretically drawn position. So that's just what I wanted to bring up. Like you could bring rook here,
yeah,
and you'll
you
get
can
this
play rook
pawn.
to a8. Maybe I guess is kind of the professional way of doing it. Maybe.
Just so he can take and play rook g8 and cut the king off.
Yeah. Okay. No, this one's easy, but overall it was a difficult task. I mean, white. Uh, I mean, great try from Jan. Really nice spot there, because white can make a draw, but we'll have to suffer for it, and black is not taking any risks, as far as we could tell. The important point, I think, is that after king g2, king c7, white cannot pursue that e-pawn. Because, for example, rook to a5 would allow king b6, and maybe it's already over. Because rook e5, a2, the pawn is promoting, right?
Yep.
So maybe white really needs to be very concrete, and no, the game is not over. I mean, also, now it's some concrete issues, and Ding will have to spend some time, potential time trouble. I like this f4. I think that he'll probably go for it, though, this f4 idea.
Yeah, just to keep the king, because the black king was trying to be used to win the game. So if you force the king to deal with this pawn, and I guess white can just move the king back and forth. Why do I have to put my pawn on e6?
Exactly. Yeah. You don't put the pawn on e6, so black's king can never go around because it's completely cut off. So you just keep your king g2, f2, and you keep the rook on a6, so the king stays cut off there.
Looks like a hold.
Yeah, this looks much easier than the other one. Yeah, okay, this is actually not too difficult. I don't see black's tries in this position.
Yeah, I was going to say, I expect Ding to play like this because he's shown his tendency to play actively in his defense. This whole game, he gave up his g2 pawn. He put his knight to c5, and that's when he sacrificed the pawn. He's played many moves that have been active defense, so f4 falls under that label, and I think it's definitely within his sights.
He's getting ready.
I'm amazed to just see how tricky Jan has been to create chances from the very start, and even to find this idea in the end game of what we're seeing him play out with rook b2, rook b3 check, the king finding its way to the queen side. This is amazing stuff by Jan. And one has to also remember that no matter how well elementary for these players this hold might be, it's been an over 6 hour game. It's so easy in moments like these to start seeing ghosts, to start having those blind spots. And so many games at the very top level get decided in these moments, which feel like, okay, this should be very close to a draw, but then it just slips simply because fatigue starts to set in. You've been trying to fight this out, and then your opponent comes in with a new idea, a new pressure. It's easy to collapse. And Fabi, yes, Ding is a world class player, but again, he still has work to do to earn this draw.
Yeah, I think that he will find the draw, but at least you make your opponent suffer for it, and you get a small chance. Maybe it's only a 5% chance. Maybe it's something that almost never ever works out, but every once in a while it works out. So that's uh, that's what we found out in modern chess, that the more you push someone, okay, very quickly f4. So he's not at all concerned. And yeah, this looks like it's going to be a confident hold because he doesn't even seem worried at all.
It was the only move, f4. And look, who is it? Alex Gabrielov? Thank you for the featured chat. That is what I was about to say. It was the only move because otherwise the Black King would venture forward to help in this pawn's promotion. So f4 is needed so the Black King can't just have all the time in the world. You could kick my rook, sure. I'll move back, and then once you take, I'll push my pawn, and the Black King will have to sit in front of the passer, and that means that you will not be able to activate. And this active rook, that is very important. It's been holding down this pawn because it sits behind it. So I think that Ding Liren has played really sturdy defense. He had a shaky position at some point, but since then, since he played b6 and was able to liquidate into a rook and pawn endgame where he was down one pawn, it's been excellent stuff from the Chinese Grandmaster.
He might have seen this idea long in advance because they were shuffling around a lot, so there was plenty of time for him to calculate possibility that at some point Black plays King d7 because it seemed like the main active idea for Black, and then to maneuver the rook either via a1 or a2 to b1 and to b3. So he definitely might have been on his radar, and that's why he didn't hesitate whatsoever once we got to this moment.
We are
But who
in
knows?
the moment. And Ding, as you mentioned, confidently plays the move f4. He barely took any time for this continuation that we were looking at. Well, the idea revolves around an active defense where Ding sacrifices the f pawn to create an e passer, which will force Black's king into a tight down defense of the e pawn not advancing. So if Jan Nepomniachtchi, who is currently thinking, was to capture on f4, we will see Ding advance down the board with that e pawn. Amazing active defense by Ding. Both these players have played fantastic chess today. They've been incredible. Yan with putting pressure, finding all these these tricky traps which are easy to fall into, but Ding with resourceful play has kept the balance. Guys, most likely to have a playoff, and I have to say that just seems fair after the kind of game that we've seen today.
Yeah, but let's see. Maybe it's still a tough endgame, and it's not like it's game over. So let's see if Black has some chances to press this on. So okay, he should take on f4, right? He's thinking now, but I mean, you can also include King b7 first, I guess, but I don't know if that changes anything at all. So let's just see if Black takes immediately. e5, King d7, King. Yeah, I don't like the king going to b7. I don't see how it helps Black. So King f2, King e7. You go to g2, right? Let's give a check on g3. And king to rook to h3.
Can I just keep doing this?
Yeah, and after rook h4, we reach the same sort of thing. But king to e6. Okay. I mean, this is a bad version for Black, though. That's the issue. Like, you can just start giving checks. Or yeah, you can play rook a5 if you want.
Yeah, but I see your point. The rook is misplaced. The king is just being checks away.
Rook a5, king f6, king f3. I mean, it's not even...
Can't move.
Not even like the fun version where Black's rook is on b4 or something. Pawn is on f5, and it's also a draw. But it's not a very pleasant one. I mean, some very strong players have lost this f and h endgame, including was it Kramnik lost to Ronian? I might be getting this wrong. In Vikensay, I think. I think Aronian lost to Carlsen, maybe. This endgame. So I think that more than one top player has lost this endgame in history, but only when it's like ideal circumstances, not when the rook is so misplaced on h4.
I love this feature chat here. Board without pieces. Also, great username. That people are freaking out like Ding has never seen a clock before. Like, yeah, he knows how to manage his time. Even if that one game, if you tuned in for that and that's your first time witnessing Ding Liren play chess, you may think, oh, he doesn't know how to deal with time trouble. He's a very experienced grandmaster. He was the #2 player in the world for quite a bit. He dropped to #3, but he's neck and neck with Jan Nepomniachtchi, as you can see in this match. It's all knotted up. This is the 14th and final classical game, and Ding Liren just found the move f4, which was the only move to keep within drawing range. Now, it's not over just yet. There will be some chances for Jan, but it's a great play, great defense from Ding.
Yeah, indeed. And also, I mean, watching some of these and also playing some of these Armageddon matches in the Champions Chess Tour, you know, a lot of players are perfectly happy to accept like 7 minutes and 25 seconds for a full game with no increment. And then when we see Ding 14 minutes in an end game, not at the start of the game, we're getting nervous for him. But I've seen plenty of these games where players play full games with 7 minutes on their clock to know that it's possible to move fast when needed. And yeah, here Ding is not in even the danger of time trouble. I mean, it would still have to go. The game would have to go a long way for that to potentially happen. Not just yet that we should be worried about his time. Also, his moves are simple, right? He's just waiting with his king. There's nothing really to calculate.
And does he put that e-pawn on e6, or he just keeps it there and keeps shuffling with the king?
I think we decided keeping it on e5 is the easiest approach, although putting it on e6 doesn't seem to be bad, but then Black's king could try to, shuffle around e7, f6, f5, get active. Right now, the problem with Black's position is the king is cut off. If the king goes on b5, for example, probably Black just wins. If the king got to b4 and rook to e3, probably Black just wins that position, but king on c7, d7, e7 doesn't make enough of an impact on the position. So keeping it cut off, keeping the pawn on e5 is probably the right strategy.
And Fabi, you're the one with the most experience and understanding. You've been on the World Championship stage. You know these players really well. You played them so many times. I want to ask you right now, if you had to guess, what is going on in their mind? Are they already thinking about the playoff? Are they already thinking about that rapid portion? Or is their mind still on the current position, knowing that this is ending soon?
No, I don't think so, because again, they don't know 100% it's a draw. I think Ding is pretty much 100% thinking that he's drawing. And I think Jan, when he went for this king d7, c7, he was looking for it under the right circumstances. And I actually feel like he thought he might be starting to take over. And I don't know if he, he probably just thought f4 is progress, so it's good. Because people, when they look at these endgames, they don't think in terms of draw winning when they're at the board, but they just think in terms of progress or holding. So he probably thought f4 is progress. From his point of view, it was like a good outcome. So he maybe wasn't thinking about the valuation, but he thought like the trend is going well. I'm making progress, while before we were just shuffling around, and obviously that's not the way to win. And he still might think that he's like has good winning chances here. For all we know, it's not at all a simple endgame, and we can't say that we've seen all the details here, because of course there's a lot of things that could potentially be calculated while the engine sees all that. So when we see the bar, it doesn't really tell the story at all. That being said, after rook a4, I really don't see Black's next try, especially.
It's not a simple endgame at all. I feel if I was playing any tournament, this rook pawn ending, there are chances of me losing with either color. Anything can happen. Rook pawn endings, they can always be tricky, but it looks like the hardest part has been done. And of course, Ding Liren and Jan Nepomniachtchi know their endgames. They hold it confidently. And it was important for Ding to keep that rook on the A file, not take it away from it, because then the A pawn would start advancing down the board. And we see with that rook move to a4, he keeps it under control. Now Ding advancing with his own king towards the e pawn. Taking on f4, that would feel like a scary move. Is that something that is possible? Can Ding start getting greedy about the f pawn? It looks too dangerous to me.
I think it's the wrong trade, right?
Rook takes f4. Why does it look so dangerous?
King d5, right? Don't I just go after your e-pawn? This is the exact trade that Black does want. If you could trade these two pawns, then the black king would go back around and try to help this a pawn promote.
Oh wait, after king d5, rook to a4?
So if I just take your pawn here,
And then your king advances in time?
I think so.
Because you can take the h pawn, right? And white's king ends up getting cut off, I guess. Rook h5, king c3, king b2, and the king is cut off. If white's king was able to advance, then it would be yeah. This is over.
If this king were up here, it's a draw. But because the king is so far away, you push. The rook has to go back, and unfortunately, this rook gets here. Tanya recognizes this endgame pretty well, I imagine.
Wow. I'm thinking about which game you're calling out, but I'm guessing it's something from the Olympiad, Robert.
Yeah, no, there was a pretty important game in the final round of a certain Olympiad. And Tanya, why don't you tell the story?
Is it the India versus USA match where I was playing against Anna? I'm guessing that's the only rook pawn ending that comes to mind. That was a dramatic game, and yeah, some good memories for me in that one, Robert. A little painful, perhaps, for you guys, but I managed to get lucky that day in a rook pawn ending.
Well, you knew that what was the gist of it was just like what we were looking at, where the white king is cut off. So you have a passed pawn, but your king needs to escort it in order to hold against a rook, because then the rook would have to sacrifice for the passed pawn, but not when the king is cut off. The rook wins that showdown. So this is what Ding Liren has to avoid. There's a pawn that's hanging. I know that may be tempting, but the black king slides up to d5, then the e5 pawn is threatened. There still remains this outside passed pawn. So Ding, I actually think that his move, rook a4, the eval bar says no problem whatsoever, but it almost feels like a step in the wrong direction, because the black king is about to come up to b5. The rook can slide to e3, and suddenly this a pawn feels very dangerous.
So we play e6 here, right?
Yeah, you can throw that pawn up the board, and
maybe it's even important to do so. Because I was thinking that after e6, if rook to e3, I play e7.
Oh.
And then if your king is forced to go to d7, then I play rook to a7 check. And king to e8, and now your rook will again be tied, and we can shuffle forever. And so this looks like a draw. But if we start with rook to a6 instead of e6, then black's king goes to b5, and that's a disaster. Or not a disaster.
It looks like a disaster. You have to stay in the a file. Any rook move here, the pawn promotes. So
rook a8 and king b4. Or rook to e3 first. Let's say rook to e3 first. So e6.
King b4. This looks scary.
b4. Rook.
You go rook e8?
Oh, you wait like that? Rook e8? No, but then a2.
It's very scary.
Oh, then a2.
I think you check the king a bunch of times, because eventually the king might have to settle in front of the pawn. And then when the king
you go
settles,
from the side. From b6, yeah.
Yeah, but that is a fortunate save. And at first, when you are visualizing it, allowing the king up to a2, yeah, it must feel like you're losing this game.
This is a scary one. Yeah, I would think e6 is a more reasonable way to manage this, because after e6, if king to b5, e7, so black is not in time. Actually, king b5 might just lose to rook oh, no, it doesn't lose to rook e4 because rook g3 check, but I was starting to get worried for black, because if a2 e7, but you have rook g3, rook g8. This is very important for black. So, but anyway, after king b5, e7 is an easy draw.
Rook takes a3. Very important, everybody, that the rook can be captured, but then the pawn promotes. So it's a distraction tactic, taking advantage of an overloaded piece. And that's why we're using this e-pawn as a decoy. We're going to distract the black rook with it and then try to win that a-pawn. It's close, though.
Yeah. So after e6, does black still have a try here? He can revert to that idea we saw where black plays king to d6, king e7, king f6, which might be kind of e6, king d6. It could be kind of an annoying try.
Right, you start seeing things like this, and you may think that the black king is coming up to g4. I again, can understand how if you are Ding Liren, you visualize this, and you think that white is lost, because the rook covers the e-pawn, the king comes up, and at best you give black 2 extra pawns. It'll be these 2 pawns with a rook against a rook and a king. He knows that rook h and f versus rook is a draw, but from a distance, that's not what you want.
You're definitely
Yeah.
not happy going into that end game, right? You've used up most of your fuel. This is the last bit of it left. And to think that you have to defend an H and an F pawn, it can be something that you want to avoid so badly that you just miss the bus. And maybe that is the only path to a draw. And then you make a mistake and everything is out of hand. And we see Ding there. This is the third and the final time control for the players. There is no more additional time from here. Ding has about 8.5 minutes. But the good news is that this time control comes with a 30-second increment. So every time Ding presses the clock, he gets an additional 30 seconds. But once these positions start coming, it's not going to be super easy for Ding psychologically to hold on to it. I mean, it's going to show immense mental fortitude for him to do that. All these ideas that you're talking about, whether it is the line where White ends up defending against the H or the F passer, or this other idea with the king marching to b5, hitting the rook sliding all the way to e3. It, again, it is a draw. We've got the eval bar telling us Ding Liren has no idea what the objective evaluation is. Every move hangs by a thread. There is still accuracy and work to be done by Ding. He is reaching out for a move. We see him there, but still unsure. So much at line, so much at stake here. This is still a lot of tension. And once again, amazing stuff by Yan creating chances in this endgame.
Yeah, I think that Jan found, especially this last move, King C6 was quite a nice one, because rather than King B6, the king is kind of dual purpose, going to B5 potentially or to D5. So that's a very nice find by him, very good practical try, and I don't think that this is at all guaranteed that Ding will draw this game. He still probably in all likelihood will, but not an easy one. I mean, I think King E6 is manageable to calculate. This whole Rook A6 stuff that we were checking seems far from manageable, and Rook takes F4 is losing. So White is actually pretty much on a precipice in terms of maybe there's some other
I
moves
see
to draw,
that.
but they don't seem immediately evident. So, and I don't think you want to allow King, like let's say you play King F2 here, Black plays King D5 and Rook A5, King E6. I think here you start to get into serious trouble. So we'll
Paddy,
see.
Ding was shaking his head there. As you mentioned, that it's easy to get into trouble with all these lines and all these ideas. Ding looking a little, he knows he's running down on the clock. And at this point, the players are not thinking about the result, right? They're making their move by move. Yan trying to create problems, Ding trying to hold on. It's not about the objective valuation. It's not whether in the end this happens to be a draw or not. It is what is your next move. And Ding, with every passing minute, has less time to make that decision, now down to 6 minutes on the clock. Robert, are we going to see some crazy time scramble in this one?
There is increment. That's the good news for Ding Liren. But I am starting to get worried. And it's not just about, he's going to freeze, lose on time. That's the game 7 storyline. But it's not easy anymore. It felt easier from the beginning. We probably take things for granted. We have the evaluation bar off to the side. That always makes life much more easy because you're just like, okay, it's a draw. I know that with certainty. Now you're starting to think, is this king coming up to b5? Is it getting to b4? Am I in time to use my passed pawn to my benefit? This is a situation that I would not want to be in, especially considering where he came from, where he was looking confident, where he was playing great chess. He still played this perfectly, but this could be the critical moment. I mean, e6, allowing this king around, as we were talking about, really doesn't look fun. Playing rook a6, allowing the king up the board, also doesn't look very fun. Yeah, this is not good. And if he takes an f4, we saw it, he's going to lose the game.
I don't think he'll take on f4. I do have a feeling that just because other options look bad, that e6 will be played, and he won't be confident that allowing this king around with king d6, king d7, king f6 is good for white. But he'll need to make a decision because he's just running out of time that he could spend on this move. And the only decisions that
Oh my gosh. And he reaches out and he does make a move. It's not captures
okay.
on f4. He gives a check on a6. Still everything under control.
Yeah, we said this move was fine, but it was... So the idea is he wants to avoid king d5 because now e6 just draws on the spot, I think. King d5, e6, and there's not much black can do there because e7, e8 distracts the rook and takes a3 pawn. So king b5. So he's saying that after king b5, I'll play rook to a8. you'll stop my pawn with rook to e3, but it's not fully stopped because I can play e6. Then black will play king to b4 to avoid e7. And after king b4, rook e3, e6. King b4, otherwise e7, e8, and white will win. The a3 pawn is a critical pawn for black to keep, right? Black can't lose that. And now white gives checks. Check on b8, king moves. I think you could play rook to a8 again if you want. You can also give a check. Or actually, no, giving a check would allow king d5, so you play rook to a8. Now if king d5, e7, so king goes back to b3. Yeah, this is a draw. So king to b3, rook to b8. King goes, let's say c2. You play rook to a8 again. King to b2, rook to b8. And finally, black's king will hide on, let's say, a1 or a2. White will play rook to b6 and wait in this position. And probably this is what Ding has seen. And you wait.
It's cutting it close.
It's cutting it really close, yeah.
It's a pawn one square away from promotion. This is the bad thing about a rook pawn, because if you just were able to slide this over a line, the king could escape. But because there's this boundary here, this king has nowhere to go and hide, and that means that pawn cannot promote. So this is really, really cutting it close. It's nerve-wracking stuff. I think everybody is tired at this stage of the match. 68 moves in to this 14th and final classical game, but Ding Liren, having 5 minutes on the clock, he's still holding on, but it's getting closer and closer. He has to find some only moves.
But I think if black doesn't have a way to deviate from this line, then maybe the most difficult part for Ding, like this rook a6 move was an objectively very difficult decision. Maybe the most difficult part is behind him. Because his next moves, they seemed kind of like pretty straightforward, right? I mean, you push your e-pawn. So unless black has some other big tries here, which maybe could be something, but we didn't see it yet, at least, then it might be that the most difficult part of the defense is already achieved. Can we try king b5, rook a8, king c5? Or is
The
that
check
too...
has been given, and we will pull up the analysis board because there are still ideas for Jan to try to push. Before we dive deep into this position, I know this is a conversation that we had at the start of the game about predictions. I'm going to just reset that. And I'm going to throw that question right now. Robert, Fabi, if you had to predict a result of this game 14, what we're seeing, the clock situation, the pressure, the fatigue stepping in, the body language of these two players, I'm asking you to predict a result right now of this game 14. What would it be?
Draw?
Yeah, I'm going to have to go with that too. I think that likelihood, yeah, still draw. I was very curious about this line with king b5, king c5, because if not for this, I don't see tries for black. So, I mean, the answer to your question is really, does black continue to have ways to pose practical problems? So, if he does, then he could have some decent winning chances. If not, unfortunately, for Jan, he might have run out of steam in this position.
Yeah, I think
He's
that
used up all his resources.
I would go rook
his
a6,
chances.
just to make sure that I can push this pawn your king can't get back.
Makes a lot of sense. So rook e3, e6,
Oh.
king.
He went king b5 and rook a7.
Let's start by Ding.
Doesn't change anything apparently, but why is the rook on a7?
Yeah, like you want to stay as far away from the enemy king as possible. That's why we keep putting it on a8. But what is the benefit of being on a7?
Oh, if king c5, e6. Maybe he was avoiding this king c5, e6, king d6, now e7. I think that was actually the point.
Okay, we'll get the same position anyway. The king can come to c5, the one that you were just talking about.
Oh, that's actually true. Yeah. Okay, forget my theory. It was brilliant, but doesn't seem to be reality.
That's
So
all
king
these little
c5.
moves.
I think he'll play king c5. Yeah,
He
was going for
Very
this idea.
And you guys are still predicting after this mammoth fight, and the players continue to try. Jan Nepomniachtchi continues to try. Ding Liren continues to hold with a solid defense. And you guys predicted draw is still the most likely result. It just looks like Yan has used all his chances, but he's not giving up. So amazing grit and determination by Yan there. And we're being joined by over 185,000 people across all our channels from across the world. This is such a fantastic World Championship match. A big shout out to all of you who are following the action on our coverage. We might have a world champion today. If not, it will be decided tomorrow. But it has been such a huge fight. Many expected a quick draw, a shutdown by White to take it to playoffs. But these two players, they don't know anything about a quick draw. They don't know anything about chess other than fighting it out. And that's exactly what we're witnessing right now. King c5 played. Ding Liren reaches out for the rook, pulls his hand back. Are we expecting him to go ahead with the move rook a6? And Ding confidently has to make a move, but not take too much time. 4 minutes on the clock. Are we expecting rook a6 on the board?
I think
Yeah,
so.
we are, but I don't think there's anything confident about it. Ding looks nervous. He is playing the best moves, but he's dipping below 5 minutes of the clock. He just went back over thanks to the increment. But yeah, this has been a nerve-wracking defense for Ding Liren. And Jan, he's come up with some creative tries, but when it's all said and done, at least in the current position, Ding Liren has just been that good in his defensive tasks. Really impressive stuff by both players because Jan has given him all he can handle, and Ding says, well, not so fast. I'm still within that drawing balance.
So rook e3, e6, king to b4. I think that white needs to wait around here with king to f2. I don't think you can afford to move that rook anywhere.
Yeah, it's a bit of a waiting game, huh?
Yeah, I guess so.
Seeing some nice comments there, featured chat. And, well, this is, look at Ding, look at Jan. He's still working. You can see it. He is hovering over the board like somebody who is hungry for victory. He would love to win the match right here and now. And, well, he is up a pawn. He has been up a pawn for a while. He has the black pieces, but he's a man on a mission. And it just seems like Ding has everything under control, even though at some moments it looked a bit scary. Ding has held his own. He's held his ground, and he is still holding this draw.
Yeah, it seems like he's on the... I mean, for sure he's nervous, right? We can't blame him. Even if it's a draw, even if you know it's a draw, you're still nervous because getting low on time, and obviously it's a sharp endgame. A lot of potential to go wrong. So, yeah. But he seems to be holding it all together. That's how he's played the last few moves. Really, really excellent defense. I think this whole rook to a6 stuff, everything. Well, Jan continues to find some ideas. I don't know what those ideas will be, but he does seem to be finding some little tries here and there, move after move.
Yeah, it's one of these positions where Jan, he should keep trying. If this game ends in a draw, why offer a draw? Just play it out. And so for Ding here, I mean, he really has played impressively. For Jan, well, it's been a good game. He has never been worse. There was maybe that one moment very early on, what feels like a lifetime ago at this stage of the game, 71 moves in. But Fabi, it seems like Jan is exhausting his options. He also might be exhausting his opponent. Do you think that comes into play at all? I know he's just focusing on this game move by move, and I don't want to extrapolate. But who do you think is like, who wants this game to be dragged out? Who's trying to exhaust the other? Or do you think that it's really just neutral and both players are going to be exhausted no matter what?
I think it's potentially a bit more tiring for Ding because he's the one who has more stress riding on it. Jan is not risking, so he knows that he is not going to be losing the match this game, but there is still that chance, rather small, but still the chance there that Ding just loses the entire match in this game, right? He was rather close to it. Even closer earlier. That means that I think the emotions after the game will be relief for Ding and probably some frustration from Jan because he was close, and if he sees I think he likely will see what the computer says after the game, that he had some very serious chances for that one move when he played e5, and instead he had that rook to b3. Already feels like a lifetime ago, but that will definitely, or at least it might, stick around in his mind for a while. But the good news for Rapid is that I don't think you kind of forget everything else. It's just such a different challenge. Rapid chess, match best of four, and especially because they have also the challenge of choosing openings, new types of opening ideas, rapid opening ideas that maybe the emotions of all the previous games and all the thoughts about which move I could have played and could I have won this game, could I have drawn that game, maybe all of that will be forgotten tomorrow, assuming that this game heads the way that it seems to be heading, but I won't go out on a limb and predict a draw just yet because you never know, right? Low on time, stranger things have happened. I remember like this recently. There was this bizarre game. Which game was it? Um, oh yeah, it was Hikaru against Wesley from the American Cup, and it was a crazy game throughout. And like Wesley was winning at some point, but Hikaru drummed up some miraculous counterplay in time trouble, and they were playing on seconds. And at some point, like Hikaru was, it seemed to be winning. He was up a piece, but then Wesley is defending, and then suddenly they get Rook Knight against Rook basically, and White still has a pawn. And rather than just like, I mean, it seemed like Wesley was just holding a fortress just to draw, and then suddenly he just gives up his rook, and then 2 moves later he resigns. He kind of miscalculated something, uh, although what it was is hard to say. So once you get low on time, strange things happen. They've happened a million times to me. I can speak from experience how many times I've blundered with low time. So I wouldn't call the result just yet, but Ding does seem to be holding it.
He's got his head in hands right now, but he's definitely thinking there is just no way that he's going to let all this fatigue, all this pressure get to him so close to neutralizing all of this and to head to that playoff. Ding Liren completely focused. He's got only 5 minutes on the clock, but it should be enough for the world number 3 to hold this. But the pressure has been on by Yan. And we've been talking about this potential playoff that's coming up tomorrow. Now, of course, the players are still thinking about the game and the action in front of them, move by move, Yan putting the pressure, Ding holding on. What about the team of seconds that are there? Is it already time for them, Fabi, to start thinking about opening ideas? And is it something that they work on? Because there is such little recovery time, turnaround time for the players. The game's tomorrow. You've got to get your rest in. You've got to feel completely fresh, which is the biggest task at hand. So, is the team of seconds already sort of working on deciding on what to do once this match reaches the playoffs?
I hope that they've been doing so already. I mean, there's no point in them resting, right? They're there to find ideas, and whatever the result, whatever the way this game may be heading or look to be heading, like it might look like Jan was at some point winning or draw. Still, they have to prepare for the possibility of tie breaks, whether that happens or not. So I assume that they have been spending not only the entirety of the game, the ongoing game, but also the entirety of yesterday and so on, looking for ideas that their guys can use. The difficulty is not in terms of the effort you put in. You can put in a lot of effort and find nothing. That's a difficulty. Actually, finding something when there's very often nothing there, or if there is something there, it's very very hidden and very subtle. So searching for opening ideas is a really difficult thing, especially when you're talking about guys like Jan or Ding who are extremely well prepared and have very very few weaknesses in their repertoire. And you know, it's not only because they've been preparing for this match for so many months, but also because generally speaking, for the last like 10 years, they've been professional, or 10 plus years, whatever, professional top level players, and uh, they built up a very good base of opening knowledge, opening ideas, repertoire. So tough to break that down.
I have to say that this is the most chilled I've seen Ding on that World Championship chair. He's usually has his head on the hands. He's usually just a little shaky, reaches out, pulls back. He's been fully focused, but his defense has been absolutely spectacular in this game. And now you can look at him and you know that he knows that he can hold this position. And Jan kind of feels like he's also giving up on the tries that are there. But we are probably going to see this reach a king versus king, or all of the pieces in the pawns being traded off into heading to that draw. As you're saying, Fabi, the teams are already working at the strategy going into rapid, but the effort's not missing. It is coming up with these ideas. But the thing is, right, rapid formats. Yes, it's hard to come up with an idea that actually gives you a little something in classical games because the opponent has enough time to counter it. But in the rapid portion, it's not even about coming up with something incredible or something just groundbreaking. It's about just trying to find a fresh idea where you get a game and you force your opponent to try to think a little bit at the start. You kind of try and get that competitive edge on the clock, which is as big a factor as the position on the board. So it will be just about whether the players are able to put each other into that pressure early on in the game. And of course, it's not the opening phase that will be deciding the match. The players will play out a phenomenal rapid portion of the World Championship, but it's not over yet. We keep saying this. Looks like we're heading to a draw, but the players are still fighting. Jan Nepomniachtchi not letting this go, not letting Ding Liren off the hook anytime soon. Perhaps Rook A6 was the last move played. This has been a fantastic match so far, the game. And I have to say that if Ding had the strategy that he wants to shut this game down, starting with white just really quickly, and knows that he's going into playoffs, that would give him this prep edge, because going into a rest day after game 13, you know that, you know what, I'm not going to really fight it out in game 14. I'm going to prepare, give my time, save my energy for all the playoff games that are coming up. While for Jan, he would not have that edge because Jan would have to try and prepare as much for game 14 as possible. But this game has blown all of that out of the window. There is no prep edge, there is no rest day edge anymore. Both players have played over 6 hours. We're touching 7-hour game time in this final game. Is this the longest World Championship final game that we've seen in recent history?
Well, if you're not counting Game 6 of the 2021 match.
The final game.
Oh, final game. Oh, yeah.
Trying to
You
think.
might have to go back quite a while. There have been, if we go back in history, there have been a number of decisive final games, including some very dramatic ones. I'm thinking back to Sevilla 1980. So we're going back a long way. Sevilla 1987. Okay, there was an Antipov. This game has been mentioned countless times. I think a very dramatic one was Kramnik Leko, because Kramnik was down a point in 2004 going into the last game. Leko decided not to trust his marshal, but just to play a Caro-Kann, and he lost the game. And Kramnik remained world champion because of that game. But in terms of length of game, I think this is up there. Certainly one of the longest that I can remember.
Maybe the longest were when there were adjournments. And so you those games would take days at a time. But yeah, you're mentioning World Championship history, and this match, I mean, it really is one for the ages because we've seen so many decisive games. We've seen a very close match. We see one that's likely to go into rapid tiebreaks. And you mentioned some of the more famous examples, Fabi. I'm also thinking about Korchnoi versus Karpov, when Karpov was up 5-2, and Korchnoi won 3.5 out of 4 games. And then Karpov immediately won that final game to make it 6 wins. It wasn't a best of 24, best of 14 as it is now. It was first to 6 wins, but that was super dramatic, especially with all the tension that was between the two players, and that was a different era geopolitically, but that was a really dramatic experience for the players. So this one, I mean, it really feels tense, even though Ding Liren looks calm. And I just have to say that it looked easy at first. Then Jan said, not so fast, I'm going to make it difficult. And then just when it was looking really difficult, Ding Liren said, what are you talking about? I still got this. So the way that this has been seesawing a bit in terms of how easy or difficult it looked has been really a sight to behold. And now Ding Liren looks kind of bored. He's like, all right, I've done the hard work. I'm going to draw. He can breathe, and that means he will get to play tomorrow. But yeah, Jan is still searching for a chance to make Ding's life difficult one more time.
Yeah, Ding looks pretty sad, but I'm sure he's mostly relieved. He looks a bit like his food order just got delayed. I just told him like your food is going to be half an hour delayed, and he's sitting there kind of sad, you know. he wants his food right now, and instead he's got to wait another half an hour. But yeah, it's I think that his body language kind of tells a story that he knows it's a draw, and that's unless Jan finds a miraculous idea, that's likely where it's going to be headed.
And maybe in some way that food order has been delayed, right, Fabi? Because Ding was perhaps just expecting once he played B6, things have simplified. This will end in a draw in just a couple of moves, but Yan not letting go, making life really difficult. So definitely the dinner for Ding will have to wait on this one. Still fighting it out. And we asked our community, what do you want finally after 7 hours of play? And chat has spoken. They want to see the playoffs. They want to see this go into tie breaks. We've been talking about how this match can affect the players stepping into a very critical and, well, it's inevitable. We will have a world champion tomorrow. A playoff day with rapid games. Fatigue, questions of exhaustion, preparation. Will the players get enough rest? Will they have enough recovery time, turnaround time to actually shift their focus from classical play to rapid play? Will the players come up with new opening ideas to pose problems early on? These are all, well, the downsides of having a marathon and a big game of 14. But I want to ask you guys, are there any upsides of a long fight, of having played for so many hours? Is there a way that you feel that you're really feeling your flow and your rhythm? One side, putting all these big questions. Ding Liren, absolutely fantastic defense. Is there an upside to a big fight like that going into the playoffs?
Oh, I'm just curious, what time is it in Astana now?
It is 9:20.
Okay, I can think of a pretty big upside. If they're like into intermittent fasting, then this game is definitely very, very good for that. Because they might be missing their dinner tonight.
Yeah, well, it looks like they are repeating moves. And a question I had, but I'm now anticipating the result could be any moment now. But something I was thinking about is that a conversation with the team? Like, oh, if I have a chance to press and I'm slightly better, but I know it's a draw, do I play this on forever? What conversations happen behind the scenes? Because that may seem ridiculous, but it's also kind of relevant.
Yeah, it's definitely a relevant thing to consider, but I think it's a personal one. So if I were advising either player in general, I would, yeah, I mean, if you think that you have a good chance to win, then go for it. You should. That's what Jan is for sure thinking, that he's not playing this out for no reason. He's playing it out because he thinks that he has a legitimate shot at winning the game. I mean, if it's like, Rook 2 against Rook 1, I don't think it makes sense to play it out for 2 hours, right? I would say, okay, preserve your energy a bit, but
No
wait, have we seen this
repetition.
position? What?
Not with the king on d7, no?
Oh, yeah, he just went around. So now after king f2, we're going to be waiting around with the king on e7, f7, and so on. We kind of discussed
Another.
this position, but we didn't really,
It's the
haven't
first
seen it
time
on the
it's
board
happened.
yet. Yeah.
King d7 played, so Jan's still fighting. He did have the option to repeat and call it a day. That's not Jan Nepomniachtchi. He continues. He says, you know what? You still have to earn that draw. You still have to play this out till the end. Uh, this might end in a draw, but it will end in a draw on my terms. Thing plays the move king f2. The right approach here. And now Black's king is stuck on the 7th rank. It's going to be hard for Black's king to step forward. And I think that's the reason why Ding is delaying the e pawn from advancing from e5 to e6. Just doesn't want to give that segue to a Black's king to come around from the king side, from e7, f6, and all these different ideas that we're seeing with the f and the h pawn endgames. We see the players. Might be a repetition now. King comes back to g2. Thing doesn't
No,
take any time. No.
you guys are engaging in some real wishful thinking here. Now we're gonna see this one played out. He's gonna at some point take one of those pawns, either the h or the e pawn, and then try to get f and h. Successfully or not remains to be seen, but he'll try to get f and h. And but he might have to try to do it soon because there's not many waiting moves for either side, right? Black can't wait around too much. White is restricted to king f2, g2, and so on. Ding is going to make his moves instantly because there's nothing really to think about, right? Yeah, rook e3, he'll play king f2 instantly, I guess. And
on the board. So you pick up the e5 pawn and you lose the a3 pawn, and Jan says no, he moves the rook to g3. So at least taking away the obvious option for Ding to step with the king to g2. So Ding has to spend a little bit of time coming up with the next move.
But after king e2, what did you achieve?
At some point, he might throw an a2 just to be tricky. Of course, you're not really achieving much. We know the position should be a draw, but if he can get his rook, away from the white king, and look at Ding, he says king f1. I don't even have to worry about some skewers in the second rank.
Yeah, so black can play rook h3 at any moment, king g2, and take on h4, take on a3. We've discussed this position where actually after rook h3, king g2, rook h4, you can also play king f3, right? If you really want to. Maybe that's an even easier way. Oh no, but then rook g4. Okay, so rook h3, king g2, rook h4, rook b3. Oh, sorry, rook takes a3, that is. And
All right, take me through this again, Fabi.
Rook h3, king to g2, rook takes h4, rook takes a3. Why don't we give a check on g4 for good measure? King, no, don't go up.
I'm just seeing if you're paying attention. Beep. There goes the rook.
That would be a very, very unsatisfying way to end the match for everyone, I think, except for Jan. For king to f2, and now with king e6, I think you can just give that check on a6, and if you take rook a5, so black is not really in time even to get f and h, but he might try.
Seems very few ways to win this game unless someone blunders a rook, unless Ding allows the passed pawn to run. And one idea that I had mentioned was that if the king had gone this way and you played a2, if you take this pawn, then rook g2 check would win the rook that is behind the king. It would be a skewer. So there are little tricks available. You have to be a bit careful. So for example, if this rook came to h3 and white just made some move like rook a8, you see the evaluation bar go, because there's about to be a problem with a2. And if you bring your king over, rook h1, threatening to promote, and the rook comes back. But we do see that the king has just slid up to f2. No blunders in this game, and they're going back and forth.
No, at this stage, it's pretty easy for Ding to make his moves because he only has one piece he's going to be moving, which is his king. That rook on a6 will only ever move again if it's to take the a3 pawn, or on a2 potentially, the a2 pawn. So, yeah, what will Jan try? He'll give it a last shot, but I think this will be whatever he tries will be the last shot. There's not much more. He's exhausted the resources pretty much in this position.
He's used up every single chance, every single idea in the position. He's built every single threat that's possible, and Ding's just countered it. He's held his own. And as you're mentioning, Fabi, that Jan is running out of resources, out of possibilities to try. And we see the move rook e3 played. And this is a position that we've had, so expecting the king to shuffle back to g2 now?
Yeah, g2. It's probably possible to play king f1 as well, but king g2 looks pretty good. And in a recent Title Tuesday, I had a rook endgame. And I don't know why this is not really relevant, except that it was like a rook 2 pawn sort of situation. And I missed a beautiful stalemate. Basically, my king was on g5. And black had like pawn g6, king g7, and pawn on e4. And so 2 pawns up. But if I had taken on e4, which I completely missed, then rook takes e4 and my king gets stalemated on g5. But it doesn't have much to do with the current position. Just sometimes rook endgames are tricky, you know? Sometimes you think that you're losing and then you miss a draw, or you think you're winning. And what I'm basically saying is study rook endgames. Everyone watching.
And there's this traditional saying, right? I've grown up with it, hearing it all around, that all rook pawn endings are draw. And I want to say that this one might end in a draw, but it's far from the truth in my experience. They are so dangerous, rook pawn endings, so easy to lose control. We've been seeing all these tactical ideas. I've been on the receiving end of dead drawn rook pawn endings. Sometimes my opponent makes the mistake. Sometimes, a lot of times, I am the one who messes them up because they're so easy to lose control of. So rook pawn, all rook pawn endings are a draw. I don't believe it. It's not something that is great advice. Definitely agree with Fabi. You need to study your endings. Get that Dvoretsky endgame manual out. Get those pages going. Well, it's clear that if anyone has studied their rook pawn endings, it is these two players. Ding Liren with a confident hold so far, and Jan Nepomniachtchi down to his final resources of trying to create something. King G2 goes into a think. Now it just looks like Jan also knows that there's not much left to play for.
Yeah, I think they're both very good endgame players. I remember Jan winning some very drawish end games. I think Ding in general just calculates super well, so calculation really shines through in these pure sorts of endgames like this. And that's kind of what we saw in the game today, right? He once it was just like a concrete draw, he never made a mistake. It was always within drawing boundaries that Ding kept it in. So, I mean, speaking of Dvoretsky, there was like an entire kind of theme in all his endgame book called Tragic Comedies, right? It was the theme um, devoted to really strong players making mistakes that turned uh, games decisively in one way or the other. For example, turning winning endgame into a losing endgame with one move. So even the best can make these horrible blunders in endgames that look simple.
Fabi, have you read the endgame manual back to front to back?
I've gone through it, but I wouldn't say that I remember everything. The, the thing is that it's very easy to forget your endgames. So even if you've studied endgames a lot, then if you haven't looked at them in a few years, like with openings, you kind of just remember them because they constantly come up in practice, right? If you play e4, you're going to see a lot of, let's say, knight orfs, right? You're always going to be exposed to knight orf, but you might only see a certain rook endgame, like rook f and h, every few years in your practice. So that's why it's much easier for it to be lost in your memory, let's say.
On my end, Robert, I started reading it, and then at some point, I've just never been able to finish it, go beyond a point. And I completely agree with what you say. Even with the basic end games, it's so important to keep repeating the positions because just there's one move that makes a difference. A rook on a certain spot is winning, a pawn on a certain spot is a draw, and it's always hard to memorize them. So repetition is key there. And finally, we do see a little change, speaking of pawns, in the structure in the position, while Nepo moved with his king towards the white rook. Ding uses that opportunity. Now, with the king not coming to e7, he pushes that pawn to e6. And now, if Jan will step further back to the 8th rank with the king to d8, Ding will take control of the 7th rank. He will move the rook to a7, controlling the e7 square. And then, once again, happy to trade the e with the a pawn.
Yeah, good outcome. This is actually progress for white. Even though white didn't have to make progress, he found a way to do so. So now if king to d8, white will play rook to a7 to avoid that king e7 f6 plan, which doesn't win for black, but makes a bit of progress from black's point of view. So king d8 is met by rook to a7, and if king to b7, white will play rook to a4, followed by e7 next move. Yeah, this is the same position, but black's king is cut off an extra rank, which doesn't help him at all, of course. And yeah, it's really, yeah, now it's like 100% draw. Nothing else is happening in this game. Rook a7 now. Now they might agree soon because this is really hopeless. There's no way to make progress now.
And for Jan, I mean, he just playing it out up a pawn. He still has no reason to accept the draw. He might play till lone kings or until there's some sort of repetition. And this has been a really long game, the longest of the match, Tanya.
In both time and the number of moves as well. We see rook a7, but we're not expecting it to go on for much longer. We are expecting a draw any moment now, with Jan Nepomniachtchi creating all that he could and burning all the chances that he had, because Ding's solid defense just kept everything together. Now with Jan's king all the way back on the 8th rank, no way to advance further without trading the a pawn for the e pawn. Draw will be handshakes very soon, the two players. What an amazing defense by Ding. And also, once again, incredible play by Yan, creating chances till the very end, not bailing out. And there we see the trades have happened. Rook e6, rook a3, the a pawn has been picked up, and now the f pawn will be targeted. Do not step up with that king to f3, falling into that trap that we were talking about. Of course, that's never going to happen in any universe. King goes to f2, and white's rook will start targeting the black pawns.
Yeah, the rest of this game, I think, will be played quite quickly. There are some tricks that Jan may try to uncork on Ding Liren involving skewers where the king and the rook are on the same rank, so black could get some checks in. But you can see Jan, he knows that this game is going to be a draw, and that is why Ding Liren, he brings his rook up to a5. He doesn't want to be in the same rank as the rook. He's going to try to go king up to f3, rook to f5, win this f4 pawn.
I think we'll see king. Okay. What do you guys think? King against king, or will they end it before that? I think king against king.
King versus king.
Yeah.
It's gonna be that. We're gonna have that. He's gonna pick up the f4 pawn. He's gonna pick up the f4 pawn. Rooks will be traded.
Is he going to blunder his h pawn, or is he going to stalemate his opponent?
He's gonna, and that's it. We've got handshakes, and it's a draw. The final 14th classical game after a marathon 7-hour fight ends peacefully. Big fight, 6 decisive games. The match is level and goes down to the wire. The 2023 World Champion will be decided in speed chess. It will all happen tomorrow. We see the players there. They are analyzing. What a fantastic finish. What a big fight this has been in game 14 and throughout the match. It's a reset. It's not going to be easy for Yan or for Ding Liren to get any sleep tonight. The inevitable does happen tomorrow. Ding and Yan will be back. What a game we've had. One of them tomorrow will be world champion.
I feel like I would run away from the board and then just fall into my bed. Sheer exhaustion would take over. But I'm wondering, Fabi, do you think they want a sense of normalcy? That's why they're analyzing the game, because in a typical tournament, that's what you do with your opponent.
Yeah, I think they're interested in the game, and they're probably curious about their opponent's thoughts. I don't think it's some sort of strategy. They're just curious about some certain lines in the game, because obviously black was pretty close to taking this win. I'm sure that Jan is rather. I mean, I'd be disappointed feeling that I was on the verge of victory and somehow Ding held up throughout this marathon game. And tomorrow, it's anyone's fight.
This is fantastic to see. The two play a 7-hour final game 14. They play the longest game of the match, and here they are sitting and analyzing, discussing, knowing that the World Championship crown is at stake tomorrow. This just shows the kind of love that Jan Nepomniachtchi and Ding Liren, the passion that they have for the game. And we can see there Jan slightly disappointed. He knew that he had all the chances, but once all the emotions will calm down, he's got a lot to be proud of for making the most of the position, for really pushing Ding to the very edge, and of course for Ding Liren as well, the big upside that he managed to hold his own after a difficult start in the opening. And after what we've just witnessed, it is 7-7, the match is even, seeing just one decisive game, which saw the World Championship leveling up in the second half. What a match this has been. What a classical portion of the World Championship this has been. So many back and forth, so many exciting games. Chess world, fans from across the world have been emotionally invested, and the drama isn't over. It's reset, and we've got playoffs tomorrow. Guys, it feels like a start of a new match.
Yeah, I wonder how it feels for these guys. I mean, they must be so tired, but yeah, I think the adrenaline will bring them a long way. Like after the match is over, they're going to win or lose. They're going to collapse physically, but the adrenaline really takes you a long way during. Somehow your body knows that you still need to keep on fighting, at least until the last game, and then after that, yeah, it really does hit you pretty heavily. But they'll still have a lot of that nervous energy taking them, propelling them into the games tomorrow.
Well, speaking of adrenaline and fighting, this opening, it feels like forever ago, because it was a good old 6+ hours ago, that when we saw this opening, the early stages, bishop d2, that was a wrinkle in this match. And then it really started heating up at this point, where after these exchange on c4, knight came to d7, rook d1, all these moves looked pretty normal. Maybe bishop e7 was inaccurate and Ding should have played e4. But we saw this move knight g5. It was given a question mark because it did make white's position worse. e4 would have been 0.4 ahead. Knight g5 was approximately 0.4 behind. But then h6, h4. This was some really fascinating stuff in the early stages.
Yeah, the Ding was really going out he was all out for blood in this game. Maybe too much so. Maybe a more circumspect approach, or even that e4, which was pretty aggressive, would have been a better shot. But yeah, Jan did not have any problems dealing with this attack. Queen to c7 was played. Bishop dropped back. Rook to d8. And rook c1. And we saw already simplification and a sign that white's initiative had been rebuked.
Yeah, this position with the queens off the board, it felt like we're heading towards a draw, but bishop b4, that caught Jan by surprise. He kind of gave a side look. He's like, what is going on here? And after bishop c6, knight c5, the evaluation bar was going in black's favor because black takes a pawn, white moves the rook, and then we get here, and black returns the pawn, but white's pawn structure is in some danger. So Fabi, it still was about level, but then we get to this critical moment. It was b4 was played, and after knight d7, rook to g3, another move that earned a question mark. And here we thought Jan may seize control and win this game.
Yeah, instead of rook g3, maybe king d2 would have more or less held the balance, although we have to say white is definitely on the back foot. But after rook to g3, we were thinking, even if g6, what is white's idea? We just couldn't find it. But very quickly, Jan played another logical move, which was to take on c5. We also thought this would be pleasant for black, and just maybe it wasn't the most accurate way. We saw a capture on g7, king to f8, and bishop to d3. Rook to d8 was played, a move which now shocked us because we thought white had this remarkable king d2 resource, which would probably just equalize on the spot, more or less. But king to e2, nearly losing the game due to rook to c3. He gave a check, and he played rook g3, holding on tactically, but we thought that here, after rook to b3, white would be on the verge of losing, because the bishop, the rooks, the king in the center, everything's completely tied up, and maybe he would have held, maybe not. We can only speculate at this point. Instead, Jan played e5, which was definitely a mistake. And here Ding seized a chance to simplify into a rook endgame. Rook to h8, rook d6, and b6. Brilliant idea. Still, he had to defend this for the next, more or less, 4 hours, but it was the best way to hold the position. Rook b6, rook e8, king e8 was played. A check on b5, the whole point of b6. And then rook takes c3.
And after this, it was a long struggle, and Jan made Ding's life difficult, but Ding still found his way through to draw this game. But just to show this one more time, because it was that fascinating, around here, when rook won to g3, black wants to take this bishop, because if white took back, bishop takes b5, that would be devastation, a pin and a win of this rook on d3. But that wasn't what was going to happen. After rook takes d3, white doesn't take back, but you take this bishop, and after king takes, only then do you take the rook. We have even material in a rook and pawn endgame, or in a king and pawn endgame if the rooks are traded. So really fascinating tactics. I mean, it was really a nice play, but after e5, this was a big mistake from Jan. And after that, with b6 and rook takes e8, beautiful tactical awareness, we saw the game end in a draw, despite the efforts of Jan Nepomniachtchi.
Incredible efforts by Jan starting from this position, and we do have the players with their reaction after the final classical game of the World Championship. Let's head over to Astana.
Hello everyone, welcome at the press conference of the final classical game. Today the game has ended in a draw and the score is 7-7. Tomorrow we're going to have the tie breaks. About the tie breaks we will talk later today. So I will go right away to the questions, and my first question is to Jan. Could you take us through the moment when you played e5 in the end game? What was the idea behind this move, and how have you evaluated the chances to convert the end game into the point?
Good question. I guess e5 is the move which spoils the advantage, because I missed the idea that after rook h8 he can double actually on the back rank, like play rook g2 g8. This was quite a shocking moment, and I guess some move like rook b3 instead of e5, and white is just paralyzed. So it would be basically a matter of like quite a simple technique. And then I just didn't see like how to, like, white has two ideas. Like first is b6. If I move my rook away from the 8th rank, and another idea is rook g2 g8, and surprisingly white can unpin. This was quite unlucky. So once I thought like e5 could never spoil anything, like such an easy move, like fixing the pawn structure and everything. But probably rook b3 with the idea after rook h8 already have this rook to, I don't know, d4 or rook to d6. Should be easily winning, but yeah.
Thank you. Next question to Ding. The game has started with a solid-looking Nimzo-Indian with bishop d2. But then you unleashed with knight g5 move, a very aggressive move. Was your choice to play more risky today to an attempt to avoid going into tie breaks?
No, it depends on the position. I thought I may have some I've got small tempos in this position, so I think I have some chance to launch the attack. For example, even g4 I also considered, but I was very optimistic after knight g5. Also, I get a little bit excited when playing this move, but then I realized after queen c7, it's suddenly I have to go to a defense mode. That's a turning point of the game, I guess.
In one of the previous press conferences, you promised some interesting ideas for the last rounds. Was knight g5 one of those secret weapons, or you came up with the move during the game?
Yeah, it came during the game, but obviously with this move I'm playing for a win. At that point, I thought it might be the decisive game, but I'm very lucky. Like last time in World Cups against Aronian, I also defend a very bad end game against him in the last classical games.
And Jan, you have played the opening phase quite convincingly. Have you anticipated Nimzo-Indian bishop d2 variation? And we have witnessed in cameras the reaction that you had after seeing knight to g5 on the board. What was your first thought when you saw that move?
Actually, I just didn't buy it. So it didn't seem like it's gonna work because I never played any suspicious moves. Like I'm well developed, and if knight g5 and h4 would win every game, then it would be like chess would be much easier for white.
And another moment when you seemed surprised in the cameras was when Ding played bishop to b4. How have you evaluated that position and that endgame?
Well, it was slightly unpleasant for white, but after bishop b4, it seems like if things don't work out too well for white probably is just lost after this move. I mean, it's looked very very suspicious. But I guess thanks to this move rook c4, white is not losing by force, and then I guess 95 was an inaccuracy, so maybe 95 was the move, but yeah, surprisingly the position is still quite solid. Yeah, but bishop b4 is such a decision, probably indicated that my opponent thinks he's in trouble.
Right. Ding, you have sacrificed the pawn on g2 when the game was heading to the end game. Could you please explain to us what was your reasoning when you made this decision?
Well, first I calculated bishop g3, but he can play, I think, both knight g6 or knight d7 with the idea of knight e5, and it's I guess it's difficult to play for white. Also, I consider f3 to stay passive, but then actually I didn't calculate carefully for the line bishop g2. Yeah, I just sacrifice the pawn with knight c5.
All right. I don't have more chess-related questions. I will go now with the general question, and I'll start with Ding with you. When you're looking back of these 14 games that you have played in the match, which was the most difficult game for you?
The most difficult moment, I think on the 7th game, it's during the time trouble. I suddenly lost in thoughts, and I just couldn't make the move, make the decisions. Yeah, it's also it's the game afterwards. It's influenced me. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And what about you, Jan? What was the most difficult game out of these 14?
I guess all games were difficult in its own way, so it's like I think I wouldn't specify one.
Okay. How difficult was to prepare? This is the question for both players. How difficult was to prepare for today's game, as it was the last classical game of the match? And have you felt any more pressure compared to the previous games in the match? I think we will go first with you.
Yeah, since the situation has changed today, I'm not the one who must win with white pieces, so I can decide to play which opening, and in the end I play this line. I guess it's not so risky, but afterwards it turns out to be very I'm wrong. The preparation is not. Yeah, it's more about mentally, I guess.
All right, thank you. What about you, Jan?
I don't know what to say.
Do you want me to repeat?
Yeah, you can repeat, but I mean, I think I want anyway, I want to be able to say a lot.
All right, my next two questions to both players, and then I'll give the time to press. Today, one of you could become the world champion. Is this thoughts cross your mind at any point today in the game? Have you thought that, let me enjoy this moment? Think, let's go with you first.
Well, only the mind, the thought of did not get the world champion comes to my mind at some point.
Right. What about you, Jan?
I guess it's anyway was too early to count chickens.
All right, and my last question is about the tie breaks. So the match is tied 7-7 in the classical portion, and tomorrow we are going to the rapid portion. 4 games, 25 minutes plus 10 seconds. After almost 1 month of playing classical chess, will you find it difficult to adopt the rapid? Ding, let's go first with you.
Well, at least we have one, not 1 day, but half days to rest, to think about the rapid game. Yeah.
All right, what about you, Jan?
Sorry, what?
Is it difficult to adopt after such a long tournament playing classical chess to rapid portion?
We will see.
All right. Thank you for the answers. It has been really long game indeed, and it's now time to go to press.
Здравствуйте, Эльмира Мирзоева, телеканал Матч ТВ. Вопрос Яну Непомнящему. Ян, вообще вот вас удивил сегодня дебютный выбор оппонента, вариант со слон d2, решающая партия. И вот насколько вы вообще думали, что ваш соперник будет готов на себя брать риск, ну вот для того, чтобы выиграть белыми решающую партию?
Ну, любой дебют можно играть.
Jan, the question is to you. Were you surprised by your opening, choosing the bishop d2 in the beginning, and he was going to take a risk and to trying to win? So how can you assess, and were you surprised by it?
Ну, любой дебют можно играть по-разному. Я думаю, что Немцович и 3 слон d2 это очень крепкий вариант. А другое дело, что после конь g5 и h4 белые взяли на себя некие обязательства. Вот. Ну, все равно какая-то получается борьба, так или иначе.
I think any opening is good, but Nemcovich opening and bishop d2 and then knight g5 and h4, I think it was good. It's quite solid, and every player has its own tasks, and it was a good game. I think it was quite solid.
Thank you. Next question, Leoncho.
Leoncho Garcia from El País. My first question is to Jan. As today's game was the last classical one, I guess this is the right moment to ask you about what I consider one of the most important points in the whole match. In several critical positions in different games, you play quickly instead of thinking with more calm. Can you explain why?
That's a good point. Probably I should have spent some more time, but at the moment it seems like normally it seems that I knew what's the correct move, but not every time it was correct.
Thank you. And for Liren, please, you are not among the top 100 in Blitz. I understand that means that you play very few Blitz tournaments, but then the question is, does it mean that you don't like to play Blitz?
Oh, it's maybe because I was inactive at that point. Yes, I haven't played so many Blitz games in recent years. Also online, I didn't play so much. Yeah, general, I didn't like playing some random Blitz games online.
Thank
you very much. Next question, please.
Вопрос к обоим участникам, к Яну и к Дину. Вот Rapid предстоит, да, после действительно месяца практически классики. Как вы проведете оставшиеся часы? Может быть, там парочка тренировочных партий будет сыграна, или все-таки полностью отдых для восстановления сил?
The question is to both players. So after almost a month of playing classical chess, now you're going to face Rapid, and how you will spend these few hours? Will you make some trainings, or you're gonna rest more?
We will go first with Ding.
Well, now I thought I need to take a rest and try to find the motivations for tomorrow's rapid tie break.
Thank you. Jan?
Shall I translate?
Yes, please.
Дин говорит, что я думаю, что сперва нужно отдохнуть, и потом уже нужно найти какую-то мотивацию на завтрашний рапид и хорошо подготовиться.
Я думаю, что сегодня уже немножко как поиграл, да? Вот, поэтому, наверное, буду отдыхать.
Actually, today I have played enough, and that's why I'm gonna rest.
Okay.
Портал KZ, вопрос для обоих. Имеет ли право Магнус Карлсен сыграть чемпионский матч с будущим чемпионом без турнира претендентов? На вопрос обоим.
So I'm from Portal KZ, and the question is Magnus Carlsen able to play the championship match without the contender tournament with the future champion?
Who is this question to?
To both players.
Я думаю, что в зале присутствуют некоторые официальные лица из ФИДа, и, может быть, они смогут пролить свет на этот интересный вопрос.
I think in the audience there are FIDE representatives, so they can answer this question.
Yes, thank you. The answer is no.
Спасибо. Ответ нет.
Thank you. Do we have more questions in the press?
Дин еще не ответил.
It will not change any the reality. Sorry. Let's go the next question. Do we have? All right. It's time for just base India, please.
Hi, Aditya from Chessbase India. Question to Nepo. Nepo, in the first 10 minutes, you almost blitzed out the opening. And when Ding took almost 13 minutes to play Queen C2, you immediately played D takes C4. Could you please tell us that till what point was your preparation?
I guess I checked something like this. So I knew, like, I think there were some games, and I think I can only recall that knight c6 is inaccurate because of rook d1. But I guess dc4 is I think, if I'm not mistaken, that's the correct move.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. From Twitter segment, we're gonna take only one question. Jesse, please bring the one question only and the good one.
I didn't know there was only one, so I need to select, I guess. Right, so Jan, did you consider playing g6 instead of taking on c5 with the knight? What was your evaluation of the position at that time?
Actually, I thought that knight ac5 is nearly winning because of my rook's activity, and the bishop on e2 is placed really poorly. So if I would think that knight ac5 is not enough, probably I would consider g6. But I guess I quickly got a winning position after knight c5 as well. So I wouldn't criticize myself for this particular move. Probably, then e5, was quite unexpected that white actually can regroup, that it's not a stalemate.
Thank you. Do we have more questions, please?
Менің есімім Асылбек, Қазақстан ұлттық арнасының журналистімін. Менің сұрағым екі гроссмейстерге. Жалпы осы ойыннан ұтып алатын қаржыларыңызды неге жұмсайсыздар? Көбіне көп жеңімпаздар мұндай қаржыны қайырымдылыққа жұмсап жатады.
Hello, I'm from Kazakhstan TV channel, and the question is to both players. How are you going to spend your prize fund after the match? And normally players spend some portion of it for charity. What about you?
Yeah, and we will go first with you.
let me think some, next time about this.
Я подумаю, мен ойлана жатармын, осы туралы келесіде сөйлесеміз. Мы поговорим об этом в будущем.
What about you, Ding?
Well, I'd like to travel when I have some spare time.
Я бы хотел путешествовать, когда у меня будет свободное время. Менің бос уақытым болған кезде мен әлемді аралағым келеді.
Thank you very much. Do we have more questions in press? I don't see more questions here. So now it's time to call on the stage the chief arbiter, Nebojša Baralic, who will announce the format of the tiebreaks and also will draw the lots.
Good evening. After 14 games, the final result is equal, 7-7. According to the regulation, tiebreak shall be played tomorrow at 3 p.m. 4 rapid games shall be played with time control 25 minutes plus 10 seconds, increment per move starting from move 1. After 4 rapid games, in case his results is tied, 2 blitz games will be played with time control 5 minutes plus 3 seconds, increment per move starting from move 1. In case after 2 blitz games the results is still equal, 2 more games, blitz games with the same time control 5 minutes plus 3 seconds will be played. So after the results is still tie, we will continue with 1 blitz games with time control 3 minutes plus 2 seconds per move. Next in the results is draw, we will continue with 1 more blitz games with the same time control 3 minutes plus 2 seconds. And in case draw, we will continue until the first player win the game. So the tiebreak will start tomorrow at 3 p.m. And now it's time to organizing a drawing of colors for the rapid games. Give me 1 second.
We have 2 boxes, and inside of the boxes there are pieces.
Okay, I would like to ask Mr. Ding Liren to choose 1 box because the Mr. Jan Nepomniachtchi did it during the opening ceremony from the standard games. Mr. Ding?
Yeah, you can. Yes,
You
please
can.
take it. It's white pieces.
It's white. I will check the second one. So, Mr. Ding Liren tomorrow first game will play with white pieces and Mr. Jan Nepomniachtchi with black pieces. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we do have the colors tomorrow at 3 p.m. The tie breaks will start. Thank you very much.
It is too soon to start thinking about a €2 million prize fund for the players, as there's a big day of tie breaks coming up tomorrow. And these are the formats going into the playoffs. The players will first fight in 4 rapid games, 25 minutes. Every time a player presses the clock, they get a 10-second increment. If that ends in a tie with a 2-2 score, we will see 2 blitz games, 5 minutes with a 3-second increment. And if that ends on a 1-1 score, then the players will play one blitz game. Well, they'll continue to play the blitz game with the time control 3 minutes and a 2-second increment till one of the players wins the World Championship. And we saw the candid emotions and feelings and analysis of the players in the press conference today. Fabi, how hard will it be for Yan and Ding to get sleep tonight?
I think they'll probably sleep well. After a game this long, I'm sure they're tired, and hopefully they have no trouble getting to sleep. But I think without any disappointment, and probably they'll both feel like today was a normal result. Maybe Jan a bit disappointed, but I think they'll be able to sleep pretty well tonight.
Yeah, I mean, we heard Jan in the press conference. He was saying, oh, E5, it looked like a good move. And people were asking him, did you rush? He knows he had a better position. So it will be difficult for him to recall this game and think about moments that could have been, things that he could have changed, moves that he could have played that might have led him to the World Championship title. But it's not his first time seeing the World Championship title within his sights and then letting it slip. Game 12, he had the upper hand. Ding won that to level up the match. So I feel like for Jan, there has been some disappointment in recent games, but he has done well after that disappointment to bounce back. And for Ding, you heard him. He wants to rest. He'll find his motivation tomorrow. But both players seem like they've given it their all in the 14th and final classical game. And whatever they have left in the tank will be laid out on the table tomorrow.
It's all inevitable. We will have a world champion tomorrow. And Fabi, you were mentioning long game, tiredness, but knowing what's on the line, what's at stake, and it will all be decided tomorrow. I am predicting a sleepless night for both Yan and Ding, but of course the adrenaline will kick in regardless of how much rest they get. They've got to try and get that recovery period in. Going into 4 rapid games, a completely different mind shift from what we've seen in the classical. Now, in the 14 classical games, we often saw Ding being the one who struggled on the clock. He was down on the clock. There was that big meltdown moment that he mentioned. It was the hardest for him in the World Championship match. He said game 7, it had a big influence on him throughout the classical games as well. We've seen him fight it out in the time scramble. Jan's been the one who's been up on the clock, and we see their head-to-head as well. Such a close match in the classical portion, and that's exactly what we'll get in the rapid as well. Now, rapid and blitz ratings, they are so volatile. So it's hard to go by the numbers here, but we do see that Ding does lead with a 7-6 margin in the rapid. And I was talking about the clock edge that Jan Nepomniachtchi has had in the classical games of the World Championship match. Going into rapid, Robert, you see that as being a competitive edge for Jan? You see that as something that he could be relying on just to be the faster player tomorrow?
It's funny because I think people would see Jan has been faster, so he should be better in quicker time controls. But one of the players who uses the most clock during classical chess is Alexander Grishuk. And guess what? He's a 3-time World Blitz champion. So players who don't mind spending a lot of time during classical games, they may thrive in quicker time control settings because they're used to playing under the duress of having just the waning seconds on the clock. So I don't see Jan's quick play as an advantage for him necessarily, but I do think that Ding Liren, he has been a bit shaky. This was a game that he could have lost. So I think that he is going to have to adjust to the new time control, and he can't get himself that low on the clock, but he does have increment. That's a big difference. 10 seconds added per move in the rapid chess. That means that even if he finds himself low on time, he can rebuild his clock.
Yeah, I think that there is actually correlation between, as you said, players who think a lot in classical chess and players who are good at blitz, because very often they're not afraid to get into time trouble. And that's why they don't mind spending a lot of time on those moments where they feel like it gives them an edge for the rest of the game, like Grishuk, as you mentioned. And I can also think of other examples of players who like to think a bit because they're not afraid of those time trouble moments. Even Magnus would come to mind as a player who, although sometimes he plays quickly, he's also not afraid very often in the opening, even in rapid and blitz games, to think quite a bit in the opening because he wants to get out to a good start, and then he's not too worried that being in time trouble won't affect him so negatively. So I don't see Jan being faster in critical moments in this match as necessarily that he's a better blitz or rapid player. Although I think that for Ding, we just don't have enough info in the last few years to gauge exactly how his form in fast time controls is, because we see his blitz rating is inactive. He even mentioned in the press conference. We just don't have enough recent information in games for Ding.
And that's what he said, that, well, he hasn't played that much blitz. And we saw in that head-to-head graphic as well that the big score for Jan is in blitz. A score that was pretty destructive. He leads with a huge margin in blitz. And now going into that rapid portion, keeping that in mind, Ding Liren's lack of activity, lack of experience in the recent history, in the recent time in blitz format, will he try to decide the match in rapid in the 4 games that he's got? Will that be the aim for Team Ding tomorrow, to try to do the best in rapid and avoid going into blitz against Jan?
I think both players want to avoid the blitz, because at this stage, you're like, oh, we're going to play a game with just a few minutes on the clock. That's scary territory. So I think that both players, they're going to play their best chess in the rapid. They'll try to make the most of their chances. But I don't think if it's 1.5 after 3 games, that suddenly a player will feel, I need to win this game. I can't go to blitz. They're both very talented. They both have played plenty of important blitz games in their lives. So I just don't think that players have to take risks in rapid because they're afraid of quicker time controls.
I think that's certainly the case, because it's not only about how good you are in blitz, classical, rapid at this moment. A lot of it is also about tiredness and nerves. And in blitz chess, when it comes down to your last few seconds, even if, let's say, you're looking at a very, very big 13-2 edge that Jan has over Ding in their blitz games, I don't think it really will matter in the heat of the moment, because with seconds on the clock, yeah, the past no longer matters. It's about those like split-second decisions, and it's going to become random. Anything could happen. I don't know if either player wants to let it get to that random point, but they might also not be. They don't want to take excessive risks to avoid blitz and end up losing a rapid, because maybe they consider their chances as 50-50 in blitz, and those are still pretty good odds. For us, it's just too difficult to say. I mean, these guys have been so close in everything that we've seen so far. This match has been back and forth, and I think it'll continue to be close.
It's been an amazing classical portion, and now we're heading into the playoff. It's really gone down to the wire. Exactly what we expected. A big back and forth trading of punches by these 2 world-class players. They've got a long night ahead of them, filled with a lot of emotions, and of course, the biggest day of their life coming up tomorrow. And in the press conference, the players were asked about the plans for the next 24 hours. Here's what they had to say.
Well, now I thought I need to take a rest and try to find the motivations for tomorrow's rapid tie break.
Я думаю, что сегодня уже немножко как поиграл, да? Вот, поэтому, наверное, буду отдыхать.
Actually, today I have played enough, and that's why I'm gonna rest.
2 very different approaches there. Ding Liren saying he wants to find motivation for the tiebreak, the rapid matches. Slightly surprising to me. World Championship crown, what bigger motivation can one find? And Jan Nepomniachtchi there saying he's played a long game. He's going to focus on rest. Robert, what did you make of Ding mentioning motivation being a factor?
Well, I think it was part of the question, so that's why he incorporated it into his answer. I don't think he needs any more motivation than the World Championship title that is at stake. And Jan, he says, I played enough chess today. I'm exhausted. I think we've seen that from both players. They are motivated as you possibly can be. And I feel like it's just a lot is up in the air. When you start playing quicker time controls, you do feel nervous because there's more variance. Mistakes are more frequent. You could find yourself blundering at early stages of the game, and you could also find yourself coming back from those mistakes because your opponent may not have enough time to work out all the nuances to win that game. So I think that both these players, they're starting a new mini tournament. It's awkward, it's difficult. Fabi probably can speak to this because he played a rapid tiebreaker to decide his World Championship match. But I mean, from my perspective here, it just there's so many differences that we can't talk about the storyline of the first 14 games and include the next tiebreaks. It is just a big difference.
Yeah, and I wonder also if the question, if there was maybe some element of translation there, like maybe he didn't exactly mean that he's not motivated, because I think that for sure he's fully motivated to win this match. I mean, tomorrow is going to decide if he's a world champion for the next few years. Well, decided for both players, of course, or if he'll need to try to make another run of it next time. But yeah, tomorrow is super critical. I'm sure they're both fully motivated, but Jan is absolutely correct, I think, in his assessment that it's the most important thing right now is rest. No matter how bad you want it, you still need to sometimes take a step back, not prepare up to the very last minute of the game, and just because you want it so bad, you end up tiring yourself out. It's important to get that rest in too, because it'll be a day which is decided by probably some serious mistakes. I mean, it's going to be fast time controls, a lot of nerves, a lot riding on it. I expect we'll see some serious mistakes. I think that's unavoidable, and you want to limit that as much as possible by getting as much rest so your head stays fresh.
And they got to balance that out with also opening preparation for the big rapid day and perhaps also blitz that we might be seeing after rapid. The players have got such little time. It all happens tomorrow. Tomorrow we will have the world champion. And Ding Liren starts rapid with the white pieces. Fabi, what's your take on that? Is there any advantage at all starting with white? A brand new format, a brand new time control?
I don't know if it makes much difference. I thought about this recently because I was playing the Champions Chess Tour, and you're playing different matches. Some you start with white, some with black, and I generally prefer to start with black, but I wouldn't say it's much of a difference. It probably doesn't make a difference, but that's just my kind of feeling about it. And the reason why is because, let's say, if you're in your final two games, and if you lose with the white pieces in the first round, you feel like winning on the man with black is going to be too difficult. Well, if you lose with black in the first game, you feel like I have more of a chance to get back in this with the white pieces. While if you draw with black in the first game, then you feel like, okay, with the white pieces, I can kind of press for free, like safe way to press for an edge with white. So it feels a little bit like that second game you get a bit more opportunity. But that being said, maybe, I mean, if we see the results of like different matches, I'm sure we'd see pretty much the same, like that we wouldn't see much of a correlation between having black in the first game and better results. I think we'd probably see that more or less results stay consistent.
I am so excited about tomorrow. This is such a monumental day in the chess world. After an extraordinary match, we go into the rapid playoffs to start with. And who knows, we might have the world champion being decided in the blitz. And Fabi, Robert, it was a long day of chess. But I feel so blessed to have this ringside view of the action with you guys. And of course, the chat. Almost 200,000 people across the world joining us for this final 14th classical game. And the biggest day of the match is ahead of us. It's all happening tomorrow. The 17th world champion will be decided tomorrow. Do not miss that. And we leave you for now with the best moments from game 14.
Ding will feel relatively confident going into potential playoff, so I don't think he wants to take huge risks. What are the chances we see a Frankenstein Dracula variation? Probably not too high.
Maybe less likely than seeing the pterodactyl beefeater variation, but it's up there.
And he starts with the queen's pawn opening, knight f6 played. No London today.
This position has made it worse for white. There was an advantage after move e4.
Knight c5 does indeed play it, and we saw rook c7 was looking decent for white.
Oh, he didn't play it. He grabbed the knight, brought it to c5, and then placed it back. There's some uncertainty, some hesitation from Ding.
We saw a line where there was no rooks on the board. We saw a line where there was still a pair of rooks, but he plays rook g3. That's not a good move. And Jan looks surprised. Chat is surprised, for sure.
He goes for a
king e2?
Move. King e2, and the bar really dips. And rook c3 immediately played by Jan.
And you could see it on his face. I mean, he is really upset. Now, his world championship aspirations, they may be a thing of the past, because look at Jan, he plays quickly e5 instead.
These guys really don't think. They're just kind of blitzing.
If he plays b6, he's out of it. But he played
on the board.
E6.
It has happened. b6 played. Ding Liren keeps it precise, keeps it accurate. Playoffs are going to happen. He's going to pick up the f4 pawn. Rooks will be traded.
Is he going to blunder his h pawn, or is he going to stalemate his opponent?
And that's it. We've got handshakes, and it's a draw. The final 14th classical game after a marathon 7-hour fight ends peacefully.
Сейчас созвонился с дизайнером, общался, там на кучу вопросов я ей ответил. Грубо говоря, она сейчас сделает нам в течение 3-4 дней там в районе 3 дизайнов разных. Вот, вопрос такой. Тебе стол на кухне вообще не нравится или просто из другого материала, например, его сделать? Вот. Я ее попросил немножечко поиграться с цветами. И еще вопрос. Диван обязательно, чтобы раскладывался или нет? Или можно просто, чтобы он был одной формы и все? Сейчас созвонился с дизайнером, общался, там на кучу вопросов я ей ответил. Грубо говоря, она сейчас сделает нам в течение 3-4 дней там в районе 3 дизайнов разных. Вот, вопрос такой. Тебе стол на кухне вообще не нравится или просто из другого материала, например, его сделать? Вот. Я ее попросил немножечко поиграться с цветами. И еще вопрос. Диван обязательно, чтобы раскладывался или нет? Или можно просто, чтобы он был одной формы и все? Сейчас созвонился с дизайнером, общался, там на кучу вопросов я ей ответил. Грубо говоря, она сейчас сделает нам в течение 3-4 дней там в районе 3 дизайнов разных. Вот, вопрос такой. Тебе стол на кухне вообще не нравится или просто из другого материала, например, его сделать? Вот. Я ее попросил немножечко поиграться с цветами. И еще вопрос. Диван обязательно, чтобы раскладывался или нет? Или можно просто, чтобы он был одной формы и все?
There, I actually do think that Ding is playing this quite interestingly, and this enterprising style is what he needs to score a point. And he is putting Jan into the think tank. He's ahead on the clock, and that's not something we can say that often in this match.
I love it. I love what you're saying, that a potential opening outcome where we've got opposite side castling, we know that would mean an exciting middle game. Of course, now if black goes short castle here, you will pick up that f6 knight without thinking. But the question is, Robert, if black was to play 8-6 instead, I hit that bishop. Is Ding anyway planning to pick up that knight on f6, allowing these positions with the long castle? Bishop takes f6, g takes f6. At some point, my idea is clear with black.